You know what game theory is. You know Matpat, you know, but hey, that's just a theory. And you have likely watched at least one video. The chances of anyone happening to be in the zeitgeist that contains no Matpat and also happening to stumble into my corner of YouTube, incredibly unlikely. And no, this is not a cry for help, and yes, that's possibly a lie. Game Theory has made a lot of episodes and continue to pump them out today. However, I'm not here to rank the episodes made today, no. I think everyone can agree that Game Theory hasn't been the same without Matpat, and that's not me saying it's bad or anything. Not being the same doesn't mean that Game Theory and the other channels are now dog shit or something, it's just that they're clearly their own thing now. Well, I mean, they're definitely trying to be Matpat, but not important. I'm here to rank what I remember and what I'm comfortable with. The Matpat era, from Chrono Trigger and its time travel to Matpat's final theory. By my count, 528 combined Game Theory episodes, with each multi-parter in this video being combined into a single slot. So a 5-parter on Deltarune and Undertale, that's going to be one spot on this list. Now there are 3 things to establish. First of all, this is a worst to best ranking. It will start pretty negative, so Game Theory defenders won't like that, and it'll end very positive, so Game Theory despisers won't like that either. Secondly, I'm not including everything that Matthew considers a quote-unquote game theory, because often he will include things that are not labeled as a game theory, such as Game Theory Exposed, only some of the Deadlock episodes, the 360 Game Theory Present videos, the Miyamoto Star Fox interview, the Draw My Life, things like that. I've also seen the Brutal Moose collab and the merch store announcement included, but no. GameLab and Petucation also aren't counted, nor is that one mini theory. GameLab is one episode that Matthew has counted as a game theory, but only one of them, so go away. There's also not everything in the playlist, because there are those things that I don't count as game theories in the playlist. I went through and looked at the entire channel history, sorted from oldest to newest, and made my list. Thirdly, I'm going off only how I feel. This isn't a competition for accuracy. One person doing that would be really hard. It would require me to know about every single game series he's ever talked about, as well as mathematics, physics, and calculations to understand those episodes, and then other sides of science to understand those as well. Now, I cannot deny there will be biases as to what I prefer and what I'm interested in. I like both law and science theories, but some will have advantages over others by being subject matters I prefer. Certain fields of science I am more interested in than others, certain kinds of law I find more engaging than others, and certain calculations I am more interested in than others as well. If I like one you don't, or hate one you do, that doesn't mean I think your opinion is wrong. It just means our opinions happen not to line up. Simple as that. I think it would be statistically impossible, more or less, for anyone to have the exact same ranking as me. I probably don't have the exact same ranking as me if I was to redo this. And trying not to get too fussed up about where each one individually ranks, there are times where I've moved things like 10, 20, 30 spaces down, because there's a point where it all gets really cluttered. So now, let's begin. Let's start this. Oh yeah, also I'm going to do an ad read now. This video is 5 hours long. You can sit through a minute of this, right? This video is sponsored by G Fuel. Normally I do a little skit or a bit, but I genuinely don't have the energy to... Okay, fine. Hello, Internet! Welcome to G Fuel, your all-in-one plant-based energy formula. Seriously! This thing contains no carbs, calories, or sugars. But what about caffeine? Well, you see, it contains it. That means it's not suitable for kids under the age of 18. And even adults should be... responsible. You can also check out the 50 flavors available in tubs or cans. So head to the link in the description and use code BLOODRIGHT for 20% off your order. But hey, that's just a sponsor. A red sponsor. Thanks for... Yeah, okay, we can get back to the video now. Hello, Internet! Welcome to every episode of Game Theory Ranked, gaming's tangential ranking experience, here to review your childhood since 2011. Here is the first tier. There will be some hyperbole and funny haha angry jokes, so keep that in mind. I don't like these episodes at all. I think they're terrible. Some may enjoy them, and I won't take that away from anyone. Maybe the bigger question than what my favorite theory is, though, is what my least favorite is. So, let's just begin with... number 467, episode 48, the TF2 Pyro, male or female. Let's not get too into this one, because I could ramble for too long. The baseline issue with this episode is that it revolves around a lot of things that have not aged well. Finger ratio theory, which has been heavily contested ever since its inception, and to my knowledge very much not supported currently, is a big element of it. There's a slur drop, there's a lot of things said that are just not okay to say today, and I think it contains some stuff that I consider harmful misinformation, justified literally under the guise of "this is science so it's true," to paraphrase Mr. Patrick himself. Claims of schizophrenia being more common in homosexual and bisexual people without clarification, very much coming off as if it's saying it's a causal relationship, and not that the treatment of marginalized minorities results in a higher amount of mental health complications. The lack of specific differentiation between sex and gender is problematic in my opinion, because this was put out during a time when people were more open to using these interchangeably, meaning a lot of people who watched this when it dropped probably took these to be evidence to determine someone's gender as well as biological sex. There's also the fact that when lesbian women are represented in the video, it's in images that are also clearly meant to be unflattering, leaving a poor taste in my mouth. Now, I don't believe Matthew intended any harmful messages here. This is not something he should be cancelled over, or anything like that. It's clearly a product of its time. His removal of stereotypes to do what he believes to be scientific analysis because he didn't buy into homosexual and sexist stereotypes says enough about how he clearly didn't want to offend anyone here. This is not an attack on Matpat, I don't think he should be attacked for this, but I do believe potentially harmful lessons could have been given to impressionable children who watched the video, and that's a big no-go. I also just don't find the video that good on its own merits. I think it's hysterical how his main evidence for someone being homosexual is the finger length of a person wearing gloves and the fact that that person has a mental illness. Number 466, episode 85, Five Nights at Freddy's Scariest Monster Is You. The first ever FNAF theory. It's bad, it's really bad, guys. Matpat goes out of his way to make it clear he's not trying to make light of this real-life mass killing, but then he decides to not just say that FNAF is likely inspired by it, but also directly compares the animatronics to the victims, and these are bad comparisons. Golden Freddy is similar to a victim because he's not like the others and he slumps over, and because some people think that Golden Freddy is in the kitchen, despite that not being where he's summoned from, sure. Freddy is similar to one because she was a woman and he goes into the women's bathroom. Bonnie because he sometimes goes to the supply closet and one victim was vacuuming. Chica because she goes near the bathrooms and is associated with food and the victim was at the bathroom. And Foxy because he's in the back area and aggressive and one of the victims was in the back and a manager, ergo assertive. It's really weak and feels like a massive stretch just so that he could have this crazy out there theory, while not even addressing or analyzing the real lore in FNAF 1 beyond saying what there is, but no theory crafting. There's no theory crafting, meaning the original Five Nights at Freddy's doesn't have a proper Five Nights at Freddy's theory like the others. It feels like such a missed opportunity and a bit disrespectful. Now, mentioning true crime isn't inherently bad. This video wasn't advertised via that crime, and Matpat goes out of his way to be clear he doesn't mean disrespect, so I don't hold it against him. But most people are gonna know these people's deaths as the Five Nights at Freddy's people who died, as opposed to the actual tragedy it was. So, yeah, these are bad taste in my mouth. Number 465, episode 29, Best Boobs in Gaming. I'm gonna come across as oddly puritanical for this, I can feel it, but I don't like the boob episode. Mostly because it has this like vindictive spite towards the concept of fake breasts. You know, as a cisgendered man, if a woman wants implants, just let her have them. That's clearly their choice, they shouldn't be mocked for it, especially when it's just real people that Matthew epically boob doxes later on. I also can't help but notice, like, Matpat's entire Nintendo segment ignores both that Peach is very clearly in an anatomically incorrect art style, but also that his measuring stick for the other two's height is Smash Bros. I need to justify myself here, do I? The people who get mad at this placement will have already left a comment, mocked my accent, and fucked off out of the video, and the rest you probably have all sorts of reasons to not like it. But its existence is funny enough to not duck to the bottom of the list. Just like, you know, within 2 spots of it. Number 464, episode 163, Who Would Win, Samurai, Knight, or Viking? If you would like to know what game theory is most likely to receive the title of Worst Research Game Theory, you're probably looking at the For Honor episode. I couldn't even fit all of it here, but like, Matt forgets that knights have shields, he considers samurai armor objectively better for covering everything, as if there aren't giant gaps in it. He accuses Vikings of being completely nude and having only basic weak weapons, ignores the concept of tactics, training, whatnot. He doesn't seem to realize that Vikings and knights also had bows, and he glazes the samurai while we're at it. Death Battle often gets accused of bias, right? And some episodes, it can feel like there's some favoritism in them. I'm not saying there is, I'm just saying it can feel that way. But those don't come close to matching how favoritism-filled this game theory is. Matt even seems to suggest that only samurai were rich, which makes me wonder if his idea for a fair comparison was random peasant Scandinavian versus middle-class knight versus elite high-rank samurai. It's absolutely absurd. I don't think you need prior knowledge to see how bullshit this is. He's making ridiculous claims the whole time that don't make sense. I would never claim to be an expert, but I didn't make my videos on Arthuriana based solely on 2 seconds of research, you know. Absurd and terrible. Number 463, episode 316, Who Will Survive Censored Virus. Let's quickly shelve the immediate issue of trivializing the real threat of COVID at the time, because everyone was doing that for content. Not saying that makes it okay, just it's not a Matpat exclusive thing. This video is fucking dumb. And not dumb in the way Matpat thinks at the start of the video where he's like, oh, what a silly concept for a video. But dumb as in, he gives a very basic explanation of what a virus is that has no purpose in the rest of the video, explains how they transmit, and then spends most of it analyzing the different facial hairs that have to do with making protective masks useless. Then at the end he goes, yeah, but if you're young and fit, you'll probably survive, and then says Peach will be fine and Cranky will die. And like, I think this goes to show how the pointlessness of the video. It's not anything about Peach and Cranky that makes them unique that gets those placements, it's their age, facial hair, and how isolated they are. It's stupid because it doesn't take into account anything, like, I don't know, Samus constantly being in space, Bowser not even being a mammal, Dan Fortescue being dead, Freddy Fazbear being a robot. The application of reality onto this fiction doesn't acknowledge the fiction at all. And all that to say, this video doesn't even attempt to bring up what characters have or have not experienced this kind of thing. It's 50% facial hair discussion. Wonderful, a boring video even ignoring that it's kind of morally fucked. Number 462, Episode 412, FNAF The Secret Afton. This one is down here because it's just frustrating to watch. The entire first 10 minutes have Matt on the crazy defensive, frustratingly so. He comes across as really angry and passive aggressive for the entire first half, saying things like, here's Gregor eating a cream-coloured Freddy ice cream. This is not subtle. If this is not suggesting a tie to the crying child, then this image is mean and irresponsible. Which just makes me picture the artist who made this being upset that Matt said they were irresponsible just because they wanted to give Greg an ice cream they thought was funny. There's the concept of a funny joke just absent of FNAF now. Matt brings up some stuff in the books that goes against some of his points, but like, he words it oddly, like, He'll say how the robot people don't act like robots, and interprets only the part of the book that supports him, and then brings up the 2 pieces of evidence that nobody could refute. Yes, the 2 pieces of evidence that nobody could refute about his Gregbot theory. Why would Gregory look different when seen with X-ray vision if he's not a robot? Because, you know, if you X-ray someone, it's a little known fact, they look exactly the same on the inside as they do on the outside. Like, Matt is uncharacteristically defensive here. He's normally a lot more receptive to criticism and counter-arguments, and when he gives his own, he tends to do so in a very calm and respectful way. Here though, he's very much not doing that, and that means it's just not a fun video to watch. He then spends the second half on his actual theory with Vanessa likes flowers and hates dark basements, just like Elizabeth likes flowers, and Baby didn't like being locked in a dark basement for years, so Vanessa is Elizabeth Afton. And then there's 2 interesting observations later, and he gives up when faced with the question of, how did a little ghost girl materialize a grown adult body? Not a fun time. Number 461, episode 170, Proving Mass Effect's Indoctrination Theory. You know how to make an episode bad? You don't fucking finish it. The indoctrination theory was actually kind of engaging, but also very basic. It's a simple but otherwise acceptable basic rundown of some Mass Effect lore, with a few seeds placed for a good theory later. And then he didn't finish it with a part 2, so it's literally just Baby's first Mass Effect explanation. Wonderful. Number 460, episode 78, Is Comic-Con 2014 really worth the wait? Hey, you want to watch an episode where Matpat goes, by the way, did you know that if you combined all the time people in Comic-Con spend waiting cumulatively, it's a lot of time? You don't want to watch that? That's a shame. I had a great video for you that basically just says that. What a baffling video. I don't know what the point of saying, yeah, if you take the fact that 100 people spend an hour waiting outside, that's 100 hours of waiting. No, it's still just an hour of waiting. Number 459, episode 315, The Horror That Threatens SCP. This has to be one of the most personal fucking choices on this list. Do you have any idea how excited I was to see an SCP game theory next on the chopping block? Like, I didn't know this video existed, but as a long-time internet goer and pretty mid-level SCP fan, I was super hyped to see him tackle it. Yeah, he'd fuck some stuff up, I'm sure, but with SCP, that's mega forgivable with how many canons exist. And it has the same FNAF energy of giving enough information to get you interested, but no answers for sure. Imagine him explaining SCP profiles related to a fan game, or even trying to figure out the science and anomalous natures of various entities to solve them. Yeah, this episode is about real-world legal loopholes and a trademark law across different systems. I was as bored as with a lot of these meta-theories, but this time personally attacked because my expectations actually existed. Number 458, episode 490, Sauce Cheese Revenge. For the longest time, the icons of terrible the hero is the villain theories to me were Mario is mental and Phoenix Wright is a criminal. But the Pizza Tower episode might actually be the outright worst of the worst. A horrifically awful theory because it unintentionally raises the question of what Matpat considers a villain. You see, Matt explains that through all the hints and details in the game, he determined that Peppino is the villain. Why? Because he decided to leave the mascot family to have his own solo career. He then evilly called a health and safety inspection on them that destroyed the company, because they had incalculable violations, tons of dangerous backroom items, and had covered up an actual murder. Or to word this in more neutral terms, Peppino wanted to live his own life and then revealed that his former company hid a murder and was extremely unsafe for customers and even its own workers. Peppino is the bad guy? It's crazy to me. As far as I'm concerned, that doesn't make him a villain in any way at all. Number 457, episode 123, Until Dawn's Tragic Hero. Hey, did you know that the guy killing his friends in revenge because they got his sisters killed might not be a mindless killer and may in fact have a mental illness? That's the whole video. It's kind of shit. And I think the implication that the psychiatrist making a mistake in diagnosis because Matpat disagrees with the diagnosis are the real villains is really dumb. Yes, mental health care isn't great worldwide, but I just think this is dumb. If this is the guy making 18-year-olds die from horrific saw traps, he is the villain. Story over. The implications of saying him having a mental illness and not being treated correctly makes him not a villain regardless of his actions is insane. And the video title implicating him as a tragic hero because he's killing some people who accidentally got his sister killed and he's doing it in this brutal fashion. He's the tragic hero. That's crazy. That's just crazy. Number 456, episode 17, Can Dig Dug Pop a Human? I might be unfairly judging the Dig Dug episode because I remembered it wrong. I recalled a practical test theory like the Walking Dead one, but instead it's Matpat squishing a tomato, pumping a few briefly at the end, and then mostly a series of kink shaming and rather unpleasant description of real life incidents, and even an actual incident that resulted in several deaths which could have had a bit more tact to it. Not a great one. Number 455, episode 40, Why the Official Zelda Timeline is Wrong. This is just really bad. The entire first half has nothing to do with the topic. It's an appendum to the previous game theory episode, and all it does is explain one theory that exists before transitioning to Zelda right at the end. And then the Zelda part is barely a theory. Matpat goes, hey, this timeline doesn't make sense because it diverges here, and seems to show himself as incapable of accepting a timeline with diverging paths. This is a completely normal and acceptable way to present a timeline. If there are multiple timelines, you show them all together branching off at the points in which they deviate. That's fairly normal, but Matthew seems to just go nuh-uh in a theory that almost makes me think it wouldn't exist as an episode if Nintendo just said this was the Zelda timelines plural. It's not a good one by any stretch, incredibly off topic, barely a theory, itself based upon a false preconception of what a timeline has to be no matter what. Number 454, episode 142, Phoenix Wright is a Criminal. The Ace Attorney episode is a great example of Matpat's later issues in subversive theorizing. Phoenix Wright breaks a law in the real world? Okay, that's something. How are you going to take that information? He's the villain of the game now. And that's not hyperbole. He literally says that Phoenix Wright is the real criminal of the game, while barely addressing any of the context the game gives. Now, this is just the first game, but even with just the first game, you should be fucking clear how stupid this is. This is kind of problematic in the sense that he will get millions of views, and a lot will be from people who didn't play the game and may be misled due to his I am to be trusted and am correct attitude. He is openly ignoring context and refusing to explain the details that would disprove his theory. applying purely real-world laws while ignoring that there are plenty of elements in just the first Ace Attorney that defy real-world laws. And even if Phoenix was a criminal, this would at worst make him an anti-hero who breaks the law to get real villains put in jail. He never addresses that he is always objectively correct in the first game and getting actual murderers put in jail. He is correct. And let's not consider the double standard of how the fucking prosecutors get away with this shit in the eyes of Matpat. The entire premise of the video is flawed. It is not just let's apply real-world laws to an obviously fictitious legal system, but also, let's assume all laws are right and just with no nuance. An outright terrible episode that does not even understand anything Ace Attorney puts forward, because if it did, he'd not be able to put the eye-catching, view-grabbing title there.
It's a very strange video, putting it mildly. While I think the actual case that Phoenix's actions are legally questionable is a reasonable one to make, the issue comes in that Matt ignores the prosecution doing everything he does worse, but tenfold. Even outside of the obvious Edgeworth updates and forges the autopsy report mid-trial without informing Phoenix, Von Karma forging evidence is a plot point and reason for why he has a 40-year undefeated win streak. And several other prosecutors have pulled the same shit of introducing new evidence at the last second, even extending into Spirit of Justice and the worst prosecutor ever. The entire point of Ace Attorney is how the corrupt legal system is in favor of the prosecutors. Even setting aside the dark age of the law and dual destinies, where even the whole point is the ends justify the means and not actually about finding the truth, that's a focal point for Edgeworth and Von Karma. They get away with corrupted and forged evidence because of their status. Damon Gant himself, the final villain of the game, is a higher in position chief officer who murdered someone and forged evidence, lied to get away with it. This is not a subtle thing, it is literally the point of the case. And also, this is ignoring the physical abuse Phoenix suffers? Von Karma tasing him being knocked unconscious and going amnesia in the first case of Justice for All, Gato throwing the coffee and burning his face, Francisca literally whips him until he's unconscious? The video misses the point of not just the whole damn point of the court system, but the actual point of the prosecutors. And it makes you wonder if Matpat really did play the game.
Okay, I wasn't planning to do this because I hadn't seen the video and I thought it was just a really old one, but then I learned it was one of the more later ones with the most absurd line of thinking in every regard, so now I'm here because I need to let out all this from sheer disbelief. Like, going in, I thought, oh, Phoenix does this stuff that wouldn't fly in a real courtroom and such, but obviously still does his best for his client. But instead, with him opening, being shocked Phoenix is the villain? Like, what? That was his takeaway from playing the game? Ignore what he went through for Maya, Larry, Edgeworth, and Emma, but whatever, that's just a silly comment, right? No! Instead, it goes further in saying he gets away with everything, which if you played any Ace Attorney with Phoenix, he most certainly does not! Prosecutor gets so much more leeway in corruption while Phoenix has to fight twice as hard to defend his genuinely innocent client. The entire idea he gets away with it is freaking stupid. And also, this is a fictional world where that obviously doesn't exist in this world, and claiming to be the villain for hiding evidence? Okay, ignore Edgeworth, Von Karma, or Gant who do far worse, and that every culprit is a murderer. Like Von Karma, who blackmailed, murdered, forged evidence, assaulted Phoenix when he tried to get evidence, but no, Phoenix is the bad guy. Yeah, Von Karma's a good guy, just look at him and listen to his voice. What a great figure of justice. And Damon Gant, who hid evidence and caused an actual obstruction of justice for corruption in power that Phoenix had to fight against in order to bring down legally in court when Gant tried to use the law to catch him. Phoenix is like a hero trying to save the sister of a grieving younger sibling, but he hid evidence, so he's actually the bad guy, right? No, he isn't. This is basic comprehension. He is not a criminal who bends the trial to fit his needs. That is literally what the actual villains do. Villains like the culprits who, you know, actually kill people. Are we actually ignoring that? And Edgeworth, who did that before he became better, and Von Karma and Gant, who were corrupted to the core, and Phoenix isn't. He is unambiguously the good guy here, stopping people who actually do illegal things he claims Phoenix does. And like, fundamentally, this fails as a theory because it isn't a theory. This is just objectively false with the claim he's the villain. If it was, can Phoenix actually hold up in a real court of law, I wouldn't mind. But no, the argument is that he's the villain, which is beyond ludicrous as a massive fan. Damn, sorry, Maya. You have to stay in jail over the murder of your sister. Phoenix is evil. How dare he hide evidence? What a monster! This is dumb and stupid. I can't believe this is one of the more later ones. Like, that's what really gets me. Like, why would you do that? It is beyond all logic and all reason. And to be clear, I don't actually have a problem with Matpat. I just find it really silly because, like, wow, what kind of person comes out of the game and automatically goes, Pac-Man's the bad guy?
Oh, geez, I didn't expect two of you to come in for that. Yeah, no, this is a terrible episode. Holy crap. Number 453, episode 109, The Strategy of Sex Appeal in Dead or Alive. This is just... what even can I say? Matpat comes in with the reasonable basis of, I disagree with the banning of sexy costumes in competitive Dead or Alive competition. Okay, I can accept that opinion. Now, instead of heading to any reasonable argument you could make, like, I don't know, it's kind of sexist to make the solid statement that women showing off their bodies inherently makes something less worthwhile, but men are allowed to show off their bodies because I guess men are better, and females are only allowed to dress in ways that are traditionally considered acceptable by men. Like, you know, that's an argument that can be made. Or, it's really strange that the excessive gore of Mortal Kombat is considered acceptable, but a woman wanting to show off her body isn't. Instead, Matpat makes the insane call to argue that sex appeal is a game mechanic intended by the creators as a form of strategic element to help players approach the game. The argument that these outfits should be kept because they work to distract players and thus it's a strategic element is exceedingly stupid. It sounds absurd and daft. Also, maybe don't bring up the underage character and then visibly show her in a lineup of characters representing sexy distracting ones, Matthew. But it is funny seeing the comments and all the people being like, I'm a woman and I enjoy the game. Number 452, episode 178, The Viner Invasion of Jake Paul and Logan Paul. For fuck's sake, what even was this? It's YouTube algorithm talk from Matthew, and he mentions how Jake and Logan cheered the system. He disses them a few times, which is fun, but otherwise, it's just really not interesting at all. Ugh. Number 451, episodes 58 and 59, Mario is mental. This two-parter is hilarious, and a bit of an in-joke for me, but it's hard to look past how bad it really is. Now, as I said, the accuracy and believability of a game theory isn't inherently a deal-breaker, but there is a point where a theory can be so obviously wrong it stops being entertaining. This is one of those cases because it starts off completely fine in my opinion. Topic, sentence, explanation, evidence, link back to the topic, all fine in the opening argument. Mario's abuse of Donkey Kong appears fairly blatant, makes a decent basis to work from, using gameplay mechanics that don't represent the character at all, in the same way that you could do a no-kill run and use that to make a theory about how Mario is a coward unwilling to fight his enemies head-on. His abuse of Yoshi ignores the lack of a pain response when the supposed punch actually makes contact, and has no mention of other possibilities. The Luigi abuse makes the argument that Mario not wanting to bring Luigi into life or death situations makes him a bad brother somehow, ignores the obvious joke and unintended nature of the balloon moment, and treats what can come off as Mario being an asshole as definitive proof of the fact that he's an asshole. You know, because there's no way he could be, like, ribbing his brother as a brother. I mean, even as an only child, I know that sometimes brothers just do that. The second part goes on to make claims of Mario's love life that cite a mystical timeline he never sources, and seems to believe that it is physically impossible for two mature adults to break off from a relationship while remaining friends. Which kinda just screams someone who's got a wife and couldn't conceive of being friends with any of his former partners, he probably didn't have any, then finally ends on the brick point, which frankly could have been combined with the DK one for a short OG era game theory that doesn't claim to be serious, and that's fine. But it then cites later games where this tidbit doesn't apply, and doesn't address how the bricks continue to exist even after Peach has undone them. It's just not very good. It's a bad theory that feels so much like it's twisting the facts for the sake of making a ridiculous claim that will get people's attention. Number 450, episode 301, Star Wars, How the Force Works! You know it's a bad episode when you can disprove it by just watching what's happening on screen? The conceit of this episode is that midichlorians aren't just inspired by mitochondria, but are mitochondria. And so the Jedi are just people with lots of mitochondria, which explains how Yoda lives so long. Oh, why don't the other Jedi live that long when they have huge amount of them too? Oh, don't worry about it. Oh, the telekinesis, mind control, and lightning powers? Oh, the mitochondria can do that for sure. But the really annoying thing is the absurd claim that force slow is just supercharging the user to make them fast. Bitch, the clips you show literally have Cal Kestis slowing individual parts of the environment at different rates. If it was him speeding himself up, the effects of relativity wouldn't selectively apply to only the parts he's aiming at. Just awful. Number 449, episode 263, Kirby Dream Land's biggest threat. This isn't just here because it's a fucking X was the real villain the whole time theory, because there's one of those that barely counts. I mean, he does call Kirby evil at the end, but whatever. This also has Skibidi Kirby, which I consider the bigger crime. The real reason it's here is because it's a fucking part 1 without a part 2. Again. This one's not necessarily as bad because, like, at least it's not just repeating the plot at you, it's repeating obvious scenes from multiple plots that come to the unshocking conclusion that the actual child acts like a bratty, stupid child with no grasp of morality. I know, surprising. What is definitely off to me is that that's it. It's such a boring fucking episode, and it teases the far more interesting episode about how Kirby is a reincarnated god of destruction which he never made. No, yeah, it's not a shocking theory and people knew it already, but come on, you fucking did the Petscop one and multiple episodes on theories other people had come up with. Yeah, not many people like this episode, but you got plenty of bad episodes, the 500 episode series, of course you do. So this one just kinda comes off as shit. Number 448, episode 200, Cuphead's Sinful Secret Business. There's no better way to completely tank a theory than to frame it entirely wrong. The Cuphead theory is going, Cuphead might be a part of a business his caretaker started that back then was outlawed. Which, you know, fine, that's okay. It's a theory that's basically a completely whatever exploration of how people low on money would stoop to crime just to make any money and survive. The state of the world was just so bad that that was the only choice they had. So yeah, maybe Cuphead is breaking the law just to make enough money to live. So anyway, Matthew opens this by saying that Cuphead is just as evil as the devil, and even seems to try and make the devil not seem as bad as he is by going, well, he's only running a gambling den. Oh, he's just running a gambling, he's only ruining people's lives. Which is just so fucking painful to listen to. It's absurd and hilariously unreasonable to run in with like, these guys are just as evil as the soul-stealing devil that preys on the gambling addiction of those lesser to him. What do they do to make them that evil? They brew alcohol! Just ridiculous, mate. Number 447, episode 375, FNAF the New Breed. Holy shit, no episode has possibly made me so pleasantly surprised only to immediately fold my nutsack. Starting with the Fanverse initiative got me excited. I wanted to know what theories he'd come up with them. And then instead, Matthew brings up 2 words that Scott didn't use, compared it to when Microsoft used them, says, but is Scott being evil about this? And then going, no. What a worthless theory. Matt brings up something completely unrelated, talks about unnecessary history that doesn't matter at all, and then says it doesn't matter. The note at the end about how nice it is to see him embracing fan games is nice and all. Maybe telling an all-Japanese company to abandon tradition is a complete waste of time though, but who cares? Like, what the fuck was this? Matthew rambles about an event based on 2 words that he chose to use in his description of what's happening. What? Number 446, episode 215, Persona's Lost Shadow. Look, I have no personal stake in this one. All I can say for sure is that when he called the character who is obviously not Elizabeth, it set off a lot of red flags. I had to talk to a few friends more familiar with the game because this just felt like one of the ones that rung untrue. With my knowledge of JRPGs, a lot of Matpat's claims of what was never explained and such just didn't feel right, and frankly, my suspicions being confirmed on the entire basis of this theory being built on a misunderstanding was enough to drop it low. I can't put it super duper low into like the lowest ends of the terrible tier, because I have no leg in this race. But it is an episode that I thought sounded wrong without knowing anything, and then turned out to be wrong when I asked people. The start also rubbed me a bit the wrong way, or in general, the theme of Matpat going on about how the fanbase is gonna bash him over this episode, and how the fans haven't played or really tried to understand the games ever, while he is the lone smart guy who understands the game. I know it's part of his character, and I'll have to defend Matpat a few times even while criticizing him throughout this video, if you might have noticed. In other places, he doesn't seem to be that kind of smarmy, arrogant dickhead, but he's kind of being a smarmy, arrogant dickhead here. This is, I think, a case where playing into his character conveyed a far more malicious meaning than was intended. I don't like that. Number 455, episode 184, Petscop, the scariest game you'll never play. This episode isn't necessarily bad. In fact, the theory I believe was confirmed to be true, but it's hard to avoid. This one's hard to watch. And while Matpat was correct, and this horrific event is what the creator took some inspiration from, that creator since reverted their choices and went a different route at a certain point. So it's uncomfortable to watch, and not in the way that I enjoy, like with actual analog horrors. It's just kind of Matpat talking about a horrific event, and I understand why, and he doesn't make jokes about it, so I'll give it a bit of a pass. Number 444, episode 207, Warning, Pokemon may cause death. The Pokemon Go death episode is really fun in its second half, but it's hard to avoid how this whole incident involves recent deaths due to car accident, and Matpat goes, haha, let's compare it in this funny haha comparison to see how deadly Pokemon Go is. It's not the fact that he's doing it as much as the vibe is very upbeat and playful. It feels like Matpat didn't properly go into the serious issue, like he's treating these actual relatively recent deaths as a playful, funny thing, and that bothers me. And if Matt at the end didn't properly go into how serious the issue was, I would have ranked this a lot lower. But because Matt did kind of rein it back in the end and explain this was a real issue, I'll put it up a bit. It just comes off unintentionally as more insensitive than it should. Number 443, episode 329, The Animals in Animal Crossing Aren't Animals. I don't even know how to react to this. This was literally the Ratatouille reading gif for me. The animals are weirdly human and coexist with normal animals? Unusual, true. The anthro animals aren't actually animals. Oh, okay, what are they then? Plants, fungi, furries? They're humans, and the villager actually has a mental disorder that exists in real life, causing them to see everyone as animals. Ignoring that humans are animals, so the Animal Crossing animals will still be animals. But what the fuck, why? Why would you say that? What suggests this? The villager is at a high risk of developing a mental disorder because they're moving houses, and 0.01% of people in this situation have a breakdown which might lead to mental health complications? Matthew, what the fuck? What kind of theory is that? There is a 0.01% chance that this could be true. Not even that. It's a 0.01% chance that the character could be in the situation that could potentially lead to the condition that might make this situation true, based on the fact that it's a weird cartoony game, I guess. I don't know. Number 442, episode 454, Dream is my son? What the fuck am I even supposed to get out of this one? It feels like Matpat is losing his mind in tandem with me making this video. It's absolute nonsense. And like, the emotional well-being of Shane Dawson means less to me than how long I hold the button to flush down my morning shit. But the fact that Matt is just so open to dragging him and all these other people into this really awkward conversation as to if they fucked Matt, what kind of child would they have, it just rubs me the wrong way. Matt also uses generative AI in this one. He calls it horrible looking, but like, what the fuck? Number 441, episode 358, Spider-Man's next villain is not who you think. Not only is the Spider-Man villain prediction video harmed by the fact that it's a prediction for a game that doesn't exist, the fact that it's wrong, and the fact that it's basically clickbait, but also because the theory itself is fucking terrible. Matthew's theory amounts to, the villain will be Dr. Doom because there's references in the games to a country that in the comics is next to Latveria. That's it. They referenced the Fantastic Four super subtly and went out of their way to world build a wider Marvel universe within the Spider-Man games. Ergo, Dr. Doom will be the villain. Surely it can't be a Spider-Man villain, this can't just be world building, it has to be hints to a Dr. Doom battle involving fucking Spider-Man. If it was intended, as Matt implies, for these small hints to set it up so players don't think Peter going to talk to his old friend Reed Richards isn't pulled out of the writer's ass, they've done it horribly. Imagine being the game designer, right? And you want to set up these hints that Peter Parker is friends with Reed Richards, so it's not an ass pull in the next game. And your idea is, let's put the letters RR on the corner of a single piece of paper that Peter has in his room that most people won't notice or figure out, and so they won't be confused when Reed Richards get brought up as an old associate with Peter. Why wouldn't you just have Peter fucking name drop him like he does the Avengers? Come on, man. And the villain is not who you think. It won't be Venom. Are you stupid? Number 440, episode 243, Spider-Man is a criminal. Look, if the video is saying someone else is the hero or villain, this isn't the worst, but it's frustrating. Like, Matthew has a point at times. Jameson isn't exclusively a bad person. Jameson does have a point when he calls out Spider-Man's actions. Peter fucks up a lot. What he fails to do, however, is add anything you couldn't get from a casual playthrough. Like, for one thing, a big chunk of the video is spent on the over 50-year-old discussion of the legality of vigilantes in comic books, and the fact that they would realistically cause traumatic injury with most of their moves. A complete waste of video time because it's nothing that hasn't been talked about endlessly even back in 2018. The rest involves Spider-Man fucking up a few times and Jonah calling him out, and then mentioning a few times Jonah is supportive of the people. Yes, that's true. That's also the point. Matt seems to be under the assumption that the game wants you to think that Jonah is a biased asshole who is like a villain. But if you really play the game, you'll know that's not the case. Anyone who interpreted it that way must have been paying zero attention. Jonah standing up for the people is super consistent, almost as if it's just part of his character. It's like saying Spider-Man isn't what you think because he spends a lot of the game regretting his actions and acknowledging he fucked up. As if anyone who played the game wouldn't just already know that. Who would play this game and not think that Jonah is supportive of the public? Matt is making this video that is only halfway interesting for people who didn't play the game, because anyone who did would get nothing. And add to that, Matthew calling Jameson the real hero as if all he did wasn't just complain about stuff and make zero wider impact while Peter did all the work is wow. And saying that Peter is directly responsible for Otto becoming a villain because he did his job and was too late to do his job on time. Okay, fuck Peter, either way he's doing something wrong, I guess. And directly ignoring that Norman is the direct cause and Peter was only a secondary influence. Why did I say this one wasn't so bad again? Number 439, episode 410, FNAF Don't Trust Gregory. Gregbot, my goat, so glad to see you failing. Gregbot is a bluntly stupid ass theory that I love. All the evidence is terrible. The effect the game uses for when you're in danger must be lore relevant. Machinery lying around in a fucking FNAF game must be because he's a robot. Gregory acts a bit weird. He stutters when a giant fucking robot asks for his name and he lives in the place Freddy might not want him to live in. Must be because he's a robot. Greg acts like a robot. Must be the only robot that acts that way in FNAF, am I right? Because you love to bring up the fact that robots act like humans. The fucking X-ray eyes make Freddy see him differently? I wonder why. Only a robot has internal parts that look different to the outside of them, right? Greg barely has things that might make him resemble the crying child. He must be the crying child, because nobody in Five Nights at Freddy's can just be a new fucking character. They have to be tied to the past. Even in the game that's supposed to be a step in the new direction, we're stuck in the past. The game has Burn Trap, Matt. You don't need to help it be stuck on nostalgia juice. It's a terrible theory, but it's really funny, so I can't put it anywhere but the top of terrible tier. It's entertaining. And now we're on the bad tier. Episodes I think are not good, but don't have a strong disdain for. Hopefully this won't be too long, but number 438, episode 292, I lost every game of Magic so you don't have to. The Magic the Gathering episode nearly ended up in the terrible tier, but there's only so far I can blame Matthew for approaching the topic the way he did. I don't really play meta MTG, and I don't think I've played in like years generally, but I understand things like card advantage, synergy, understanding of core mechanics, abusing control bullshit, fuck control decks. They are major elements to the game. Matthew, however, focuses on limiting randomization in card draws, which yes does matter, but there's only so much of a part about deck building, and he seems to not even acknowledge searches. Yeah, there are search cards, Matthew. And then he focuses on how the opponent reacts to your moves, which I guess is a factor, but like, come on. As a guide to help others or even himself improve, this is not a good approach. Put a bunch of the same cards in your deck, watch the opponent, that's his way of improving. It just feels like this would not be a terribly useful guide for a lot of people trying to get into Magic the Gathering and thinking that this smart YouTuber might know something. Also, maybe don't use a mill deck, idiot. Number 437, episode 177, Beyond Fidget Spinners, How to Create a YouTube Trend. Holy shit, these meta theories feel like they get worse with each one. I don't hate them, but they are in the bottom tiers a lot. I think these videos have immense value in chronicling the changes YouTube has had over time. These are a potentially invaluable time capsule to see how the website we all use has changed. That said, they're very uninteresting to watch. In fact, this one in particular is neither game adjacent nor a theory. It's Matpat discussing the algo and ending on a kind of shitty note. Because frankly, the website can be shitty at times. I have minimal interest in these episodes beyond their historical value. What a fucking thing to ascribe to a video. Number 436, Episode 3, Illusion of Gaia World Wonders. This one has a really fun ending where Matpat goes into why he loves Illusion of Gaia. I like that a lot. Like how inspired this game made him by having his historical locations be the focus on the plot, how he decided to learn more about what was laid before him. But aside from that, it's not engaging. It's not that neat. Matpat doesn't really discuss the locations much. He just brings up, oh yeah, X is Y, Y is real, that's it. And even for an early Matpat video, there's a lot of, look at this raunchy ass and boob imagery, which, yeah, I mean, I guess I'm not surprised, but come on. Number 435, Episode 5, The Science of Sonic the Hedgehog. The first Sonic game theory has some interesting research and factoids to it. I like the approach of analyzing the characters, determining how closely they match the animals they're based on. However, it suffers from being an early game theory, with that editing that's a lot of uncredited and raunchy fan art that just kind of feels try-hard and cringe. Now, I'm not here to judge the artists, whoever they are, but if I was someone who wanted to see these, I'd probably go look for it myself and not generally be seeking them in a video like this. If you like this, then whatever, but for me, it made me sigh a lot. Number 434, Episode 13, Earthbound, The Dark Side of Mother. The Dark Side of Mother has a fun little ending where Matpat talks about how sick Earthbound is, which is cool. Other than that, the theory is mostly him going on about how the game, renowned for being weirdly dark and strange despite how it looks, is weirdly dark and strange despite how it looks. And while I can kinda get the idea of him revisiting his childhood with new context making it worse, this feels like a man recapping what I'd already heard even back then. The new info was really just that this one cult exists, when there's plenty of cults, frankly. It also has a reminder that this was the era of the internet where it took an eldritch fetus flesh monster to be considered more disturbing than a trans woman. Number 433, Episode 35, Mario, The Problems with Princess Peach. This entire theory is a whole load of nonsense. Matpat claims Peach has bipolar disorder in a hilariously bad and tactless description of genuine mental illness that I've personally seen destroy friends and family. Then it ties to Bowser and claims Peach has Stockholm Syndrome with, really bad evidence. And finally it ends with an actually good theory about Mario 3 being a stage show that even in the episode he shows he got from someone and somewhere else. This also involves Matpat spreading Stockholm Beauty and the Beast, which is dumb, and then saying both that Peach has Stockholm Syndrome, which is why she never permanently deals with Bowser, and why she hangs out with him a lot, and then he also says it's all fake and staged, so which is it? Which is it? Is it staged and they work together, thus there's no real Stockholm Syndrome and they're just friends? Or is it real and not staged, and thus Stockholm Syndrome? The vibe set the bit could be kind of amusing, but also it's like blatantly cutting stuff out to support his views. Number 432, Episode 1, Is Chrono Trigger's time travel accurate? As a certified old man, I think you youngins should all respect your elders. And as a certified fuck-up, I think you should all maybe accept that some elders aren't that good. The first episode of Game Theory doesn't even have the "it's just a theory." That's episode 2 invention. But this one's about time travel, including a random on-screen link to apparently videos of time slips. Then there's random calculations that says Chrono is doing it wrong. About half as wrong as how Matpat pronounces Chrono. But otherwise, I don't know, this is not the most interesting beginning. I like the ending being Matthew gushing over the game, but it's not that great an episode. Number 431, Episode 373, Dear Matpat, I Fix Your Theory. The remaster of Episode 1 is definitely better made in editing and quality, but I didn't like it. I get that looking at your past stuff can be cringe, but when it's all scripted, I cannot handle Matpat's constant pauses to go, oh god, so cringe man, lame cringe. The pauses to add context to things are fun, but I was genuinely hoping for Matpat to remaster the episode, instead of just reread the same script and that's it. I like the ending with Matpat talking about how thankful he is, but the episode itself was a huge letdown for me, as someone who wanted him to really go into the original concept of how is the time travel functioning in Chrono Trigger and its realism. Oh well. Number 430, Episode 110, Why ESPN is Wrong About Esports. So I don't know whether this video had any actual impact on the future of esports on ESPN, but let's just say I'd be shocked if it did. Matpat has a few good points in this vague sense of he accurately identifies how sports and esports are similar in many ways, but in my opinion the video fails to understand what it's addressing. Not only is Matpat opening a video on why esports should be considered normal sports by attacking poker and saying that competitive activity doesn't count, but I think some of what he says is just dumb. He literally says that MOBA players are in peak physical form, which makes me feel he doesn't understand the issue. The issue is long-term media influence and pop culture has led to the assumption that sports are built around physical activity and not competition. Thus, gamers cannot be considered sportsmen because they're not fit. So even if MOBA players are in a good physical condition for the games they're playing, they are in no way peak physical condition within the context of what people are talking about here. And it's not going to work as an argument when you're going to someone telling them no, they're wrong, by approaching it in a way that they don't accept. The image of a basement-dwelling League of Legends player who hasn't been outside since he hit puberty being labeled with peak physical form because his fingers can click really fast is hilarious to me. I love gaming, and I think esports did deserve more respect, but Matpat's approach feels like it was written to make people who already agree nod along, instead of properly addressing the misconceptions and biases that led other people to disagree. Number 429, episode 62, Who is Mega Man's True Villain? It's bad, mate. The video attests that Wily is innocent and Light is the real villain of Mega Man because Light gave free will to robots. Ignoring the inherent question of whether free will is something humanity should be giving to artificial life forms, the inherent flaw of this episode being about Light making stuff with the capacity to cause harm, and thus how he's responsible and Wily is absolved, is wrong. You can argue people who make potentially harmful things are to a degree responsible for harm caused. But what you can't do is use that to say that someone else who actually does the harm causing isn't doing wrong. This also makes it seem like Wily only ever convinced robots Light built to cause harm, and never made any himself or forcefully reprogrammed them. Light's potential breaching of the laws of robotics on the English exclusive dialogue featured in one game does not make him the real villain. That's such an obvious factoid that it tanks the whole video. It has some entertainment value at points, and Ronnie's wonderful editing, so it isn't really near the bottom, but it's not good. Matpat literally just said that the guy who manufactured the gun is more guilty than the person who shot your mother. Number 428, episode 334, Mega Man dooms humanity. Wow, this time Matpat changed gears to talk about how the real villain of the game is the villain. And it's hard to decide which Mega Man theory I thought was worse. In the end, I ranked this one higher because it is more accurate feeling. But see, while that other one was incredibly infuriating, this one is super dull. Half of it is an explanation of just the completely normal story of the Mega Man series, nothing to say here. But the other half is some of the most baffling shit. Like Matt saying Zero being made by Wily has never been confirmed. Then showing the scenes in the game's OVA and even the original concept storyline that prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. Unless he thinks Wily built a suspiciously identical robot that isn't Zero, and then put his symbol on Zero after that original robot was gotten rid of. Or him saying that Roboenza is Wily's own sentience turned into a virus based on how it makes robots want to rule the world, as if he didn't do that to make it so they would be on his side, and never addressing Wily leaving the cure for Roboenza after, then basically saying that Sigma actually is Wily because Wily's sentience is the virus that makes things go maverick, and then acknowledging the scene where Sigma says he met Wily and going, oh, it's just metaphorical, like a vision. And like Wily always intended not to rule the world, but to actually cause human extinction apparently. And then he barely addresses the ZX series. It's bad. It's all just wrong stuff between basic explanations of lore. Number 427, episode 352, Is a Shield Your Best Weapon? I was mostly hoping the Valhalla Shield episode would be a step up from his For Honor one, and it was a big step up, but it's still eyebrow raising. Feel this again just because I have a degree of knowledge here, but there's also some claims that make no logical sense. Like it's impossible for a human to fight with both arms at once, or that two shields have literally no offensive ability, despite in both cases showing contradictions. Such as, showing a dual-wielding duel, or mentioning that a shield's best attack is when using the edge. But Matpat is like, oh, you can't use the flat as a weapon, which regardless of accuracy, is ignoring that he already mentioned using the edge. He claims that samurai basically never use shields. There are historical samurai shields though, and they were used when they could be. He claims the biggest advantage of an axe is the part that's not on every axe. So what about the axes that don't have it? He makes absurd claims about spike shields, like that they existed hundreds of years before they really did, or that this lantern shield, which you can see has spikes, literally is only usable in combat if the opponent is back to a wall or on the ground. You stick a big spike on your forearm and tell me if punching with that would be completely ineffective on someone who is standing in an open field. It's just so much stuff that's wrong and logically sounds wrong. On the upside, his conclusion in and of itself is fine. Like yeah, dual-wielding shields, not effective. Dual-wielding weapons can be done, but it isn't as good as using a shield. with a weapon, and with axes isn't a good idea. But he just says stuff. Like, I'm sure I've got inaccuracies in this video too, look at the length, something I've said is wrong. But I'm not a million sub YouTuber billing himself as an educational source of information who has done hours of research. I'm some idiot from Australia talking about whether he likes or dislikes game theory episodes, and I dislike this one. Number 426, episodes 246, 248, 251, 252, and 253, the Deltarune 5-parter. I think the only potential 5-parter here. The Deltarune episodes I know are of some contention. For me though, I just found them really confusing. There's a lot of moments where he'll just randomly say shit, like without any context because I've not played the games. Him randomly dropping Azrael will be revealed as the villain out of nowhere, spontaneously saying Gaster created the entire universe, and calling Gaster a representation of Toby Fox himself because he made the universe and this one image in Photoshop Flowey's boss fight became Toby Fox's profile picture, and Matt decided that image is Gaster, so Gaster is Toby Fox? It's so absurd to me. All while saying that the game is a dream, misgendering Chris, and just... oh, I'm so lost watching this, as Matpat jumps between a million things I don't know. And from what I hear, having played the games does not make this any better, it just opens up worse problems. I do like the idea of playing into the multiple worlds thing by giving multiple different options for like how the theory ends, like 2 different interpretations. But it's very clear that the 9-minute long option had way more passion and effort than the 3-minute one. Number 425, episodes 144 and 145, the Pokemon Go Psychology 2-parter. The entire first episode of this duology is terrible. It's Matpat explaining the most obvious reasons this thing might be popular, that it is the most popular color and also will naturally snowball into having the most followers as it ends up being successful. The second part is better because it actually brings up details about the psychology of players based on his survey, but it's really bland and painfully unfunny whenever he tries to make jokes. And nowhere does he address that some people might follow these because maybe they like the Pokemon that's being represented. Number 424, episode 129, Star Wars Lightsaber vs Halo Energy Sword. This one feels like a complete waste of time. Matthew basically says that the Halo Energy Sword is easy to explain because Halo does it, says it's not the same for Star Wars, and then at the end reveals he had an official quote explaining Star Wars lightsabers, entirely making the explanation pointless. Like, cool I guess, but why waste our time, man? I'd be less bothered, but the actual analysis of the swords is extremely short. He just goes, well, the Halo Energy Sword counteracts this one move, and it can catch a blade between its blades, so it's superior. But that's not the case. The Energy Sword is not a good design in reality. Tilting your wrist wrong could make the blade itself stab you, you can't swing it in a practical way due to its shape, it's a highly predictable stabbing weapon that we have basically no real life equivalent to for a reason. The actual usability of the weapon in reality isn't addressed, just that theoretically it could do this one thing. And that's it. No comment is made on how easily a lightsaber can turn on and off to escape being caught. There's so little discussion on which is the better designed weapon. Matpat genuinely just says that this design trumps basically every sword ever made, because that's what the lightsaber is, just a normal sword, which is insane. He doesn't mention what's more practical for defense, he mentions battery life using game mechanics for the energy sword, and then goes, well, that doesn't matter. What was the point of this? It's Matpat saying that he knows better than everyone who ever made a sword. The fucking energy sword is a better design than like a katana or something. Yeah, good luck, buddy. Number 423, episode 21, League of Legends Champion Showdown. There's some bias bringing down this one, not because haha League of Legends bad, but because I remember this one being really fun, but then I come back and find it's a mostly unfunny and drably researched set of nothing. I think the Monkey King vs Yeti segment is amusing, and the Chronos vs Serta part is fine, but beyond that, the first matchup amounts to, here's a fundamental misunderstanding of the purpose of justice in medieval court. The second tells you to rewatch the Dracula video, which he then doesn't address anything about. Then he doesn't actually mention anything about Van Helsing from the book, just dropping some bullshit about how he'll always be there to smite Dracula. And then there's the Angel vs Devil part that just is nothing. It's literally just going, you know Lucifer? That mistranslation that people for some reason accept as the devil's name when it's not in the Bible? He lost the fight, game over. It's just not as entertaining or interesting as I recall, and that really disappointed me. Number 422, episode 317, Death by Nightmare. I feel like I should be interested in this episode, but I just really didn't like it. I can't explain this one. I thought it was really bland and it wasn't engaging. But it was worse than the boring episodes, that's a tier coming up. It's just, I don't know, I didn't like it. Number 421, episode 257, Mewtwo's Secret Human Clone. First of all, the name of this one is a blatant lie because it very much implies the episode will be about a clone Mewtwo made. But also, watching this feels like my brain slowly dissolves and slides out my ears. Matt seems completely unaware that the games and anime are different canons until he blatantly brings it up and brushes it aside, which, I can't handle it. He opens up by basically saying, isn't it weird that Mewtwo only says Mew and in the anime the Pokemon all say their names? No, because those are different things. But this one feels like the kind of nonsense theory that you would see in game theory parodies more than game theory. It might be because they begin with their conclusion and work back from there, but I think if they did it the normal way, I'd end the video going, no, that conclusion is stupid, Matt. That's the thing, it's a theory where none of the pieces fit together the way Matt wants them to. Number 420, episode 15, Final Fantasy VII, Who Killed Aerith. This one could have been kind of interesting, but it ends up being not great. The combination of some overly horny Google image choices with claims like, it hit through her spine, and it missed everything coming back to back, no acknowledgement of how water makes people wake up, and not even a remote amount of skepticism over the sword impalement guy and his claims. It feels like it could have been an interesting theory, but I don't think it holds up, and it's quite a letdown going back to this one. Number 419, episode 284, FNAF The Monster We Missed. Analyzing the story of Five Nights at Freddy's from the books first is a concept I'd love to see by anyone other than Matpat, because while this episode is fine-ish, it doesn't begin the way the topic should. In my opinion, this is a great concept that should be tackled literally in the sense of chronologically analyzing things. What if the books actually did come first? But Matt spends almost a third of the video spoiler revealing parts of the book at the start just to justify the theory at all. I don't envy Matt and the hate he has gotten, but I kind of wish he opened on this being a creative idea he thought of, alongside the existing warning the theory does have holes and he doesn't entirely believe it. But it really lessens the interest to me. It's more like Matthew trying to explain the games differently by using the books, which he's already done before, instead of analyzing the story of the books and then considering the game events as a supplement. That would be so interesting. If the books came first and the games were the secondary canon, what would the story look like? I would love to see that. Number 418, episode 280, The Secret Identity of Hollow Knight's Hero. I've not played Hollow Knight, so I don't know all the details or why people seem to hate this episode, but what I can say is that this was the first episode in a while that didn't sell me. I noticed Matpat saying things were addressed to people that it weren't addressed to, like, at all, when it, like, literally the thing he showed on screen was not supporting what he said, and that kind of got me skeptical. Most notably, it just kind of felt like Matpat wasn't properly substantiated in a lot of places. And honestly, it felt like it was all leading to him saying that you play as the Pale King's son, not the king himself. I don't know what to think. It spun the story in an interesting way, but I don't know, I wasn't getting much from it. Number 417, episode 324, Animal Crossing Scary Bunny Unzipped. It's very funny, because this episode pretends like the reveal is the bunny is some monster, but Matt just goes, nah, it's your dad. Like, that's all. I have nothing else to say. Sleep time. Number 416, episode 235, FNAF Stumped Me. Again! FNAF ARG arises. This must be how John of Patmos felt when he foresaw Revelation. The video is so bloody frustrating because Matthew throws around these ideas of why these three stories were cut, and then at the end of these goes, but these explanations would be lame and disappointing. Yeah, Matthew! I wonder why these were cut! Why would these lame and disappointing stories possibly be cut? But instead he makes claims of this massive FNAF ARG that totally exists, and goes asking people to participate, and look where that got us. Credit to Matt though, the next video on the channel is literally him taking action and saying stop everyone, because people took it too far. Number 415, episode 285, The Mystery of Minecraft's Haunted Discs. The Haunted Disc episode starts with the interesting hook of the weird music discs and their spectrogram messages. Then he points out how the number 13 works into it, refers to caves and says it might be human sounds. It's a bunch of rigmarole to get to no conclusion, because obviously it's just cave sounds and human breathing, Matt. Number 414, episode 331, FNAF Golden Thready, Not What We Thought. Did I say Golden Thready, not what we thought? This FNAF book video is super boring. It feels like nothing. This is the era where Matthew reads a book, tells you what happens, and then points to how it's similar to the games and then makes stuff up. I was never invested. I was only really interested in the Stitch Wraith, but that doesn't really matter in the end. The worst part is that the only thing I remember was the absurdity of Matt going, as you can see, this character is described with the same hair color as the Vengeful Spirit. The eye color is different, but if you invert the color of the image, it now matches. Which, like, that screams of such raw coincidence to me, because now the hair color doesn't match. Just, if that was the intention, that's fucking stupid. And then I realized it's a two-parter. Part 2 is more interesting, it's a timeline deconstruction, but I have no reason to care. It's some supplementary FNAF rubbish with no investment. The other one was episode 333. Number 413, episode 457, Golden Freddy Never Existed. Purely painful. Matt goes into a book and then does this thing of saying, "This proves the lore of the games," and uses it to prove that the first 4 games never happened, the crying child doesn't exist, but actually Vanessa is William's 4th child, the ghost never possessed anything, and Golden Freddy doesn't exist. His theory also implies that with Ultimate Custom Night being William's hell, and Golden Freddy being there but not in real life, that William was a hardcore gamer who played these FNAF games, then died of bumfuck nose one day, and the Vengeful Spirit decided to include the character from the game he played one time into his endless hell. And that Fredbear was actually brown and looked like Freddy. You know, the Fredbear from Ultimate Custom Night this whole time was never meant to be a big reveal of his design for the first time. It was actually just the Vengeful Spirit being a big fan of Markiplier's FNAF 4 Let's Play, and using the image of the Bite of 87 bear. You know these promotional images, right? They have to be perfectly accurate, because never have advertisements used designs that don't match the real thing, especially in Five Nights at Freddy's. It's just one thing after another with this one. After having a second son based on someone clearly running from his home and being referred to with male pronouns, terrible evidence. It could mean nothing. Maybe Vanessa is just a trans icon and we don't know. A bunch of security bots huddled around a table. Blatant evidence of the crying child. It's such a frustrating video at every turn. It hurts. Number 412, episodes 338 and 344, the We Solved Golden Freddy 2-parter. I'm so certain that I'm just in the era where the FNAF theories go slowly downhill. In this 2-parter, Matthew decides that a character in a book having similarities to Michael is proof that Michael is the brother of the crying child, when the child being fucking dead and Michael being alive, while the older brother otherwise would never show up again, is apparently not proof enough. The Golden Freddy has 2 souls. Why? Well, the Stitch Wraith in the book has 2 souls. The survival logbook has 2 people talking throughout the text. There you go. The Stitch Wraith's 2 souls match vaguely with the crying child and Cassidy, so it means the book is telling us that Golden Freddy has 2 souls. My issue with this overall is that it feels like Matpat is reading these books from the lens of wanting them to fit in with and explain the game's lore. The actual author's intentions are never considered. Matthew is analysing these stories exclusively under the lens of how they parallel and inform us of the video game story. But this means that the actual author's original ideas, or even inspired ideas, may be ignored. This 2-parter's book was written by Kelly Parra. She co-authors the entire series of books, in fact. She could be writing these to parallel the game, sure, but exclusively making content from that point of view, I think trivializes any creative ideas these books may come up with. Any new and creative thought is going to be forced into conforming to this parallel canon to the game view, and looked at not for what new it brings to the franchise, but what it explains about the past. Yes, maybe the Stitch Wraith is a parallel to Golden Freddy, but it might also be a creative new idea inspired by the games. It could be a, what if these 2 relevant but opposingly motivated characters possess the same body, story done to make use of the different continuity for a new take. But it's never being looked at that way, is it? Matthew is never looking at these books in these videos under the lens of, what if this was its own thing? It's always, how can you explain the main games? And the evidence is shit. The story has 2 souls that vaguely have similarities to 2 characters in the games. This one book has 2 spirits talking. Ergo, this character is a direct parallel to Golden Freddy, and it proves that the entire intention since FNAF 4 was that Golden Freddy was these characters the whole time. And I'm gonna be honest, if that was the intention, what a horrible way for a storyteller to convey it. And while I know Matthew enjoys these books in their own terms, I think he definitely could have influenced up to over 1 million impressionable young viewers to read these books and engage with them in a particular way that ignores whatever the books wanted. I just find that upsetting. I would be so pissed off as an author if I found out some YouTuber was responsible for people not reading my books in any way but one. Number 411, episode 351, The Warden Solved! W/Dream. I swear this isn't this low just because Dream collabed with Matt here. This was before the drama, I don't blame Matthew for this. What I do blame him for, though, is doing another fucking prediction theory, having the phrase, "but we can't say the warden is solved" in a video called The Warden Solved, and for having most of the video amount to, "here's some evidence, but more importantly, I set up this crazy narrative before and here's how I can force this to fit in." It's really not that interesting. Anytime he actually gives some meat related to the warden, that was fine, but this part, nah. Number 410, episode 453, Minecraft's False Hero. This theory literally has the trailer saying the piglins are invading out of greed, and Matpat has refuted it with all the complexity of nuh-uh, pointing out that for some reason the dungeon crawler adds more variety in enemies for the other dimensions. Wow, I can't believe they do that. I conclude that humans wiped out a lot of the opponent species. And then we must be the aggressors because, I don't know. And the fact that he brings up this is all like a legend, and then he thinks these creatures must be real, and they're extinct now. Because, you know, every single legend in human history involves creatures that are real. You know, I've never had a made-up creature in any of our legends in real life. Number 409, episode 353, FNAF Security Breach, I Know the Big Twist, I think. Combine the post-UCN era FNAF theories that barely feel like they're trying to be coherent, with a prediction theory before the thing it's about releases, and what do you get? A game theory where nothing of note was said, and nothing of interest was gained. I do not care for this episode. But it is a predictive theory that at least talked about some things that Matt skipped prior, like the AR and the Princess Quest. Cool? Is that a plus? I don't know. Number 408, episode 395, 3 new FNAF timeline theories. It's just about the point I began to realize there was a chronic degree of FNAF episodes that can be summed up as who the fuck asked theories. This episode is, what if Chica was originally part of this group that appeared in 2 games ever? Who cares? What if the reason for Balloon Boy's existence is that off-screen someone we've never seen before made living dolls and then nothing ever happened with him again? What kind of theory is that? What if Michael is actually William's stepson? Who fucking cares? Literally, like, Chica being part of the mediocre melodies, at least that has some potential lore implications. Balloon Boy exists because something completely unrelated to anything happened once ever and never again. That adds nothing. And Michael, you know what? Michael being William's stepson adds to the story 4 letters. That's it. Number 407, episode 361, did Dream fake his speedrun? A final analysis. I know Matt didn't intend it this way, but the Dream fake speedrun video gives me the energy of one of those grifter videos that's just there to get in on the drama. It makes no final claim, so neither side gets upset. It doesn't address any of the issues, it just explains what they are. It explains that different conclusions exist, and then moves on. Sometimes he talks about real statistical probability elements, but rarely does he relate them to the topic at hand. He says nothing about why the moderators might focus on the suspicious run of speedruns, nothing about how ignoring suspicious runs because the others by the same player might be fine would allow for mass cheating much more than the way they're actually dealing with it, nothing about the different variables and what they are or whatnot. It feels like Matt knows a lot about statistics and statistical theory, but nothing about Minecraft and Minecraft speedrunning as is relevant for this video. That's not even mentioning his doubling down of how Mario is mental. Despite admitting in the video he ignored all of Mario's selfless acts. Mario started doing bad shit but spent all of his later life doing heroic stuff? Haha! Take that, people with antisocial personality disorder. If you try to live a good life despite suffering from the condition, you remain mental and will always be a villain. Haha! And don't rib your brother. Siblings never do anything bad to each other. Get this out of my fucking face. Number 406, episode 421, will Disney buy Nintendo? This one is not on Matthew himself, but this episode was miserable. It's Matt talking about how companies that make content are more notable for the IPs than their actual content, and that everything is going to get bought out, which is very realistic, but sucks. He talks about all these companies being up for grabs, and then also makes the hysterical claim that Capcom should be purchased by Amazon, so that Amazon can make a cinematic fucking universe of individual Street Fighter character movies, to then do an Avengers team-up film of them? Why? Why do that? Who the fuck is gonna go watch the DJ movie? Actually, I would totally watch the DJ movie. Who the fuck is going to go watch the dedicated solo film for fucking Birdie? Capcom is a great cast, don't fucking do this to them. It's a stupid idea, but it's mostly just a terrible video to watch, which isn't Matthew's fault. The state of the world just sucks. Number 405, episode 355, Minecraft has a zombie virus infecting the overworld. There's some interesting stuff in the Minecraft zombie virus episode, and the observation that the piglins turn into zombies is one that initially I didn't think much of, but is weird. But Matt's assertion that it has to be an airborne virus feels like it's built on cheap explanations as to what's going on. That is, well, the villagers are immune. Oh, we see them turn via being bitten? Well, they're only immune to the airborne part, not if it's bitten. Oh, not all of them are transformed? Well, they're half immune to being bitten too. Oh, nothing else from the nether other than the piglins turns into zombies? Oh, nothing else ever turns into a zombie? Oh, you are immune. Shut up, that's just a theory, a game theory. It feels like straw grasping. Number 404, episode 388, Nurse Joy as a Pokemon. I almost enjoy the insanity of the Nurse Joy as a Pokemon concept, but I really keep getting tripped up with, oh, this dark skinned Nurse Joy is a shiny, and the others are regional variants. Matthew, when you say people are Pokemon and then imply darker skin is shiny variants, that has implications. A quick pause here from future Nemesis. When this video was up on Patreon for people to watch early, I was actually informed by one of my members on my Patreon Discord that shiny, being used as a term to refer to a darker skinned woman, is actually very much worse than I had thought, because it's actually very close to an actual slur, like an actual ethnic slur used towards African Americans. Now, I don't live in America. I was not aware of this. I am not versed in the uncomfortably long list of ethnic slurs in general. But with that in mind, while I do not think it was intended by Matt, that is really bad. And I would actually lower this quite a lot. I would lower this probably to the bottom 3 for that alone. Maybe just bottom 4, because I'm not sure if accidentally stumbling towards an ethnic slur is as bad as direct and open, genuine body shaming. But it would be in the bottom 5. I did not know about this, and holy shit, Matthew, you can't be doing that. You can't be doing that, mate. Thank you to my son, not the one that I bring up most of the time, the other one, for telling me this. Cheers. Number 403, episode 429, You Are Wrong About Toad. There's only a few things about this episode I remember. One is that Matpat chose maybe the only possible image of Heidenell and Pecky that looks flat out pink instead of whitish pink. The other is how he makes a big deal of finding a white mushroom with red spots to be Toad, right after and before he goes on about the many different colors of toads. And he makes this huge list of them, but maybe thinks maybe using the default toad color as the basis might not work. There's also this quote that isn't real, this hilarious misinterpretation of what Miyamoto's interpreter said. A lot of stuff that doesn't pass the vibe check. Number 402, episode 418, You're Fighting the Wrong Person. I do not care about these villain was hero, the hero was the villain episodes. This one gives off bad air to me. Not because I know anything about the game, but because Matt doesn't really bring up any of the major crimes committed by the villains. And I'd assume that if those characters are actually the villains, they'd have committed some crimes. And I'm just wondering, Matpat, what are you hiding from me? Number 401, episode 417, FNAF, the clue that almost solves everything. This was a kind of there episode at first. There's a few neat pieces put together, including the Patient 46 thing, which I don't think are a good smoking gun for his ridiculous claims, but they make for a decent theory on their own. Until this whole thing got nuked by the ending. I normally love when Matpat brings up holes in his theories out of honesty and tries to make the theory a community thing, but here he just says, I'd love to see a new character inserted into the lore, right after spending an hour of game theory content trying to make all the important new characters in Security Breach actually secretly old characters, despite the game's attempt to go a new direction for the most part. What the fuck do you mean you'd like to see new characters? You got new characters and you immediately turned them into old characters. He then says it'd be out of nowhere for a new character to show up and FNAF doesn't work that way, as if we literally didn't have FNAF be like, oh, the killer of the kids was this guy you didn't know the whole time called Purple Guy in FNAF 2. Then, oh, the purple guy was this guy you didn't know called Springtrap the whole time in FNAF 3. And then, oh, he was this guy you didn't know called William Afton the whole time in the Silver Eyes and Sister Location. You know how the puppet came out of nowhere in FNAF 2, Michael was established out of nowhere in Sister Location, the crying child came out of nowhere in FNAF 4, the random indie creator in FNAF VR, Elizabeth Afton and Baby in Sister Location. You know, consistently throughout the entire series, it is exactly the FNAF method for a mystery to be revealed the entire time to be some arsehole you never heard of. And Matthew, of all people acting like it otherwise, is insane to me. and a sign that he just ended up too lost in the FNAF lore, and was so desperate to tie up the loose ends of the franchise that he overlooked the new things. He didn't look at the new threads, he looked at them as ways to tie up the old ones. Matthew at this point genuinely felt like he was intangibly stifling the creativity of FNAF by creating a community he needed every thread to connect and couldn't accept new mysteries and ideas. Number 400, episode 449, FNAF Afton's Last Stand. This theory is about two theories that basically just supplement existing ones I already didn't like, and then an interesting idea that didn't pan out. Ruin being Afton's last stand based on the purple imagery is really fun to think about. The whole idea that anything that's purple has to be related to the Aftons. And then Mr. Hippo fucking exists. But like in theory it wasn't a terrible idea, and that did boost this up a bit. The first two theories though, like I thought everyone accepted the animatronics in Security Breach weren't possessed because the game never once suggests it. But Matpat was so incapable of playing Security Breach with any intention to engage with new ideas that the two main characters and villain had to be old characters, and the animatronics had to be possessed, because no game so far had 0 possessed animatronics. Everyone I know, and every YouTuber I'd watched, had already assumed the animatronics were just advanced AI. But Matthew took all the way till Ruin to consider that. And Gregory has made a security part boss, because it just sounds dumb. It could be fun, but the issue is that Matt's overall persona of all I say is correct, and how he presents things makes every outlandish thing he says at best come across as, I know it's crazy, but I'm right, so shut up. I kind of wish that he was just less into his persona sometimes. Number 399, episode 494, Give Me Your Soul. This one's kind of the same as the last one. Two theories I don't like, and one I kind of do. The first two theories about why you are the villain, oh for fuck's sake! The argument being that Legends is a more bountiful world than Vanilla, so it means the ancient builders must have ravished it, which given Minecraft Normal doesn't exactly seem to be a destroyed world feels like a bit of an overstatement. But more importantly, there's no proof. He also brings up how the piglins ruined the harmony of the overworld, but somehow doesn't have to blame them because harmony doesn't return after we save it. So it's on us that's not on us. The gods themselves forbid the Illagers from fighting because they're relying on us. Somehow this is also our fault, but even though the gods decided it. The second theory is extremely whatever and amounts to Lapis must be souls because reasons, and Matthew really emphasizing how important it is for mob drops to change between games. Okay. And the third one I mostly didn't care about, being as it was more ancient builder fanfiction, but the idea of the ocean monuments being tied to the original god's own monuments and locations is interesting, and I'm sure it could tell us something about this older group of heroes shown in Legends and their future. But Matt is so dead set on his own personal timeline in relation to them, he doesn't theorize about that at all, he just continues on his own way. Number 398, episode 479, Dragon vs Giant Bear, who would win? I was excited to watch this one, even more when I heard the intriguing approach of which is the best to join an army. An epic of Beowulf-style dragon, a fusion of the Arabian rock and indigenous North American thunderbird, and a giant bear akin to the one in the legend of Matupilla. Instead, what Matt did was generalize them into lizard, bird, and bear. He compared the lizard's intelligence to dinosaurs instead of comparing the literal dinosaur in the competition to the dinosaur, guesstimates the size of some but not others, and entirely ignores the actual legends and myths that inspired these creatures. No mention of how dragons either possess human-like intelligence or once were human, no mention of how most bears in legend, including the big ones, would be deities or great spirits, and no mention of the actual scale of the rock or anything of the thunderbird. It's a heavy generalization, and ergo it loses all the interesting parts to me. Number 397, episode 511, Link is not who you think he is. Just not good. The big issue is that, well, Wind Waker Link is blatantly stated to not have the spirit of the hero, but then he earns that status through his actions, thus he gets to wield the Master Sword. It's not just a born to success thing, he wields the Sacred Blade like any other, he earned it. Matt never addresses it at all. He acts as if the spirit of the hero is just a bloodline thing. He then says that Ganon not coming back means he's gone for good. He never considered that, Demise's curse didn't say Ganon has to be the guy. He didn't say, the spirit of the hero and the blood of the goddess will be cursed forever by some dickhead named Ganondorf. He literally just says that it'll be an embodiment of his rage. So the villains in the later games, might just be incarnations of the Demise's curse as well. And finally he goes in and says Zelda should kill Ganon to save the day. You fucking idiot, you literally read out that Demise's curse also curses Zelda. So if the point is that someone not tied to the curse has to kill Ganon to stop him, why would you say Zelda should do... Oh! Misses the point so hilariously. Number 396, episode 394, 90% of you can't name the most popular video game in the world. A unique case where I actually did enjoy the video, but I'm ranking it quite a bit lower than it should be. Because I have a few major issues, namely the way in which Matthew analyzes different cultures having games and seems to act surprised about it. There's this sense of, can you believe X or Y? As if I'm supposed to be surprised that the country of 1 billion can have a game of 100 million players. But I think part of it was Matthew doesn't emphasize enough the sheer tunnel vision I think Americans are often accused of having. Matt brings up the West and shows literally only the United States, which is a very American viewpoint. Like, the West to him is America and the East to him is Japan. As if Europe, as if South and Central America don't exist, as if the rest of Asia's not there. This video feels like American learns that other countries exist and is shocked. I appreciate Matthew's lambasting of the gentrification of the video game market, so while I'm not a fan of how he acts as if there's something wrong with the gaming market at large and how it's weird, and not just that, you know, the English-speaking gaming community is ignorant, I do like him attacking how companies and corporations treat games as if they have to be gendered. I know, it's a very nuanced topic and I didn't vibe with how he addressed it. Nothing says it better than Matt's claim that MiHoYo didn't hit it big until Genshin Impact, while showing Honkai 3rd Impact, a game that had a player base of 35 million 2 years before Genshin released. MiHoYo were big before Genshin. The US just didn't realize it yet. Number 395, episode 448, You Have No Choice. This one is the gatekeeper of the bad tier for me. It frustrates me. Matthew posits the antagonists of this game as serial killers enforcing a my way or the highway rule over entire nations, and then says you are the real villain because you kill them, and you technically have the same selfish desires, and you don't spend the actual years you'd need to stay to keep a government you set up stay in power. Instead, you go on to another nation to save them instead. And this is a very philosophical thing, but I think it's weird to say that if two people have the same end goal, their morality is identical regardless of their actions. Like, two people who have a desire for money are equally evil, even if one is a billionaire who can buy a country, and the other is a middle-class worker who can barely pay their mortgage. If those two people have the same goal of having more money, they're equally evil. I can't say it's terrible overall as a video, because he does establish at the end that he thinks maybe the ring is evil, which is much more compelling. And man, if you wanted to say the villains weren't all that evil, you should have started with how they're mind controlled. He does at least say that bad guys having a sympathetic backstory doesn't justify them. Nice to know that he eventually realized that. But he should have also learned that having selfish desires doesn't undo heroic deeds. At the very least, his ending conclusion is more about the ring, which I can live with, but God. So this is the tier of episodes I don't think can be ranked with the others, and it's like, you'll understand once I get into them, there's just some episodes that I don't think reasonably fit in. I am putting them above bad though, because I don't think it's fair to just call them bad. I just think they're not rankable. Number 394, episode 300, Will Your Favorite Channel Survive 2020? The 2020 Copper video doesn't work in the ranking. Compared to even the other serious Matthew meta theories, there's no jokes, there's no haha funny stuff beyond spinning a bit of comedy into things that genuinely piss him off. Like he's trying to add some comedy to calm himself down. It's just a very serious video about what was a very serious topic. Not fun to look back on, even as the time capsule it kind of is, for half a decade ago somehow. So I can't rank it. I'd like with the others in the same way. Number 393, episode 385, we need to talk about FNAF. I'm also putting this here because I don't understand why Matthew decided to make a game theory episode out of the Scott Cawthon drama. I get it with some of the others where it's such an important topic that he needs to make it a game theory because it needs to be spoken about. Well, you can argue that this one is as well. The way he goes about it doesn't make it seem that way. I can respect his very outspoken opinion that the circumstances and how people feel is their own choice and they don't have to conform to what he says, and his desire to do a lot of research into the situation to formulate a more nuanced conclusion. But I don't think this needs to be a game theory. all you get from labeling it a game theory is now a bunch more kids will watch it who might not understand all that he's saying and come out with weird conclusions. It didn't need to be in this video. Let's move on. Number 392, episode 507, Why You Hate My Theories. Passive-aggressive Matpat, let's go. Matpass, if you will. I do like his aggression here in a way because it feels very honest, but he lacks bite in how he counterattacks. I'm not here to analyze Matpat as a person though, it's clear he's just too nice for clapbacks sometimes. At least at this part in his life. I don't know, maybe Dad Pat's a bit more aggro. What I will say is that I find his analysis interesting, but the episode here is still within the realm of those I can't rank. I think Matthew is a bit overly defensive of Gregbot. I mean, I have my own issue with these arguments. They don't look that similar beyond the basic Will Child archetype and the concept vaguely of a striped shirt. This is your own editor's work, and I can't tell from this what you mean. This is a fucking ice cream, and while I understand the possible symbolism, it could also just be an ice cream. Sometimes you have to recognize sometimes the curtain's just blue. There's two ways to look at it that even you address, and you're not doing great at recognizing the other side. Just like you say the other side isn't great at recognizing yours. This is fine and a neat thing. This is the franchise's existing usage of static when danger is around. It's not unique to Gregory. A human would also look different under an X-ray, not just robots. Also, why wouldn't Freddy go, "Oh shit, you're a robot, Greg"? But also what makes me sad is that this episode doesn't address why I am not fond of a lot of the post-security breach theories, which is just that it's not interesting to me. The theories aren't covering major issues in my eyes anymore. They're all just covering the same things again and again and making the new stuff force itself to correlate the old stuff. It's not entirely Matpat's fault, but a lot of these theories often feel like recycled ideas, refusal to accept that new story elements are in fact new, and then only accepting new things if they're from the books. You notice when there's something new to the FNAF lore that Matpat accepts as a new thing, it's from the books. When the games add something new, he's always forcing it to fit with the old, which is something he didn't do for several of the other when he found out that the purple guy was actually William Afton, he didn't go back and try to force that into being the phone guy, you know? He didn't do that. But now, it feels like he would if that was to happen these days. And I never cared for the book-focused episodes because the books are just random, stupid, irrelevant stories that sometimes have parallels to the games. Which I only say from the impression that Matthew has given me. So to me, most of these episodes end up being really boring and failed to capture my attention. I don't hate most of them, but it is sad when I see a video claiming to address something to me. My viewpoint was never even addressed. Which, it's not saying Matthew should have known exactly what me, Nathaniel Bloodclot, thinks about his episodes fucking a year or so after he retires. I'm just saying that I guess maybe my reason for not liking them is uncommon, but I don't know, I feel like there are several people who feel the same way. I also figure a lot would be fixed if Matt just didn't keep his smug, what I say is fact persona. Because even having the disclaimer at the start and end of an episode doesn't necessarily help if you go about it the way he does. Which I know can be hard. I mean, we are here to make entertaining videos after all. What could help though is, whenever he refers to calling back to past events, he doesn't go, "I think X is referring to Y," or "It's my belief that X is actually trying to be what Y refers to," but rather, he has a "X is Y and it was always meant to be this way from the beginning of the franchise" sort of tone. I know it's kind of pointless to say what he should change to fix because he's not doing this anymore. That's kind of why I'm doing the episode. He's retired now. But it's definitely something that I think would have helped a lot of his theories if he was more open to the idea that it's just what he thinks it might be and not his my way or the highway persona. Number 391, episode 396, The End of an Era. This one, yeah, it's another episode that's not an episode at all. It's Matpat's standard couch format video, but he's called it a game theory. I didn't like this one. I didn't like this one though, not because it's bad, it's quite well made, but I really feel his message of YouTube losing its childlike nature. Instead of his older style of meta theories that were fully edited, tightly scripted, covered topics with great detail but also very concisely and sounded like a man excited to talk about that stuff and share information about YouTube that most people wouldn't know, this feels like a grown-ass man sick and tired of everything talking to us directly without any fun or joy, which might be symbolism, unintended as it is. And I don't even enjoy the old meta theories much, I find them quite boring but valuable as time capsules. This one is not that though. Still, I mean, how am I supposed to rank this? It's not trying to be a game theory. Number 390, episode 464, This Is Not My Channel. This is just an update. It's the least annoying of all the videos, I guess, but because it's just Matpat speaking his mind. It's a bit sad to see this video where Matt says he isn't going anytime soon, about a year before he does go soon. But like, what am I supposed to get from this? Number 389, episode 519, Goodbye Internet. The last one in this tier. This was hard to watch. For me, and I imagine a lot of people, it just hit. Like, I was like, I'm at the last stretch. And Matpat himself is so close to breaking during the recording of this. At the end, he does. And I support him fully for his decision. And I don't bemuse him for crying at all. I praise him for being so open, for being the kind of man that can recognize that crying isn't something to be hidden away out of shame. I feel for him. I understand his choice. I can't reasonably rank it, but he does say that it's just a theory line and it is part 1 of the final 10, so I have to include it, even though it doesn't even have game theory in the title. But it is the first of the final 10 theories, so like, it has to be here. As one of the hardest videos to watch on the channel, I still have to put it in this tier though. Here's the next tier. The twofer of boring to okay episodes. The ones that bored me or got no strong reaction at any point. This is, I think, the biggest tier, but what can you do? I'm grouping the two concepts together because even I'm not sure entirely when one transitions into the other. I'm thinking of calling this boringly mid-tier, so that might be what's on screen right now, but that's the general vibe. Number 388, episode 521, How to Teach Video Games to a Non-Gamer. This one is here because I just don't like it, even if I don't think it's maybe inherently bad. I think it's somewhat oddly calculated for a topic that's more about feeling than science. At least in my experience as a gamer and knowing other gamers and knowing people who were getting into gaming when they were getting into gaming. I mean, for one thing, Matt never brings up computer gaming. How many people started playing games through browser games and things like that? He brings up the whole abstraction issue of having to get your head around button press means thing happen on screen, but that's dealt with learning how to type, which is an essential skill in this day and age after all, both on a keyboard or on a pad, on a tablet. That learning to type is an important part of that. And either way, there's that bit of abstraction. I press the A on this thing and an A appears over there. And I just feel like browser games and just into computer gaming in general, anything on a PC, should be brought up as kind of part of that. Each step here is about how to introduce things, but never does it feel like Matt considers the experience. Wording this and talking about it as if it's about the lesson itself. It's about the end goal of becoming a gamer. Yes, people get frustrated, but there are others there to help them figure this out. I understand kids can be kids, and this video will work for some, but in my generation, we were just kind of stubbornly doing shit until things clicked and it worked out. Because even when frustrated and discouraged, the drive to succeed and have fun worked over that. And there are countless people who died to that 1-1 Goomba once or even a few times and then figured out the basic idea of button make jump, move forward, make move forward. I don't think a 1-1 Goomba is as big of a wall as Matpat seems to claim it is. And the lack of any LEGO games or like even Plants vs Zombies was shocking to me. My mother would admit she has the hand-eye coordination of a xylophone, but she was able to get up to the fog levels in PvZ. There's a bias here coming from a guy who grew up with the 4th generation of consoles for sure, but I've seen people getting into gaming not by following strict guidelines or needing instructions on how to proceed at what pace, but by just having fun until they figured it out. But also,
from total noob to totally epic. Crack open a cold bottle of Mountain Dew and let the smell of Doritos waft into the room, my friend.
Number 387, episodes 409, 411, and 413, the Inscription 3-parter. Can't explain why this is down here. I'm sure there's stuff interesting here, but like, I watched the first one 5 times this video, and like, I remember nothing. I just kept dropping out with no interest. I didn't even realize it was a 3-parter at first. Like, it was just like, I got nothing. Number 386, episode 495, FNAF The AI Uprising. So this one gets dropped by how much it frustrates me. Like, it takes literally to the day before Ruin drops for Matpat to realize that evil AI is a major part of the FNAF lore. What do you mean it took you all the way till FNAF Ruin to realize that evil AI was playing a part the whole time? I feel like everyone I knew was aware of evil AI being a factor since, like, Sister Location. This is insane to me. Regardless, it wasn't frustrating enough to get it into bad tier. It's still kind of just boring. He doesn't necessarily realize that it's even evil AI without the books telling him. Like, it isn't just that Matthew is relying on books, the issue is that he's not relying on the games at all. It feels like whatever's in the games is supplementing what the books tell him, and what the books tell him explain the first 7 games, and that's the outlook Matthew has. It's all about those first 7 games, and only about how the new games can inform him about the books that inform him about those games. That said, he did call the Mimic Gregory reveal, so like, that's enough to get it out of bad tier to me. Number 385, episode 415, FNAF Is Golden Freddy Really in Security Breach? I have no thoughts. Boring ass theory about Security Breach, but at least not actively miserable. Matthew saying Cassidy being named Cassidy isn't good enough proof that she's Cassidy is hilarious after his stretches in the last few episodes. We have reached a point where a character having the name of a character is not enough proof that they are that character, but fucking some security bots posed around a table is enough proof as to a character being a character when nothing else suggests it. It's crazy. Number 384, episode 127, will 2015 be the end of YouTube Rewind? In one ear but out the other, but more than like almost any other. I think there was some nice stuff at the end, but I got nothing from this. Number 383, episode 106, why video game movies suck? Oh my god, it's just nothing. There's one bit at the end of this one where he discusses the lack of interactivity, but otherwise it's just baby's first crash course on random game movie trivia read in pretty uninteresting ways. What am I supposed to say? Number 382, episode 364, GameStop made millionaires overnight. Now what? I watched this 4 times and I still retain nothing. Episodes like this that have topics only relevant to when they came out and are disconnected from any interesting game, not outdated, just no longer relevant to anything that currently exists, will continue to suffer from me watching this in the current day. They're not interesting, they're not fun, it's just like this is a thing that happened and I have no reason to care. Number 381, episode 159, the real reason YouTube is broken. I just don't care about this video is about YouTube. Like, it's sometimes neat, but this one is just there. I don't really think much on where these ranks, it's just going to be scattered throughout this tier. But like, no. Number 380, episode 124, the human hive mind theory. This isn't anything to me. Matpat talks about how we're kind of like the Zerg, which you can see that way, I guess, but like, no. I think he's missing nuance in the human race at points. And like, I don't feel like this is much of a StarCraft theory anyway. Lame. I imagine if I was big into StarCraft, I'd be really upset that his one time to memory that he really tackles StarCraft, he just talks about how, humans suck. But, you know, I'm not, so it just gets boring to you. Number 379, episode 25, a merry racist Jinxmas. If you like pointless rhyming couplets, then maybe you'd like the Jinxmas special more. But for me, it's a minor addendum to an existing theory told in a slightly annoying though not totally deal-breaking way, and adds nothing to the conversation in my opinion. The best part of this episode is the name is really funny. Number 378, episode 2, Super Mario Pipe Dreams. Aside from introducing the "it's just a theory" line, Super Mario Pipe Dreams is not the most exciting episode. It is interesting seeing the pieces of future Matpat putting evidence together to try and find a conclusion, almost like a theory, but in the end, it's just a bunch of random, halfway interesting facts tied to a baseline assumption. I do enjoy this one. It's just, it's not good enough to go above, like it's not good enough to be into the decent tier, but I enjoy it too much for it to go into bad, so it just kind of evens out to being around here. Number 377, episode 416, Dear Twitch, Grow Up. Honestly, I'm boosting this on up some spots because despite being a boring meta theory slop was an upgrade from what was coming around this time. Like, it's a break from the FNAF shit. It's nothing special, I didn't get much out of it aside from the hilarious notion that YouTube's copyright system works, which is just Matpat lying, but like, it is what it is. Number 376, episode 87, Batman plus Superman plus cow equals, huh? This is not a theory. This is Matpat explaining some relatively obscure comic characters he saw in a LEGO game. The upside is that he is entertaining in how he talks about it. The downside is that it's not very interesting. It also has this clip.
Now before you laugh at me for playing a LEGO game, let me tell you that these things are like my guilty pleasure right alongside mobile games, Diet Coke, and the occasional dose of toddler.
Number 375, episode 116, Leave PewDiePie alone! I don't care. What is this video? Guess what, guys? These articles and videos meant to piss you off and denigrate influencers have succeeded. A video is made. Number 374, episode 492, Don't Trust Your Friends. The only memorable part about this Roblox theory is that Matt goes, this looks like an unrelated character from a different game. Is this a reference to the developer's previous game? It could be, but this game has Easter eggs in it. So it can't be. I don't think he realizes how much, yes, but the game has proven that it does sometimes do that, is not a counter-argument. Aside from that, bog standard cliche mascot horror ass lore. Number 373, episode 80, World of Warcraft will save the economy. Man, Warcraft has some insanely interesting lore that I'd love to learn about someday. Thankfully, Matpat has me covered, as he barely mentions some details about the out-of-universe economy of the gamers playing it, and then spends the rest of the video discussing historical economy. Because man, that's exactly what I care about. Someone call the AVGN and tell him we found the one gamer into the stock market. Number 372, episode 117, is the MMO genre dying? So most of this video is an okay look into the early days of MMO, and the rest is Matpat going, They're dying because they cost a lot, and then shilling the product he's got a sponsor. Yeah, I get it, sponsored content can be hard to make, but in this case, it's almost like it's its own unrelated part of the video that says that mobile free-to-play Clash of Clans copies are the next step in MMOs because they share the traits of being multiplayer and real-time. Meanwhile, he doesn't even begin to address the community aspects, the economies that he himself has brought up, the storylines people get engaged in, or the fact that MMOs can often have huge numbers of people in one place at one time. All that this kind of game visually doesn't have. I just don't get what he's going for. Number 371, episode 98, Gamers, You're Getting Played. There's some interesting factoids here about weird marketing campaigns that play people for fools, but I care so little about this one, I have nothing to say. Number 370, episode 28, LA Noire, the Human Lie Detector. I'm going to blatantly ignore the outdated word he says at the start of this video, and instead look at the rest of it, which is a hodgepodge of outdated psychology information that I'm not sure was even supported at the time, mixed with a few actual ways to tell if people are lying, and then some lie detection stuff at the end of the episode. The potentially harmful misinformation in this one does drop it a lot for me. Not only is it also kind of dull, and Matpat often doesn't relate the topic to the game much until the very end, but it's not tackled that interestingly. The thing is though, like, the misinformation is like so obviously wrong, I don't see anyone buying it. It's also just random stuff relating to lying that kind of is in the game, and I think the lack of both examples of people telling the truth and confirmation of if the characters he's talking about are indeed lying makes the test of usability portion at the end for the game kind of dull. Not to mention the IRL portion doesn't entirely confirm truth or lies, we're just going off Matpat's analysis and trusting that he's correct. The Bill Clinton bit was killer though. Number 369, episode 456, The Secret Lore of Rainbow Friends Soul. I don't hate or love this one. The episode is just kind of boring to me because the mystery being so closely tied to, the monsters were humans the whole time, they turned into monster creatures via bullshit for the 1000th time, took me out of the theory entirely. Not Matpat's fault, it's just the hand that was dealt to him. Number 368, episode 53, How PewDiePie Conquered YouTube. Boring. Very big victim of being outdated too. I didn't care about the subject matter, I'm so used to the information presented that it felt entirely in one ear out the other. How was it back when it dropped? I don't really remember, I don't recall anyone like caring about this one much, but at least it was like new stuff back then, so that's something to go for. Number 367, episode 54, Chrono Trigger retells the Bible? A video about how a game with religious theming has religious theming. Wow, that's so crazy. It's not even here just because this video has some huge stretching. 3 guys are named after biblical things, or they're translated to be named after them. You can tell they're directly based on these biblical figures by the fact that they were given different gifts and their wives live in a particular direction. Obviously it's based on the Bible because it's based on this part of the Quran. Why does Chrono have life magic? Because Jesus. How does his violent magic correlate to Jesus? Shut up. This thing doesn't kill everyone? Well, neither did this other thing that didn't kill everyone. It's frankly like the concept of a heroic sacrifice that doesn't stick, the concept of a falling meteor that doesn't kill everyone, and the vague correlations made between the Beast of Revelation and Lavos. It's not much, it feels super stretchy even without extensive Chrono Trigger knowledge. At least it's a bit entertaining enough so it's not bad, but it kind of just evens out into a video that's not very interesting to watch. Number 366, episode 24, Final Fantasy VII, Shinra, Mako, and Oil. This is like the quintessential boring episode to me. I remember never really wanting to go back to this one in the early days of game theory, and finally heading back to it, I understand why I never really cared about watching this when I was going through the show again. It's a brief explanation of Final Fantasy VII's world and then talking about oil companies. That sure is the topic, Matthew, maybe make it a bit more exciting, yeah? Nothing episode to me, plain and simple. Bleh. Number 365, episode 268, How to Win the Mr. Beast $100,000 Challenge. This one doesn't feel like it should be as boring as it is, but I find this really droll. It's Matt going, but if you do X, then Y makes it pointless. Boring. Number 364, episodes 133 and 134, The Dating Sim 2-parter. Frankly, I thought this would be lower because I felt nothing towards it. It really comes across as cringe at points too, and by that I mean, though likely not intended, Matpat comes across as one of those romances purely science types, who are one step removed from pick-up con artists. But his advice and some elements are genuinely like, I can see that being helpful. Spend more time with people, be more expressive and open when talking, don't immediately jump to the next step in a relationship before it's time, and don't encumber your lover's inventory. But I can't help but find his talking of this as like a formula or strategy kind of weird. Or how he suggests forcing yourself into spending more time with someone you like until they like you back. And like, I know this very much isn't something I have a leg to stand on. I mean, I watched this less than 2 weeks after completely fumbling when talking to a woman in public. I have negative riz and no girlfriend. He meanwhile has a wife, so do keep in mind, he has the authority here. But that makes it even weirder that he never brings up whether he himself used any strategies like these. There's no anecdotal elements to make it seem like he wasn't pulling from other people's studies. I just didn't find this interesting. It has a few genuinely neat factoids. In a vacuum, the advice of spend time with people you like, try not to be too tongue-tied or stuttery if you can help it, get to know people, ask them out after enough time, give them memories that are worth remembering that aren't bad. That is good advice. Generalizing that all women intrinsically like aggressive men is a choice, but like, Matpat, shut the fuck up. You've got a wife and you are less aggressive than a water bottle. I don't hate this two-parter, but it feels oddly clinical and lacking any real correlation to the concept of emotions. Number 363, Episode 16, Deus Ex Human Revolution Cyborg Technology. This one never captured me. Something about it I think just... it was fine, but like, I guess I don't care about Deus Ex or something. It's neat seeing him talk about prosthetic limb technology, I guess. Number 362, Episode 50, Fart Rocket Physics with the Wario Waft. This is the infamous 10-foot tall Wario episode. It's absolutely hysterical and really fucking funny. But aside from that great moment, and in particular how it just says, in this episode where we say Mario is 5 foot tall, I determined Mario's height at 9 feet tall. I think the episode is just kind of here. It goes over rocket science, but one entire major segment of the calculation is cut out and left with, but let's not get into that, trust my results please. As if it was as unsourced as a death battle calc, and instead we just get twerking jokes. I think the fat one ripped at the start is a great cold open for the video. Number 361, episode 185, Hello Neighbor, the devil is in the details. If you ever just like wondered if our entire universe has died in the past, but some existence from countless eons in the future reconstructed the quantum pieces of our nature and brought our entire universe back without us ever being aware of it? Because I think next time they do this, they should put Matpat back together different so he doesn't say stupid shit like, only 4 angels are named across all Christian text. And then including Lucifer, who is not named in the Bible or any Christian text I know, and Raphael, who is not in the Bible, but is in the Book of Tobit, which also mentions Uriel, who is conveniently not one of the 4 that he brings up. Not to mention he says all text, and some churches consider the Book of Enoch canon, which adds so much more. It's an insane thing to say, Matthew. Only 4 angels across all Christian text. Holy shit. Otherwise, like, it's a bland Hello Neighbor theory. That's the only thing in this episode even worth talking about. Number 360, episode 30, Shepard is a zombie in Mass Effect 2. Maybe my bias and my love for Mass Effect makes it hard for me to enjoy this one because I like know the details, but zombie Shepard feels like it's just not well researched. The theory makes sense, but it kind of drops any of the evidence of how Shepard could have been restored, including the thing we literally see in the video where his suit is malfunctioning but clearly still physically intact. The topic on its own was delved into well enough, so I'll give it some credit there, but it's just not my tempo. Number 359, episode 359, The Dark Future of the Dream SMP. Hey, do you want an episode of Matt explaining the history of the Dream SMP? No? Well, what if we added 3 minutes of him saying, and so I think J Schlatt is a force of nature who will come back later? No, you still don't want that? Well, too bad, suck it. Number 358, episode 90, yes PewDiePie, YouTube is broken. Look, this one is just like, it's okay, but like, shocker, YouTube the company is a stinker. Story over, Auf Wiedersehen. Episode 158, Hello Neighbor, Satan's plot thickens. This is just the most interesting part of the first Hello Neighbor theory, but Matt didn't realize it until later and made it into its own video. Super whatever on its own, I think it probably would have made the first Hello Neighbor theory better if it was part of it, but that's how it is. Number 356, episode 7, Batman Arkham Asylum Diagnosing Arkham. Hold it, we've gone too long without a sexy female in this video. Here you go. Why is this in the Arkham Asylum episode? Because we can always remember early 2010s Matpat as the horny Matpat era. Anyway, this one is fine in some ways, but frankly pretty poor tasting in others. Matpat doesn't make nearly as many jokes about mental health as I would expect from videos of this time period, and the ones he does make feel more like a product of their time in the sense of lacking filter as opposed to the usual product of the time, in that, you know, this was a time period where people were encouraged to put down the mentally ill. He's not doing that, I don't think. Didn't need that art of Batman stalking his adopted son, but hey, what can you do? Also, the final thoughts in general are hilarious because Matthew somehow failed to argue Batman as being off his rocker by entirely missing that Blackgate exists. Also, I feel this episode really could have used a two-parter, like a second part, tackling more characters. But like, he did address Zaz, who even today is an entirely forgotten character, so there's a novelty there. Number 355, episode 156, Hello Neighbors Satanic Plot. The satanic plot mentioned in this episode's title is an entire afterthought that Matthew brings up at the very end. Otherwise, the theory is kind of overanalyzing the tiny little details there to come to the conclusion that when the creators said the neighbor might be trapping people in the basement, they might have meant that he was trapping people in the basement. That's it. Matpat sees the book Faust on the neighbor's couch and goes, this guy is the devil, and the neighbor's soul is sold to him. Yup. Number 354, episode 452 is Nintendo the New Marvel. Most of this video is really fucking boring, but I'll give credit to Matthew at the end elaborating on what the company Nintendo bought actually does for the most part. That on its own was interesting enough for me to nod along and get invested. Then it almost immediately ended, so well, I'm sad. Number 353, episode 226, will PUBG shut down Fortnite? Learning about Korea's copyright laws was kind of interesting, but otherwise I didn't get much out of this one. Like, yeah, I guess this was a lawsuit, but I cared so little that even after watching this episode of Game Theory, I didn't bother googling who won. I'd imagine Epic Games though, or it just got dismissed. Number 352, episode 234, The Race to Solve Fortnite Season 5 Unsolved Mystery. This one doesn't have an ending, and that does kinda make it feel a bit boring. It's like fine to a degree. Matpat going over the history of how the AIG was solved in the months prior to the video were cool, but it's not like a Nightmind video where it all leads to answers that might be hard to find. He just goes, and nobody solved this yet. I found when covering an ARG's ARG part, the two interesting ways to solve it are theorizing about an ongoing ARG, or discussing how a concluded ARG was solved over time. This isn't either though, so Number 351, episodes 432 and 434, The Monster in the Shadows 2-parter. There's a few interesting things pointed out in this one, but man, I cannot care. I could have enjoyed this theory depending on what they dug into, but it just doesn't work it for me. The second part is, I guess, more interesting than the first one, but the best part of this 2-parter was the one FNAF comparison he didn't call out verbally, but instead just had the top right corner pop up with relevant video. Number 350, episode 166, Nintendo's secret plan for the Switch! Whatever! There's interesting elements to this, but I really at this point could not care for Matthew's annual meta theory. They're quickly outdated, they just don't have anything interesting going on. Matt just kinda says stuff with minimal evidence in this one, it's just, ugh. Number 349, episode 363, video games will never be the same. Is it clear at this point that I do not care much for the super meta theories? It's just okay, there's nothing wrong with it, but it's not what I look for in a game theory, it's fine. Number 348, episode 179, Why You're a Completionist. In general, I just found this episode annoying. Greg's constant butting in and unfunny jokes makes early Matpat seem like a comedy master. And while the Completionist is generally fine as a vehicle for Matt to explain things to, I just didn't feel much satisfaction for this one. I wasn't really into it. Number 347, episode 179, Can Chicken Nuggets Save Your Life? I thought I'd like this more, but honestly the question at hand didn't turn out to be nearly as interesting as I thought at first. It's kinda neat, but it quickly loses interest to me as the answer becomes more obvious and the video becomes more predictable. The final answer is neat, but I'm just annoyed as hell by Nugget himself. He's just constantly spawning in and yapping. Shut up, bro, you're almost as annoying as me! Number 346, episodes 287 and 288, the Ninja 2-parter. I've got little to say on the Ninja Mixer 2-part episode. It's about Fortnite Ninja, then Matt talks about some statistics and how social media platforms work. At this point, these are probably getting scattered placements because I don't care enough to think more on them, they just end up at parts. Number 345, episode 237, What is Matpat Hiding? This one I'm a lot more lenient to in terms of why I'm not interested, this is kind of doomed from the start. At the time, Matt going over his clues and how he intended for his merch ARG to be solved was probably really cool. But looking back, this being a mostly one-note and uninteresting ARG without much of any lore or narrative that was just intended as a nice little beginning challenge for theories as a bonus with their merch, it means that, I don't know, looking back on it, it's just not much to look back on. I guess to put it simply, at the time, cool. How did it age? Well, it's Matt going over a relatively simple ARG puzzle that there's no story or lore. The few moments he goes behind the scenes as to his thought process were the most interesting parts to me. Number 344, episode 33, Mike Tyson's Techno Dance Party. I'm a little mixed on this one. On one hand, sure, it's interesting to look into Mike Tyson's strategies and fighting style, On the other, this has barely any connection until the end to the game, and it feels distinctly like two separate things. One half is a ho-hum analysis of Michael Tyson, the other is a relatively fun but also nonsensical random musical number while playing Punch-Out. Number 343, episode 480, we solved Kissy Missy. I love me some analog horror, but this really didn't do a whole lot. Poppy playtime in general feels incredibly derivative anytime Matthew talks about it, not helped by the frequency of him pointing out how similar it is to FNAF at every turn. The intro is actually fun though, so it has that. Number 342, episode 11, Adventure Island, A Philippine Vacation. What the... Okay, so the Adventure Island episode is kind of enlightening. It has a solid, cohesive idea. Locate where the game takes place. It, however, has a lot of sloppiness in Matpat's ho-hum delivery and uncertainty of exactly what he's looking at. And it ends on the hysterically dark note, implicating the protagonist as a plantation owner, which has shades of future Matpat where he'd stop doing fun random things and start veering into that intentionally contrarian mindset of, what if I just say the hero was the villain and vice versa? But it's so fucking ridiculous here. It's not exactly there yet, and like, as of writing this, I wasn't sure how I'd feel when I go to talking about those theories, but yeah, you see a lot of them are in the bottom. Number 341, episodes 307 and 308, The Secret Crimes of 1985 two-parter. The first half of this two-parter isn't anything special. It's neat to get confirmation on details in a book, and that's it. And then to see Matt try and work that into the timeline and see the complications of the implications made, all fine and good. It would rank a good bit higher into the decent tier if it was just the first half. Like I said, not anything special, but kinda neat. Second part, however, was so boring. I had to watch it twice to retain anything. It's just Matt explaining this character in the book might be the rogue indie developer mentioned once ever in the games that has basically nothing interesting going on beyond the capacity to retcon away some contradictions, which itself sounds really lazy. So it all balances out to a boring set of episodes. Number 340, episode 294, The Kindergarten Family Secret. In this episode, Matt takes the potentially interesting premise of finding which of these kids is a child of this character who gave away his kid, and then basically goes, this one have no ties and this one acts nothing like him, and as we all know, how you act is entirely genetic, so it has to be this other one. And like, yeah, it's stuff like the grey hair, which, actually looking at it, I think this might just be the cliche bully buzz cut. And then he's a bully and a murderer, and so is this guy, and as we know, that's genetic, and then his douchebag dad and this douchebag are both boozers who use a generic flask. It's pretty basic. Number 339, episode 34, Donkey Kong Country and America's Secret Banana War. This is dumb, but I do kind of enjoy a bit of that. It's like Matpat without any tact describes a conflict between America and Mexico that, you know, probably deserves some tact, and then barely ties it to Donkey Kong, with evidence that feels less like it's leading to the conclusion of anti-American and more anti-industrialism. What the hell am I supposed to get from this? I don't know, but there is some enjoyment in laughing at it. Number 338, episode 4, Mortal Kombat Fatalities IRL. Mortal Kombat's first foray into game theory is a random string of fatalities where Matpat goes, here's one example of something that's kinda like it. I think about the only element of this I was intrigued by was the eco-friendly ice burial bit. However, this is just too disorganized, maybe due to its subject and how it handles it. But the thing is, the first two fatalities are boiled down to, the Aztecs are crazy and did this. The third is a lesson about the assassin bug, and the fourth one is an outdated description of a Komodo dragon, and not anything about Reptile's fatality. Let me just say, like, if you are being attacked by a Komodo dragon, the last thing you have to worry about is their saliva melting you. Overall, I think this is, like, okay for the first few episodes, but we're no longer at the first. We're not ranking the first few episodes, are we? Number 337, episode 299, FNAF The Cult of Glitch Trap. I guess the cult episode can go here. Given Dreadbear as a DLC mostly existed to tease Security Breach, I don't mind that it's just a prediction, but I also didn't care about the episode, so Number 366, episode 167, Why Fallout Society is Doomed! This probably should have been more interesting than just like, look, the people in Fallout have PTSD. Yeah, that's it. I just really didn't care much for this one, honestly. It was bland. Number 335, episode 9, Duke Nukem 80s Action Star. The Duke Nukem episode is almost nothing but clips of 80s movies where Matpat goes, and this is something that Duke Nukem copied. It's not necessarily unentertaining, and I kinda like the interesting take of Duke Nukem as a character being a stuck-in-the-past hero whose badass boasts fail in the light of his inability to have a creative idea. That's about the main thing I like about this, because otherwise you can see this as a beginner's intro to 80s action films, as anything past discussing which actor he takes most inspiration from isn't all that exciting. Number 334, episode 349, Among Us lore you will always lose. if you're a Gumball Viking maybe. This one almost has something good here. The Among Us lore episode has a pretty good observation that it seems the canonical ending is the imposters going undetected and spreading through our planets via headquarters. But then a huge chunk of it is a frankly pointless explanation of the story of the second Thing movie. Matpat never mentions the first adaptation or even the original book that predates all of the books of the same type that he had mentioned prior. There's also the hysterical point where Matt goes, these crewmates don't seem human at all. They're too short and they don't weigh enough, so they can't be human beings. And then his conclusion is that Among Us takes place in a far future where humans selectively bred perfect-size astronaut. He does not conclude that these things that don't look human and have floating Rayman hands in space might just be aliens and not humans. He concludes that they're humans who have been perfectly bred to have Rayman hands, I guess. This sadly drags this one down more than it should. Number 333, episode 239, How to Win a War! I gotta be honest, I just stopped paying attention to this one. It's a completely okay discussion of Greek historical events, but I felt like it doesn't have much of an answer to how to win a war. I don't know, I was just bored. How am I supposed to explain the boring ones? I feel like it's the most boring segment of the video. Number 332, episode 194, Pokemon are going extinct! Yes, Matt covers the danger of invasive species. Yeah, that's definitely a big deal in real life. I just have to wonder if in Pokemon it's worth the theory. It's a theory that makes sense, but it's otherwise, unremarkable, and, I don't know, invasive species aren't entertaining to me. Number 331, episode 278, YouTube is ruining gaming. A better theory with some interesting ground to cover that doesn't stimulate my brain at all. I do like Couch Pat, though. Number 330, episode 371, Are Your Mobile Games Illegal? The mobile game legality episode goes here. Kinda boring, but at least slightly more engaging than some other meta theories. The answer of, it's just not big enough deal for the authorities to give a shit was expected, but hey, it'll do. Number 329, episode 190, How Bendy Will End. Is Bendy lore boring, or was Matt just not good at explaining it well? I can't say, I just haven't played Bendy, but his videos on Bendy never interest me. I don't dislike this episode, it seems neat, Matt did a fine job putting the pieces together, it's just, it didn't titillate me. Number 328, episode 223, Bendy fooled us! Matt, I'm pretty sure he just fooled you. Honestly, continuing on, I was oddly unengaged with this one. It's not bad, I just don't have any interest. I guess it sounds like it makes sense. Number 327, episode 465, The Bloody History of Poppy's Playtime. Poppy's Playtime is a very whatever debut, but at least it wasn't pure dog shit, I have nothing more to say. Number 326, episode 266, The FNAF 7, Oopsie! Scott's Problem with Fan Art. It's fine, it's just Matthew talks about copyright law for a bit, and I don't find it terribly interesting, it's just okay. Number 325, episode 501, Bow Before Him. No opinions here. It's a mid-ass Poppy Playtime theory which makes for a below-average overall theory. It's just there, and I don't care enough about Poppy to even award it for accurate predictions, because I don't know. Number 324, episodes 211 and 212, Pet Scop's Hidden Horrors 2-parter. I have no opinion on this one, really. I rewatched it a few times to figure out what I was feeling, and why I wasn't getting into it, but I don't know. It's not a bad one, I don't think. I just got very little from it. Number 323, episode 254, Fortnite is stealing. Again? The most interesting part of the Fortnite theft episode is anytime Matt talks about the origins of the dancers. That's neat, but I find the legal talk extremely dull and boring, especially when it just amounts to, we don't know, but Fortnite are probably fine. Though I guess I don't mind when he's talking about the history of dance lore as well, that's not bad, but the Fortnite part is the weakest part of this, I think. Number 322, episode 181, FNAF the answer was right in front of... Fuck off. FNAF the answer was right in front of us. Honestly, shockingly uninteresting. The video is Matpat explaining a bunch of stuff in the book and how it kind of relates to the games. And then at the end he brings up the super mind control device. And there's a few interesting things and then it's just over. Okay. Number 321, episode 474, Don't Let Them Out. I don't care much about this one. It's yeah, he talks about the game, some stuff happens, there's some fun folklore, and then he pretends Lucifer's in the Bible. Number 320, episode 293, FNAF just got a reboot. The start of this episode, where it's just Matt showing the weird connection between FNAF World and Ultimate Custom Night, it's about as interesting as it gets. Everything after amounts to, yeah, you can interpret this as a reboot and nothing matters. Meaning you either believe him and it's disappointing and lame, or you don't believe him and the theory is dumb and boring. Number 319, episode 504, The Missing Bon Game. Kind of interesting idea, but one that didn't capture my attention at all. It's I enjoy Matpat mocking Bon's stupidity at times, and the surprised giant kid not being Jumbo Josh is big sad, I guess. Number 318, episode 403, The Dark Lore of Brawl Stars. I forgot all about this after I watched it. It seems fine enough. I remember nothing. It wasn't interesting. Still the boring ones. I got nothing to say about these. I want to get to the ones I like. Number 317, episode 474, Don't Open the Door. Honestly, I think the most interesting part of this theory is Matpat's explanation of the game itself. A game where all you do is go through doors with small challenges at each step. That does sound interesting. A spooky hotel of jump scares, if you would. Otherwise, I see where Matt was going, but he suddenly goes to talking about World War II, and I must have missed where that came from. Number 316, episode 491, How to Survive an Urban Apocalypse. Interesting premise, need enough elaboration, but nothing crazy. It's a almost decent episode. We're like nearing the point where I'm going to call them decent. I have minimal thoughts on it. Number 315, episode 155, Pokemon Go's Tragic End. The fact that this is a theory that was basically debunked the day it dropped is hard to ignore. It's also otherwise kind of absurd to me because it connects pieces that do not feel like they were meant to be connected, and then comes to an insane conclusion related to the Pokemon War. This makes it funny, but hard to swallow. Number 314, episode 330, The Cheapest Way to Win Toofed. There's a few interesting things in the Toofed episode, like Matpat's analysis of baseball stuff can be neat, but this feels so insanely disconnected to the game at hand that it really screams of Matt getting the sponsor and having no fucking clue what to do. It was like, fair enough, get that bag and all, but you can do better, man. Number 313, episodes 319 and 320, The FNAF Grave Robber Body Snatcher 2-part or whatever. It's more of Matthew talking about book stuff I don't care about and coming to conclusions that are sensible but not satisfying. I do enjoy the opening with him explaining his logic for using the books, which is why I say they're sensible at times, and also the way he goes about that comment is very funny, but aside from that, I just didn't find interesting. The fact that he uses the books is not inherently a problem to me, it's the way he uses it, which I hope I've explained. Number 312, episode 74, How Real Can Video Games Get? This one's alright. It covers the topic well enough, but I have no interest. The history lesson with his childhood was the most interesting part, as I just didn't feel like there was much tying into games that was neat. Number 311, episode 146, Real Tips for Surviving a Zombie Apocalypse. This one I feel should have been more interesting to me, but ended up being kinda whatever. It was a good concept handled well, I guess, I just didn't find all that neat. Number 310, episodes 498 and 500, The FNAF Ruin 2-parter. Decidedly nothing special. It's definitely a little frustrating how it took 2 odd years for Matpat to come to the same basic conclusions that everyone else had. Like, this feels weird to me. I thought, like, Matthew, I remember being, like, the front runner of FNAF theory discussion, but at this point in time, it always feels like he's behind the curve. Otherwise, I don't know, it was very forgettable. I think I face-palmed at a few things that I didn't like, but don't grill me. I like the idea that Cassie's dad was Bonnie Kid, if only because it would finally mean we're expanding on other characters and it would be a fun callback. I'm willing to believe that, just because I think it'd be neat. Number 309, episode 375, Minecraft and the Power of the Dead. Imagine making an entire theory about how the Nether has no sun and thus no source of energy, ergo it's powered by the souls of dead adventurers, while also showing endless shots of the literally infinite supply of magma that is constantly flowing. Absolutely mad. He could have had an awesome theory about how the Nether is a crushing density that keeps it constantly hot, and all the native creatures are microorganisms like real life ones that live near heat vents, which evolved into what they are in Minecraft, which would have been hard to swallow but really neat. Instead, he just kind of goes the route of, oh, souls, I guess. Number 308, episode 335, How to Overthrow a Dictator. You know, I kind of want to put this one lower out of spite because it took forever for this video to fucking download, but the Far Cry 6 episode is fine. Kind of a shrug and you'll miss it one. It doesn't do anything crazy wrong, but it feels barely connected to the game it's supposed to be about. And I always feel like there's this air of making light of a serious issue when referring to the mechanics of game theory in relation to dictators' oppressive regimes. Number 307, episodes 286 and 289, the ARG 2-parter. Watching Matpat explain his own ARG still isn't all that interesting. I do like the puzzles and such, but the explanations, frankly, I just don't find as exciting when it's from the person who made it. It's hard to explain, but I don't get engaged when it's not, wow, this is a cool theory and this guy is figuring stuff out, but rather, Matthew explains the solutions to the puzzles and there's no lore or story or anything like that. It's fine, but nothing else. I appreciate Matthew's passion though, and I'm sure that this ARG was fucking sick at the time. It's just I'm coming in late, so I'm also getting that bit of that ARG FOMO that happens. Number 306, episode 339, Minecraft Stop Using Diamonds. The last bit of this video and a few of the explanations given are quite fun. I like Matt elaborating on toughness versus hardness and the way netherite is dumb as shit, but the rest of the video, even at its best, is the ending of his Minecraft Diamond Armor value episode, but just extended. No shit diamonds aren't good for what you use, and really no shit iron is the best. That was never in dispute. Some would argue that even if diamond is technically stronger in the game, that iron is still the most important resource, or at least up there. Number 305, episode 328, The Stolen Souls of Minecraft. The one soul this one never captured was mine. The things that look and act like ghosts are probably ghosts. That's most of what I got from it. Matthew also says the Vindicators are innocent people turned evil against their will because of the Johnny Shining reference, which is absolutely ludicrous and stupid. And the Vex being ghosts does not at all prove that the Vindicators are being controlled. Those are two different things. God, it feels like such a nothing episode. I know just going off observation doesn't prove something for sure, but when something is just blatantly a ghost, I don't think one needs all these small details to explain it. Number 304, episode 139, Luigi's Secret Identity. The Secret Identity one is fine, I guess. I like some of it, but it also feels like Matpat goes into unnecessary details that don't add to the video at points. It's all built around the assumption that a magic eye laser beam that's called hypnosis is the exact same as real life hypnosis. Because as we all know, when you watch someone undergo hypnosis, they get shot with magic eye lasers. Number 303, episode 349, Among Us, this elite 500 IQ imposter strategy will never lose. Wonderful clickbait with the Among Us IQ videos because they're not really strategies. They're collections of tips and tricks to help with the game. The second one of them was mediocre. Unremarkable beyond the little bit about avoiding conventional wisdom as a good tactic potentially. That one I can agree with. Avoid conventional wisdom sometimes. Feels like that'd be an easy one to forget. Number 302, episode 345. Among Us, the 300 IQ imposter strategy that wins every time. I'm gonna be honest, reading the titles physically injures me. This one's like perfectly fine, I guess, almost. It's enjoyable, I like Matt's explaining of some things, it's nothing special. The comedy was very dad-pat and not in a good way, which does bring it down. Number 301, episode 241, Why You Can't Beat Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. This one's alright, yeah? I feel like I should have gotten more out of it, but it's really just Matthew explains a few calculations and throws the results at you. Which, normally when he does this, he's a lot more thorough, but here, it's not very thorough. Number 300, episodes 499 and 501, The Answer the Call two-parter. This one was just close enough to almost making to the decent tier. Welcome Home is a neat enough mystery story for me to get some enjoyment from, but it didn't jive much with me. Part 2 was a bit more interesting, but I couldn't point to anything that stood out. Number 299, episode 323, How WoW Nearly Prevented the Coronavirus Crisis. This was exactly what I expected, Matthew going over the corrupted blood incident in World of Warcraft. But like, that incident is interesting enough for me to just be like, yeah, okay. Unlike his first COVID-related episode, he has some good words to say as well. He used his platform to actually educate people on the situation, and he doesn't want to come off as trivializing the situation. Number 298, episode 318, The Scary Crimes of the Minecraft Illagers. The Minecraft Illagers episode is fine. It makes sense, but it's not anything crazy. It's a completely acceptable one. I have nothing more complex to say, but at least it makes sense among all these other Minecraft game theories. Number 297, episode 405, The Truth About Resident Evil's Parasite. I found this one surprisingly in one ear and out the other. I like when Matt explains stuff like this, but something about this one didn't click with me and I can't quite figure it out, which pisses me off. Number 296, episode 362, KFC just won the console wars. Matpat advertises a console that never got released and it's really basic and lame. I have so little going on, but the fucking just novelty of it gives it a lot of points. Number 295, episode 520, Welcome to Your Nightmare. It sucks putting one of the final 10 so low, but I do not care for a lot of the Barn lore. It didn't engage me much at all, I got nothing. Number 294, episode 406, is Minecraft Netherite from Space. I guess I kinda like this one, there's some neat bits and I like the idea that it could be from space, but like again, Matt sees that these were made by the Piglins and has to merge it with his made up ancient builders lore in a historical war between the factions that I'm not sure on how it links to his previous theories on the lore of the Piglins. It's funny though, so yeah. Number 293, episode 346, The Forgotten History of Minecraft Villagers. I was genuinely super interested in this at first. Matt brings up the villagers and their iron golems, he does some interesting digging into the lore book stating they're summoned but not built. Then he brings up this Jeb quote, which literally all Jeb says is they took inspiration from Castle in the Sky, the inspiration being blatantly obvious, but then Matthew feels the need to overanalyze it in a way that's not fun. It feels like complete headcanon shit with no basis in evidence that the movie actually also inspired the lore from the golems. It was always intended from the start. even though Jeb states the villagers were the builders of the golems, but later lore books say otherwise. But then Matthew doesn't take the obvious explanation that it's probably a retcon, or even just a mistake on the book's part for not knowing this relatively obscure lore and contradicting it. No. He goes on this lengthy story about the history of the villagers, which is just fucking out of nowhere. He is lucky that this time it was an interesting enough story for me not to call this a bad episode. It's just a bit of a disappointment from how good the start was. Number 292, episode 527, FNAF, Thanks for the Memories. Unfortunately, rounding out the boring tier is the final FNAF theory. I hate to say it, it didn't hit me. Matt talks about the legacy of Five Nights at Freddy's, which is fine, but as a video, I just wasn't that into it. I got nothing from it and I didn't enjoy it much. But I don't think I can say it's outright bad. It's kind of the perfect conclusion for the situation Matthew is in. It wasn't a new final timeline, which would have been perfect because there was nothing new to add. I would have preferred if he did a final theory about the first game only and what the lore was just in that on its own, divorced from anything, seeing as the first FNAF game is the only FNAF entry he never did a proper theory on. But I guess now a video like that has been made from someone else, I forget who did it. I don't need another one that's just Matt saying it. I don't have any real complaints, I guess, it just wasn't doing much for me. But then there's your little bonus entry to Boring Tier, which is an episode I actually forgot to include, and I watched it, but I forgot to write up a proper segment for it. That is episode 279, We Made a Computer in Mario Maker. Well, I think it's maybe we built, who cares? I forgot about this episode after writing it, and I forgot to include it. So just pretend the numbers match up because I'm not fixing every single entry. This episode isn't actually that boring after a rewatch, but let's be honest, if I forgot about it immediately after watching, I think it says plenty about how good the episode actually is. It's going at the top of Boring Tier because I don't think I can really call it decent or good. Yeah, it's not bad, but I also completely forgot about it. It's the only one, so even the episodes I consider boring I didn't forget about while I did with this one. It doesn't really help that it came between, YouTubers ruining gaming and the secret identity of Hollow Knight's hero, which were both episodes that definitely got a lot more of a reaction out of me. But hey, that's that, and yep, that's Mario Maker Computer. It sure is an episode. Okay, so with any luck, there's only an hour left of this video, but I know that's not the case. We're going to take a very brief and very quick break to talk about all the game theory shorts that Matthew did, and rank them as a fun little intermission. Number 41, Link is dead in Legend of Zelda. Instead of some shorts that connect to existing theories but include details not in them or just being parts of them to incentivize you to watch it, this is a shit tiny version of his Majora's Mask theory on the same topic. Number 40, your favorite creator is sus. Why did I decide to include every short here? Number 39, Mario RPG solved. Matpat opens by saying the biggest mystery was solved, gives a theory, no proof, and then makes the video loop. Okay. Number 38, Pokemon lore goes hard. As funny as it is for Matt to basically say that France nuked Spain, it's funnier that he clearly didn't go to all the classes in Scarlet and Violet because that stated crater is millions of years old, and Matpat missed that. Hilarious. Number 37, these 5 new Pokemon are fake. Matthew reads the Pokédex entries for the future Paradox Pokemon, and then acts like Deoxys and Clefairy don't exist by saying that aliens are just now confirmed. Number 36, don't show Markiplier this video. Bit amusing, but I don't think it works, so bottom tier short. Number 35, Super Smash Bros. Is Doki Doki Literature Club. No, it's not. The theory is just about the developer of Doki Doki being a Smash player and modder, and how that led to DDLC. Number 34, God of War explores the multiverse. I'm very frustrated that this massively interesting possible theory episode was turned into a short when I would have loved an episode talking about how all the Sony worlds are in one cosmology and how that had worked. As well as Matthew giving some receipts for his claim that Kratos took 1,000 years to do all this. Number 33, let's troll Matpat. This is a nothing short, but Matthew mentioning he wanted to be in a game for years sent me down the rabbit hole as to his supposed pop-up dungeon appearance mentioned in the Rome mobile game episode that doesn't seem to exist. Number 32, help me troll YouTube. Makes me sad that Matt didn't reach this in time. Number 31, Dream's face revealed to Matpat. Matt reacting to Dream's face like it's a horrific jump scare is funny, but otherwise any novelty this had disappeared after Dream actually showed his face, and turned out to be what the default settings of any character creator would give you. Number 30, Fortnite just dunked on Roblox. Didn't know any of this, so that's the point, but otherwise I don't care. Number 29, Poppy Playtime has an adorable new character. Who cares? Boring ass Poppy Playtime stuff. Number 28, Mo Heads, Mo Problems. I guess this makes sense, but it would have been interesting to see more details on how the multiple brains would work in the context of the original video, instead of most of the short being wasted space. Number 27, send your pet to war. I like red pandas, so this was a bit fun. Number 26, there's a cult in Hello Neighbor 2. Unremarkable, nothing special, some talk about books and cults. Number 25, Minecraft the Nether Ice Age. The most interesting part of the frozen nether theory without the dumb parts, but nothing unique. Number 24, the FNAF 4 secret that changes everything. It doesn't change everything, it's just a fun small theory trying to explain Nightmare's existence. Number 23, Minecraft votes are rigged. Reasonable enough theory, but nothing special. Number 22, Fall Fest secret role in FNAF history. Just a fun small bit of new support for an existing theory. Number 21, Mario is a fraud. Somehow better supported than the entire Mario is Mental two-parter. Number 20, Game Theory training montage. Fun, but not much else. Number 19, Golden Freddy Souls FNAF 6. Interesting idea, small thing, kinda neat. Number 18, Let Me Dominate You. Nobody take that out of context. Matpat talks about the T-pose and it's kind of okay, I guess. Number 17, Hey Now, You're a Brawl Star. Fine enough video, but Matt's advertisement for the phone is hilarious and out of nowhere. Number 16, How Afton survived FNAF 6. Matthew brings up an interesting theory and does a good job of debunking it succinctly within a short. Number 15, Poppy Playtime lore is broken. I like both how angry Matpat gets and the reveal the lore breaking thing is just some fucking book on a shelf. Number 14, the GTA 6 trailer goes hard. Fun little history lesson, that's about it, I liked it. Number 13, Who Needs Armor? Good on Matthew for helping debunk the stupid heavy armor belief, but also pointing out its origins, which I didn't actually know. Number 12, Snack on this little Poppy Playtime detail. A fun little way to get a date in Poppy Playtime that I like and I think is fun. Number 11, I found the FNAF retcon. A decent enough theory and one of the biggest contenders for the Scott Cawthon retcon that is definitely not the only one. But this retcon could have gotten its whole theory. I actually would have liked an episode just on what the retcon was. Number 10, Roblox Doors is ripping you off. Fun little money calculation theory. I like that he continued past the basic calculation to also bring on how much the other things you can buy cost. Number 9, Can You Solve My AIG? Fun little video pointing out some secrets and leaving more for us to solve. Number 8, Dead Mario Gives Me Life. Fun explanation for this manga panel and a good message. Number 7, Spot the Difference. The candle on the cupcake, the drawing in the top right, the color of the cup stripes, the E in Celebrate is a B on the top one, Freddy is missing his mic in one of them, there's a missing yellow face in the second piece of paper, the screen behind the fan is missing a reflection, the balloons change color between sides, the webs in the bottom right are missing in the upper side, and there's an extra thing in front of the left monitor. Fun. Not much of a short, technically, but fuck it. Number 6, Joel is swole. Good short, quite fun. I wonder if this topic on how much is being carried in the inventory would have been fun for like Link and comparing which of them has the heaviest inventory. Number 5, Minecraft bees go hard. Yeah, a fairly decent Minecraft calculation. He's not done too many of those, so it's novel and it involves real world animals, which I love. Number 4, Sonic broke his own legs. This could have been its own full theory, but Matt covered most of the interesting parts here and it's pretty enjoyable. Number 3, the secret of the universe is a donut. Interesting theory. I'd like to know how fast this spaceship is using this logic because that's really silly, but I think it's the kind of dumb fun I like in my game theory shorts. Number 2, Matpat shot a frickin' tank. Just a funny short that's carried here by how this is one of the last things Matt did for the channel. It's a great little bonus. It's Matt at his best, shooting a shot completely missing but having fun anyway. Number 1, I found Super Mario's mum. I didn't know about this lady and Pauline's separate characters thing in the canon, but that's actually really interesting. It also might make Donkey Kong Bonanza's baby Pauline more viable if Lady is a separate character. I don't know, someone get on that. I actually think that's really interesting lore that I wasn't aware of. Back on track, here we are with the decent episodes. Ones I can watch and go, yep, I enjoyed that for the most part, I think. Finally, onto some good shit. Number 291, episode 438, Markiplier, please smash my Pokemon. I really don't think this one is fair because it isn't meant to stand on its own. This is just part of a lengthy bit between friends. It's nice to see Matt go over the various traits they went into the design, but I honestly feel a bit conflicted on how the design appears to be... I don't know. The short stature gives an almost childlike look to it that bothers me given the context. Now for Kitty, it definitely comes across better overall, though the staff accessory feels weird. I'm just not into Pokemon that have like human-made accessories in their designs. Still, like, it's an okay episode. Number 290, episode 496, Lies of the Founder. I can't explain why, but the second Rambu Generation Lost episode didn't do nearly as much for me as the first. I like some of the details he points out, but I think the format, while novel, often just made it look like Matt was pointing to something obvious and telling us it's obvious. Still, it's not a bad one. Number 289, episode 419, The Disturbing Lore of Merge Mansion just got darker. Yeah, this one was decent. It's enjoyable enough, not bad. I like the knife bit and how Matt struggled to read some of the script. But this was after the security breach episodes, and he makes a claim about something not being solid enough evidence, and I just want to say, by this point, the bar for evidence has been locked in Tartarus like the Titans that opposed Zeus. That fucker is gone. That bar has been chopped into pieces like Chronos and stuck in the deepest pits of fuck. Number 288, episode 290, Do Video Games Cause Violence? It's complicated. This is softly placed at around the line between boring and decent, because I get what Matt was doing for this. I think it's an interesting conversation, but something about how he went about the topic of violence didn't capture me. It's not bad, but I didn't get much from it. Number 287, episode 489, Garten of Banban lore is something. Points for how Matt is fully aware of how cliche the story of this is, and I appreciate him attempting to give it a small amount of credit, but that doesn't make it suddenly not cliche and boring. It's fine enough, but not crazy. Number 286, episode 468, Among Us Red is Sus. In theory or game theory, this is a decent episode. I think it has plenty going for it in terms of psychology, but it has, like, hilarious quotes out of context. Like when 400 people were told to choose the least worthy of colors, the second highest was black, or stay away from the yellows, reds, and blacks. The only thing that bothered me a bit was Matt talking about how historically yellow represents cowardice. He should have specified he meant historically in Western society, because being Asian, I see yellow as the color of royalty and heroism, so yeah. Number 285, episode 91, Super Smash Bros. Tragic Hidden Lore. I wasn't sure how to rank this one, because it's really solid. He just applies it to real people in an awkward way. If this is just about how Smash is the story of a child struggling with growing up and being shackled by societal norms, I'd rank this quite high, because it's solid and well done. But he directly ties it into Sakurai and how Smash Brothers is Sakurai talking about how, oh, he hates his job, he hates Smash, life is so awful as Masahiro Sakurai. I don't know, it goes a bit far, almost to the point of being funny, but, you know, it's overall not bad. Number 284, episode 381, FNAF Return to the Pit. I almost put this in a boring tier. It's 3 random theories with no value in my eyes. But the time-traveling Looper Afton theory is so funny even in Matt's mind that I have to admit, it got me to laugh a bit. Number 283, episode 390, Fortnite's secret plan to control Disney. I didn't get much from the Fortnite Disney control plan episode. It was kind of entertaining, just because I wasn't fully aware of Epic's history as a company, and that was enough to put it above boring, because that was interesting. I didn't know about that. Number 282, episode 350, The Hidden Code of Unus Annus. I don't know how to feel. It's halfway fun stuff as Matt goes through all the hidden details across the videos, and then the other half just kind of makes me zone out. Number 281, episode 320, The Lost Cult of Minecraft Illagers. I like this a bit more than the first Illagers episode, but the whole random escapade into cargo cults feels like such a strange connection to make, honestly. It's so serious a topic to bring up here, which I know is a Matpat thing, but still. But I did enjoy the overall storyline he was telling. Number 280, episode 32, Fallout, boom, headshot. It's acceptable. He answers the question of if you could survive immediately, but I do like the further detail he goes into later on. It answered the question adequately. I have no more to say. Number 279, episode 173, How Minecraft Broke YouTube. Annoyingly, I kind of enjoyed this YouTube meta theory. I don't tend to enjoy them much, but this one was kind of interesting. I think Matpat going through the history was decently fun. Nothing special, but mostly alright. Number 278, episode 44, Why Final Fantasy is Anti-Religion. This Final Fantasy episode is saved by the Gaijin Goomba cameo. Matpat's segment of the video is the majority, and made up almost exclusively of him going, this obvious religious and biblical reference and theming is religious and biblical. But that's it. But Gaijin Goomba, however, actually has something to say about Western religion, Christianity specifically, and how it contrasts in meaning and purpose with Japan's customs and own beliefs. That's fascinating stuff. If that was the whole video, this would have ranked a lot higher, but Matpat's chunk does bring it down, sadly. Number 277, episode 242, Superhot.exe is a virus. I feel a bit lost with this one, I guess because I haven't played the game, but I don't know, I was getting along with it, I was enjoying it a bit, but it kind of got to a point where I was like, Number 276, episode 130, Undertale, Sans Secret Identity. There's probably 2 camps here. Camp 1 is saying this is the worst episode and should have been lower. Camp 2 is saying this episode's actually good and should be higher. Frankly, the episode's pretty mediocre. Aside from the overall hilarity of the episode in a vacuum, it does have some interesting parts to it. Most of the episode is a genuinely acceptable discussion on why Sans is weird, and how some of his Easter egg elements are likely references to Earthbound, a series that greatly inspired his game. It's just the last third of this episode that is absolute nonsense, as Matpat goes on to claim that Undertale is a sequel to an Earthbound ROM hack made by the same creator. A theory based entirely on small Easter eggs towards a franchise Toby Fox doesn't own, with claims like Sans turning into a skeleton because he went through a machine that doesn't transport organic matter. Which, bones have plenty of organic parts to them, how did he even live that? How does this explain Papyrus? Papyrus features a reference to the Starman, and also if you squint extremely hard, then half of him almost resemble the pose those guys have. The distinct hands-on hip pose nobody has ever done in real life that Earthbound entirely made up, you know? Matpat doesn't even sugarcoat this with any, this obviously isn't canon but might be the intention with the references. He whole hog says he thinks it's the case. So it's not a bad episode because the first 2 chunks are quite good. It just nosedives into insanity with claims that do not work out at all. What do you think, Hyper?
Yeah, I would say I largely agree with that. I think it generally starts pretty strong, with how Sans doesn't really fit in with the rest of the cast and how he clearly has more going on than what he initially shows off. It's pretty serviceable, but the moment the badge is mentioned, it goes downhill into complete hilarity. The music just kind of adds to how utterly absurd this all is, and it makes it sound even more hilarious. Claiming how Sans is somehow related to a completely unrelated game to Undertale that is only connected via cute Easter eggs and inspirations that have absolutely nothing to do with lore, but oh no, they are definitely connected. So this should be quite obvious, but oh, it just gets better. So everyone already knows about Sans being Ness and logical leaps with the poses, teleporting at the picture, and the blah blah, yada yada yada, all that stuff. Everyone knows that junk. I completely forgot that frankly absurd claim that Papyrus is a Starman too? Like, hello, what? So, okay, the evidence is that they do the same pose. Except, objectively, it is not the same pose. Just look at it. They are completely different. Wait, like, it's just like, are you blind? Can you, like, see? Do you have eyes? Like, hello? Oh, what do you mean? What do you mean, Matpat? What do you mean? Oh, it just brings me to tears. It's just so funny how it descends into chaos, and honestly, wasn't really anything worth getting mad about because I just find it hilarious and how it just a complete right hook into pure stupidity. Like, it's not really something worth getting mad about. I don't understand why it got the hate it did. Like, he even admitted that he never thought Sans was Ness. This is just kind of a joke, just something to get people to open their minds to. Not entirely sure what it was supposed to open to, but hey, it opened me to the absurdity that is the hilarious fan art of Sans being Ness, but hey, that's just really freaking silly.
Number 275, episode 147, My Fan Game is a Crime? I enjoyed this, yeah. A fun look into copyright history with gaming, and then the concerns with the new rulings and how it gives too much legal power to randos online. Neat, nothing crazy. Number 274, episode 6, Frogger, Australian for video games. Am I biased a little bit? Absolutely, but this also means I dock points for Matpat's inability to pronounce Australian names. We call it Melbourne, mate. Anyway, this is a pretty simple but enjoyable one. What is Frogger? That's the question, and he actually answers it very quickly. It makes most of the content more so, seeing if all the facts line up well enough. It's basic, but pretty good. Glad he can't tell the difference between a front-end loader and a bulldozer though. Nice one, Gary. Number 273, episode 131, is Far Cry Primal Ubisoft's Missing Link. This one shouldn't be as boring as it is, but it does just feel too boring for what I would like. I kinda like the ending though. Matt ties it into his wider Ubisoft world, and I remember really liking this when it first dropped. I kinda remember it all being this though. Despite that, it mostly amounts to Matpat explaining in excruciating detail that actually, you can't just give a wild animal one piece of food and it immediately becomes your pet. Then he compares some of the powers and arsenal with other groups in Ubisoft and goes, yup, it's the same. Very dull, but the ending does help it a lot. Number 272, episode 183, Gaming's Biggest Mystery Solved. Look, another episode that I'm not sure if I'd like more or less if I played the game. A neat theory from what I can tell. I enjoy the Sans reference. It's nice when you can see Matt take something that upset him and poke fun at it. Otherwise, meh. Number 271, episode 154, Exposing Metroid's Hidden Threat. This is the episode where Matthew ignores the part where the game blatantly disproves his theory by saying the thing he suggests was checked and was wrong. Yeah, it's fine. Like, Matpat has a potential the villain isn't the villain theory right there with the Metroids, given they show normal animalistic behavior, benefit the galaxy overall, and spend most of the series being cloned and used as weapons even after they were executioned. And like, that was cool. That part of the theory is what gets into decent, the bit where he talks about how the Metroids aren't that bad. But then he randomly bullshits about the innocent animals being the real villains. Okay, Matthew, go back to sleep. Number 270, episode 195, Gaming is Broken. What comes next? I kinda so trailed through the history of art. It's neat and has some cool moments of just sharing some art history, but I think the gaming part falls flat because I do not find it that interesting. I think he even repeats himself a few times, which like I do too, but I'm a dumb idiot doing all this mostly alone and not a Matthew Patthew with a full team and millions of subscribers. But I'm a dumb idiot doing all this mostly alone and not a Matthew Patthew with a full team and millions of subscribers. That, and he promises to let you know what's coming next for gaming, but he doesn't. He just says, we'll return from irony to unirony. Okay. Number 269, episode 27, Call of Duty Modern War Crimes. This one's okay. It's like, yeah, I like the mentioning at the end of how maybe the lack of punishment given to the war criminals is quite accurate, honestly. Just due to like how the winners determined what crimes were committed and how America didn't want to sign any agreement to be fairly trialed after warfare. But otherwise, there's a few neat moments and such. Most of the actual war criming is just shown in a montage though. Number 268, episode 467, The Cursed Law of Choo Choo Charles. Super middling theory. I like the image of Choo Choo Charles, I guess, but learning that he's just a spider wearing a train, and the game is about his eggs, kinda just broke whatever semblance of aura he had. And frankly, the theory revealing itself to be a villain was a good guy all along plot doesn't help. Number 267, episode 96, Toad's Deadly Secret. Matthew doesn't have the best history with Mario characters or evil theories, but this one's kind of interesting. It's not that the Toads are evil, just that their spreading may be a bad thing potentially. There's a degree of sense to it at points. I think it's entertaining enough. Number 266, episode 47, How Assassin's Creed Predicted the Future of Science. The first episode of Assassin's Creed is not really that bad, but for some reason it doesn't capture me. The topic's interesting and it's fairly educational as long as it's correct and not outdated, I wouldn't know, but I don't find myself engaged. It's only slightly tangential to Assassin's Creed itself, and that's a bummer. Number 265, episode 86, Defending Call of Duty Advanced Warfare's Regenerating Health. It's fine. It has some neat stuff and things I didn't know, just nothing I care about, but you know what? It's perfectly enjoyable. Number 264, episode 108, Red vs. Blue, The Secret Color Strategy. Aside from the hysterically unfun SJW and chess white supremacy jokes, I think this one's entirely unremarkable. It's well made enough and has some interesting stuff, but it barely made any impact. Number 263, episode 238, How PewDiePie Lost YouTube to T-Series. Yeah, I'm kind of uninterested in this one, but like, it has some good stuff. I kind of feel bad watching this one. It feels like the tipping point where YouTube got so big that it went from a creator-focused platform to a company one. And that makes this admittedly accurate video harder to swallow. It's not Matt's fault though, like this is not so distressing compared to everything else going on. It's alright. Number 262, episodes 202 and 203, The Loot Box 2-parter. I don't fucking care. These episodes are fine though, like Matthew tackles loot boxes and what makes them addicting, and that's fine. Like, that's cool, I just don't think it goes beyond, yeah, this is a boring subject, but he handled it really well. Number 261, episode 46, The Metroid Morph Ball is Lame. Fine episode, fairly decent. It feels like it falls a little flat at times with its subject matter turning out to not really be all that interesting. I think the only way this episode could have been particularly neat would have been if Matpat did the episode and went over like more versions of the Morph Ball, but that said, his ending bit about how it's really dumb and Samus should just crawl seems to ignore the obvious thing of like crawling in extremely bulky armor may not be as convenient as he thinks, and the Morph Ball is fast. Spheres roll faster than people can crawl. Number 260, episode 65, Why Call of Duty Ghosts Should Terrify You. It's okay. Doesn't do anything exciting, but I find the subject matter to be almost interesting, so going from boring to decent, I forgot that the lower chunk of the decent episodes are just kind of the boring ones, but there's a few things that I look and give a thumbs up and like. Number 259, episode 37, The Monty Hall, Plinko, and Probability. It's okay. It's Matpat talking about probability in some game shows. Nothing exciting, but I think he does a decent job of explaining several of these, and that's all he needed to do. Number 258, episode 376, Drink Me. The real issue I have with the Only Cans episode is that, while all the details seem right and good, it suffers from the whole thing of like, the theory itself is a super obvious conclusion that's immediately noticeable, so while he wants me to think what will the big twist be, it's exactly what the immediate assumption is. What would be the most obvious twist to how these cans are alive and act like humans? Number 257, episode 515, The Game Awards Are Wrong! The entire video and thumbnail are blatant clickbait. It has nothing to do with how the awards are wrong or rigged. If anything, it's mostly just figuring out the trends of what's likely to win, and then also going into how indicative of the people's voting it is. And honestly, it's interesting to think, like, the idea that this is voted by fathers who have grown up and want to see games growing up with them. They have their natural biases, which leads to the recurring winning traits. I think it's interesting to think that the reason there's less of those kiddie, like, just whimsical games is because it's from adult gamers who want games to grow up with them. I feel a little less derisive to them. Should still have more variety though. Number 256, episode 245, You Are Your Character. This one is just Matt going over some data he got on a survey about Smash. It's not bad, but it's definitely just kind of okay. I wasn't sure on some of the conclusions, like he writes off Ridley and K-Rool being new as the reason so many chose them, while seemingly unaware of how insanely requested they were. He makes some correlations between countries and their characters of choice that only sometimes seems to make sense. It's fine. Number 255, episode 433, Bowser's Lost Child. Yoshi! There's plenty to like about this, but it doesn't work out in the end. I like his looking into official statements and comparisons to other Yoshi-like entities, as well as dodging my issue of calling plesiosaurs dinosaurs by elaborating that they're actually not later on. He could have also elaborated that Bahamut is not a dragon, but rather a big fuck-off fish, but let's take the good with the bad. The big issue is that he never once addresses that the majority, if not all hybrids of the kinds he's proposing, are infertile and cannot reproduce, while calling the mass reproducing species the Yoshis one of those. Or maybe he just doesn't know the Yoshis are a species. Number 254, episode 208, KSI vs Logan Paul, why Logan Paul will win. This episode is extremely frustrating. At first, this video is actually pretty good. In fact, it's mostly pretty good, which is why it's still ranked okay with the decent episodes. Matt's examination of KSI's first boxing match, with clear comparisons to more well-known boxers, good explanations of strategies and how they're implemented, and going well in depth on how things went down is all very entertaining. And then he brings up Logan, and amounts the discussion to an extended round of Logan has longer arms so he will win. Almost as if Logan is just here to get views for the video, and there's actually nothing to talk about because he knew nothing about how the idiot would actually box. Good job, Matthew, if only KSI won. Number 253, episode 343, Dear Fall Guys, I fixed your game. Fall Guys somehow only has one game theory. It's one of those survey episodes, but it wasn't as interesting to me because maybe just because I played more Smash and studied more psychology than I'd ever engaged with Fall Guys. But I guess I do like it more than the Smash episode anyway. It's always nice to see Matt act like an actual researcher and show his thought process. Bro, stop going on about your huge numbers relative to science and their studies though, it's incomparable. Number 252, episode 516, GTA 6 spoiled its entire story in the trailer. Kinda hard to fully judge when the game isn't out even now yet. This was fine. A lot of it is just, here's the evidence for something deceptive going on, and if the whole story is what he had laid out, it would be pretty bland, which sucks because he describes it as that. Number 251, episode 213, did I find Fortnite's secret lore? It makes sense. I thought there were fun moments like finding the island size and explaining what acid rain is. Otherwise, it's just alright. Number 250, episode 221, how deadly is Mario's blue shell? This one should have entertained me more. But I think because most of it is an explanation of momentum and then verification of a calc from a different show that probably would have been more interesting to watch happen, the remaining only 5 seconds being the actual calculating drops this a lot. It's not much of a video on the blue shell, it's the description of the mechanics he'll be using, and only kind of interesting comparison of an existing weight to the game he's talking about. It lets me down a bit. Number 249, episode 240, the end of Princess Peach. Mario lore? Cool, I like this. Beehive discussion? Epic! I love this, I love bees. Combining them and then randomly ending on Peachette is proof that Peach is going to get killed by her own people, who are grooming young toads into being their new queen? Nah, I'm not really into that. This episode has great moments and low points, and the fact that Matt doesn't seem to consider how he literally mentions toads are genderless, but Peach is very much consistently referred to as female, while arguing she's a toad, just feels weird. I don't know. This definitely could have been great if he combined the lore and the beehives better. Number 248, episode 244, Bendy's tragic ending explained! I think this is the most interesting Bendy part as of its dropping, I think. Like, I was invested a bit despite not being super into these dream theory type things usually, but I did like it kinda. Number 247, episode 259, we were totally wrong what Bendy's ending really meant. Again, I don't know what to say about these Bendy ones. I wonder genuinely if being a Bendy fan influences how engaging the videos are in the same way as being a FNAF fan does for those ones. I think this one has an interesting story to tell, I just don't give a shit. Number 246, episode 304, why YouTube will never fix Rewind. For a meta theory, I actually kind of enjoy this one. It was really just Matthew roasting YouTubes with facts and knowledge for 20 minutes, which I can't deny I found pretty fun. It's not a topic I care about, but Matt did an okay job. Number 245, episodes 455 and 458, the Happy Meat Farms ARG 2-parter. Yeah, I like these ones. There were some fun moments of solving problems and stuff, but I wasn't able to probably tune into this. It just left me a bit shrug emoji, but I enjoyed it well enough. Number 244, episode 377, the hero that broke Genshin Impact. The Genshin money theory is completely there. It's not bad, and I think it has some good knowledge of economy in there. Otherwise, it's not special, it's just, it's okay. Number 243, episode 291, the lost history of Minecraft's Wither. This tells a compelling story, but feels very disconnected from the source material and proof. It's hard to explain, but it doesn't feel like any of what he says is supported. It feels like Matt pointed out a few weird things about Minecraft and the Wither, but then forced the evidence to fit the story he wanted to tell. Now that story was actually pretty cool this time, but it's hard to nod along and enjoy when you're constantly questioning everything he says, so it just ends up as decent, but not good. Number 242, episode 303, The Tragedy of Minecraft's Sunken Tomb. Similar to the Wither episode, the Drowned one feels like a bunch of disconnected evidence that comes together to a compelling story, but not necessarily a compelling conclusion. Like, yeah, I can see the Nautilus shell connection coming, and I do think there is an implied tie between the Drowned and the Conduit, but like, the zombie reskin is hostile to villagers, meaning they must be pirates, thus tied to the sunken ships, and not because they're zombies. The ships that Matthew says were looking for sunken treasure using the buried treasure maps that he also says are only found in monuments, but not on the ships themselves, so why wouldn't they have buried treasure maps? I don't know, there's some pretty big holes that I struggle to look past, but I think it's generally a bit more fun than the Withered one. Number 241, episode 120, Exposing the Real-Life Gangs of Assassin's Creed Syndicate. This one kind of began a trend of Matpat going over games and stuff based solely on trailers. I can't recall how much he did it in game theory as opposed to film theory as of the point where I was watching this, but I don't like these predictive theories. You might have noticed as of this point in the video. This one was fine though. He goes over some British criminal history well enough, I just don't care a lot, and I don't think it has any interesting ties to the game itself when it was being made. Number 240, episode 112, FNAF 4 got it all wrong! Yeah, not much going on here frankly. It's a fine episode, but the fact that the entire thing hinges on the game being wrong, while Matpat's theory stands on a bed of falsehood, is not it, Chief. I enjoy parts of it. It has some good research. I just think relating it to the game makes it fall apart a bit. Number 239, episode 354, Among Us. Your 900 IQ means nothing! I have little to say beyond I really enjoy how Matpat explains IQ, what it measures, and why an IQ above 200 barely means anything and at a certain point is literally impossible. Nothing else to see here, though it is weird how Matt gives credence to truth wizards as a genuine scientific thing, when that study's heavily criticized. Number 238, episode 136, my reaction to the Fine Bros React World controversy. I think I appreciate Matt's approach here more than the episode itself. I don't care much for that part, but Matt waiting for the controversy to settle so he can make a more well-structured and meaningful response than a lot of other people who just tried to capitalize on the talk of the town at the time is genuinely respectable. Like, unlike his dream conclusion one or his, Scott Cawthon we gotta talk about one, this one felt more like he actually had something to say. And his anecdotal confession of his reasoning for that Sonic episode, I genuinely think was quite nice to hear. I am glad he could admit this. It shows a genuine quality to him that is one of many things that has led me to constantly preface that I don't believe Matt really meant wrong with most of the stuff that reads badly. He has reasonable takes multiple times here and I really understand where he's coming from. It's just I don't care about the topic much and I was pretty uninterested with the overall video despite the moments it piqued my attention. Number 237, episode 256, Petscop, the Music and the Madman. It's a fine theory. I have nothing else to say, it's just a fine theory. Number 236, episode 399, Minecraft's Darkest Timeline. I think I enjoyed the Hermitcraft episode. It didn't strike me much, but I think it was kinda neat. I did like that the video called Minecraft's Darkest Timeline said that a Jack Black and Minecraft crossover was something Matt didn't think he needed. Number 235, episode 269, Bendy 2 Return to the Ink Machine. I don't know, I guess Matthew doing this on a green screen just made it a style of video where when he does a boring video but it's on the green screen, it's just Matt doing stuff on camera. It had more entertainment value than some of the other ones. He didn't do too many of these, but they're enjoyable. Number 234, episodes 272 and 273, the Petscop Haunted and Trapped two-parter. I felt like this one had more interesting talking points, and Matt expressing his love of the series as well, which those helped get it up there, but that's it. Number 233, episode 444, This Cat Killed the Human Race. I think I like bits of this one. It has its moments, but it's generally nothing super intriguing to me. I think Matt's conclusion makes sense, even if it isn't particularly stimulating. Number 232, episode 447, Don't Breathe. I actually really liked the first half of this one, where he looked at the Poppy Playtime Part 3 trailer, explained the hints to the big villain, and then used a combination of recurring trends, business sense, and more or less common sense to explain why he thought that it was a big red herring. The next part was almost interesting, especially the Walt Disney bit, but it felt like most of it was just a bunch of runaround to reach the conclusion of the red gas being sleeping gas, when the big fuck off gas mask he shows at the trailer was just kind of spelling it out. Like it's just there. Or because he said the words poppy gas when live reacting and had to follow through. Oh well, it's decent enough overall. Number 231, episode 463, FNAF The Origins of Evil. Much like the next entry, I like half of this episode a decent bit, analysing the differences between William and Henry's animatronic styles, connecting the mediocre melodies to Happiest Day, and so on. The issue I have is that he then goes on to this big old segment about the origins of Chuck E. Cheese and connects that to William and Henry, which doesn't feel like it was ever the intention. And then he goes on to talk about some other stuff that I barely retain and ends on nothing. An okay episode because part of it I'm fond of, and part of it I'm not. Number 230, episode 460, FNAF, You're Going to Hate This. No, I'm not actually. The first half of this theory I think is actually really good. Matt notices details that I hadn't heard before and came to a genuinely smart and logical conclusion with all the evidence. Phasma Entertainment closing and having to reopen, the INC to LLC change, and the new singular leader doing all this for Afton. But then he goes on to say that Elizabeth is the one in charge, and then self-admits that he has no proof to be sure. But because Baby is a completely different character in the books with multiple copies, maybe Elizabeth is too. His proof? Even he says it's fuck all. And yet he starts the episode with, "You won't like this, but I think we're right," and ends with, "I have no idea how this could be right." Just saying, if it ended up being true, it would be some ass writing to be like, yeah, this has been the truth all along, didn't you read the books that tell you? Number 229, episode 397, I solved the Wilbur Soot ARG, and it only took 3 years. It was fine, I enjoyed it enough, I liked Matt admitting he couldn't solve all the puzzles, but could presume to know the answer, like that was neat. Other than that, like, it's just like, it's okay. Number 228, episode 443, Turn It Off. The first Amanda the Adventure episode had a few interesting moments. I do kind of enjoy that Matt specifically narrates certain elements and emphasizes the important parts. There are some decent things. I think just like around the halfway moment though, it drops off for me. I can't put my finger on it, but it starts being interesting. Number 227, episode 379, The Secret Law of Friday Night Funkin'. I enjoyed this decently. I think the way in which the ending just kind of shrugs off stuff and doesn't really make it a two-parter with the other Funkin' episode fails a bit for me. That and how, looking back, Matt didn't say much, but the novelty of its existence entertains me. Number 226, episode 518, FNAF, A Fragmented Memory. Decent enough. I enjoyed some of the details, the conclusion made sense. It's just like a very by-the-numbers FNAF theory by this point. Number 225, episode 118, Bowser's Broken Home in Super Mario. In one ear, out the other, but the moment it's in there, I remember thinking it's decent. I just don't think it was engaging enough for me to rank higher, but you know, it's there. Number 224, episode 477, Watch This Backwards to Release the Devil. I don't know what I expected from Trombone Champ, but this was actually pretty fun. I liked the music stuff, I thought it was funny, I was very fond of the Mozart stuff. It was fun. Number 223, episode 510, The Never-Ending Nightmare. A perfectly adequate theory about the likes of simulation theory, the nature of the characters, and another goddamn villain is the hero theory. Oh my god! Let's move on before I realize what I just said and drop this down to a lower tier. Number 222, episode 193, Super Mario, Betrayed! This Mario theory is fine. I think it has some merit and it makes sense, though I can't say if I think Matt's over-exaggeration of the severity here is funny or just annoying. Number 221, episode 386, Friday Night Funkin' just broke its own law. I like a good crossover theory, but this one was just okay. Not much better or worse than the first Friday Night Funkin' episode, but definitely neat in the sense of bringing in various franchises. A novelty. Number 220, episode 356, Solving the Mystery of Human Flight. Yeah, the Immortals Phoenix Rising episode is fine. I like some of the stuff, the topics neat, the conclusion feels blatantly obvious, but I had a decent time with it, so that gives it points. Number 219, episode 151, Hackers Are Everywhere. This one was fine. It was like a bland expansion in his original hacking two-parter that goes, hackers can not just use intangible long-range hacking, they can also use a USB. It's okay. Number 218, episode 298, Can a Goose Destroy Your Life? The Goose Game episode isn't bad. It's pretty decent, in fact, it's just kind of an open and shut case. Matt explains how smart geese are, and no shit, they couldn't do what the goose in this game does. Number 217, episode 342, The Secret Fortnite Agenda no one is talking about. It's alright. I think it's very well written, it tackles the subject matter well. I just have no interest after a certain point in the video. Number 216, episode 326, You Give Them Life. The Puppet VR episode is fine. I have not much else to say, it does an adequate job explaining stuff, and then explains the ending. Part of it didn't scan to me, but whatever. It's mostly held back by the fucking intro, where Matt does some dorkly level explaining to the villain why he sucks at his job in that. Number 215, episode 513, Help Me Solve the Impossible. I don't mind this one. Matt shares some interesting puzzles that were solved and many more that weren't. It's entertaining, but not particularly interesting. Number 214, episode 302, The Murky History of Minecraft's Underwater Gods. This is the one with the infamous out of context moment of Matt going on a lengthy explanation about Islamic faith, connecting it to the very much not Islamic ziggurat, and then using that to say the Minecraft underwater temple might be tied to ancient gods, which to be fair, turned out to kind of be true. Which I guess makes sense if it was intentional, but like, you know, it's hysterically out of nowhere, but it's a good episode. Like, it's definitely ranging into the area where decent starts turning into almost kind of good. Number 213, episode 488, FNAF I Solved Ruin. Normally, I hate these prediction theories, but this one has some super interesting ideas to it that I kind of like. I do see how some of what he sees correlates and supports his existing theories. It's all nice. It's a bit extra frustrating because Matt, for one thing, plays the, well, it's never said that Gregory is a human in the book card. Which, like, okay. He says he acts robotic. That is, when in an awkward situation, he tucks his head and stuttered. Which, I guess many people I have known in my life were actually robots, because that just sounds like anxiety. But the thing that really gets to me is how they show a new character in a trailer, and he immediately has to correlate it to existing ones. He cannot accept new ideas in the franchise until they're blatantly spelled out for him, and even when they are, he still can't accept them. But at least the rest of the episode was good. Number 212, episode 321, Why You Can't Save Aerith with a Phoenix Down. At first, I actually really liked this episode. Matt going over the mythological origins of the Phoenix Down item, then how Final Fantasy approaches it. Most notably, how HP going 0 only represents death in a few games, leading to the fairly sensible conclusion as to why things don't work the way you think. That would be, on its own, a really good, interesting theory, but then he goes on this huge spiel about how the Phoenix is really dead. Why? Because of text featured in a different Final Fantasy, and the mechanics of yet another different Final Fantasy, as if Matt is under the strange belief that every Final Fantasy game takes place in the same universe under the same rules. It's frustrating how much you want to grab him and shake him violently like a Rina as you scream in his face about how Final Fantasy VI lore is not evidence for anything in Final Fantasy VII. Number 211, episode 475, Tom Nook is not a crook. Fun enough theory, it's a decent time figuring out currencies and rates and looking at older Animal Crossing games. I'm glad it didn't go in the way it obviously seemed like it might after it started. Number 210, episode 440, The Dead Will Rise! I liked the Andy's Apple Farm / Rabbit Night one, yeah. It did a good job connecting both sides, it was overall a solid theory, but one I certainly won't remember too well. Number 209, episode 249, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Ending Explained. I like this episode to a degree. I think the correlation between the events of Ultimate and the influence of toxic fans and greedy companies is an interesting one. But something about the video doesn't do it for me. I think part of it is how often Matt connects it to Sakurai himself, and almost unintentionally dehumanizes him by talking about him as if he was no different to any other character. I'm not saying he does that, it just has some of that stank to it. I also think Matt just openly admitting how Darkon doesn't fit the symbolism without some major stretching lessens the believability of the theory, and maybe he goes a bit melodramatic about it. Number 208, episodes 168 and 169, the Dark Souls 3 two-parter. Please, if you are more familiar with Dark Souls, comment about why this episode sucks, because I feel like a lot of people dislike this one. I, however, don't know Dark Souls 3 well enough, so it's another one where that doesn't play a factor. Part 1 I think is quite strong, but that seems to be because it's just a recap of objective facts, so it's just proof that Dark Souls 3 is a solid game in terms of its lore. Part 2 I also felt was good, but it did feel at time like Matt was just blasting word salad that didn't really fit at all. So please, let me know how accurate it was, because it feels like it's not. Number 207, episode 451, the scariest game that doesn't exist. I kind of appreciate this episode more than it warrants. I like that Matt still did the deep dive into the ads to satiate people's curiosity, while importantly, spending the start ripping apart the actual quote-unquote game itself for its deceptive actions. If anything, he kind of would have helped stop people from supporting the scam ads. He tore apart the game and then explained the ads to you so you don't have to watch them. That's nice. Number 206, episode 423, Mommy's Secret Plan. On its own, I'd probably say this is decent if nothing exemplary. Decent enough and the closest he got in years to recapturing the magic of his classic FNAF theories. But what really helped boost this is his very strong anti-NFT stance. Matt is often very on the fence, sometimes in places where he shouldn't be. It's nice to see him take the stand of just, no, this is dog shit, and I wouldn't have acknowledged the NFTs if the company hadn't apologized and backed down from them. Godspeed, Nathaniel. But no more fucking predictions, please. Number 205, episode 279, FNAF You Were Meant to Lose. The Help Wanted theory wasn't particularly exciting to me by FNAF standards as of the time it came out, but I did enjoy it a lot. I'm glad for the episode because I remember it being one of the first big videos I saw establishing the canon of the game, which is probably the biggest thing this episode in particular adds to the discussion. Number 204, episode 12, Halo Power Armor in Real Life. The first Halo episode I think is actually surprisingly decent, especially for its time. It's just Matpat talking about people's attempts to create something like Mjolnir armor, building up to the real-life Trojan. Simple, but pretty neat. It does fall a bit flat due to disconnection to the actual game, and I think more back and forth between the game's features and the real things would have been more engaging. Otherwise, it's a fun episode, though knowing what came with the Trojan and its creator makes it a little less fun. Number 203, episode 115, Why FNAF Will Never End. It's hard not to feel like this is where Matpat began to start stretching too far. I don't mind some inaccurate theories inherently, especially when they're with hindsight, but this one feels weird. It doesn't feel as believable or as in-depth as most of the FNAF theories before it, but I do like Matt going into detail about the two possibilities and how the less likely one is more satisfying. That's neat. Number 202, episode 79, Candy Crush Designed to Addict. Surprisingly didn't dislike this one. It's really just describing basic psychology you already knew, but it's fun, and that's good enough, especially for Candy Crush. Number 201, episode 367, Your Shiny Pokemon is Doomed to Die. The shiny tomato cover is fun and all, but this episode is mostly good because it generally is just solid. Matt goes into some details about mutations that are in real life similar to shiny Pokemon kinda. The name is a bit dramatic for how it goes, but that's just game theory sometimes. Number 200, episode 425, The Secrets of the Undead Ender Dragon. This one was close to being in higher tiers. I do like how Matt comes to his conclusion that the phantoms are undead creatures, and they have to be connected to something. What if it's the Ender Dragon? Their mutual connection to the Elytra, which I believe is how it's pronounced, it's a real thing bugs have. Their similar design traits as intended before the finished look, stuff like that. Do I think he was right? Not really, but I thought it was a fun classic what-if theory. Then he goes bungling it all up by connecting it really half-assedly to his existing Minecraft fanfiction about how the phantoms were made by the Illagers off the stories of the Ender Dragon in the massacre he made up by the ancient builders he made up. God damn it. Number 199, episode 430, Listen and Obey, The Mystery of Dislight's Music. Not the most interesting, but the musical cell manipulation elements and sound-based mind control were interesting enough to me that, like, it nearly was a good episode in my eyes. It's taught me something. It was cool. Number 188, episode 482, Which US President is an Epic Gamer? I was crushed to find out that this was just a generally decent episode and not a peak as fuck one. Which US president would have been the best gamer? What a fun concept, even for someone who isn't one of you Americanos. But instead, it's just alright. There's some fun stuff, it's entertaining. Impressed he didn't once bring up politics, which given the concept is very surprising. Then he goes and uses IQ as a major source of ranking intelligence despite having already gone against that notion in a previous episode. Pretty sure it wasn't the same writer, but yeah, this was a decent, fun episode, just, you know, disappointing. Number 197, episode 72, Are Video Games Anti-LGBT? I wasn't and still am not fully certain how to approach this one. As a cisgendered, half-white straight male, I wasn't sure whether I could judge this accurately, so I'm going to try to word it at all. The video's premise is fine. The video game world needs more positive LGBT rep, and there is a massive issue with Western media censoring LGBT characters that only relatively recently began to be less of a concern. Matpat has a mostly tasteful description of drag culture without any major stereotyping or mockery, which for the time was very surprising. My main issue, however, comes in with his strange attitude towards the concept of LGBT villains. Now I understand where this issue comes from. All these LGBT characters are villains. Out of context, that sounds bad. However, this idea seems to ignore the fact that people love villains. Villainous characters are among the most popular characters in the whole world. Darth Vader and the Joker immediately come to mind, for instance. A lot of the examples to me were completely fine cases of, this is a character who happens to also be bi or gay. And one of them is just, this character happens to have a kink, which one of my closest friends and a wonderful person that my life is better for having encountered happens to be a trans woman. And you know, one could say she has kinks. And while I do joke about it sometimes, I never once would dream of genuinely shaming her or ever considering her lesser for having them. So Matt coming off as if a character is a lesser representation of the LGBT community because they happen to have a kink comes off as really strange to me. And the whole, these good versions of LGBT rep don't matter because there's less of them, also just feels like Matt realized too late that there were positive examples and slid this one line in there to make up for that. So even beyond some of the dated elements like misgendering Vivienne, I don't care if you disagree, fuck off, I think more emphasis should have been placed on showing examples of characters whose being LGBT is representative as a negative trait. There are definitely characters who are treated as lesser in-universe because of those traits, but he didn't really bring those up. The video should have probably focused more on the terrible censorship issue overall as well, and the double standards of promiscuous women being seen as acceptable to be gay or bi, but nobody else, implying that gay or bi women have to be promiscuous. And as I said, to be sure I wasn't standing on shaky ground or throwing stones from a glass house, I did double check with someone who isn't a straight male as to whether my reading was alright, and he did share similar issues he had. Now, I'm not going to say right after all that one single LGBT person's voice represents the entire community, of course, but it did make me feel more certain of what I was saying. This video I can't call bad because it comes from a good place and has some decent elements to it, but a few dated elements and oddly unnuanced opinions affects it quite a lot that I can't quite call it good either. But a video that's overall intention is we need to stop the negative treatment of the LGBT community in video games cannot be placed in any sort of bad tier. I can't in good conscience call it bad when it has such an obviously correct meaning to it. It's a lot of things going into this episode, this subject. I'd rather not talk about it too much longer. Finally, we can go on to what I would call the good episodes. Ones that I don't just go, I guess I like that, but instead I actively enjoy while I'm watching. Number 196, episode 445, these 25 Pokemon are dead because of you! I don't necessarily love this theory, but I get where it's coming from, and I can get that. I enjoy the general idea in terms of how it explains the details of the world. Potentially this could have been a great episode for me, but even ignoring that the later games have the Hisuian Pokemon return, there are some details that didn't work for me. Like the idea that Voltorb and Electrodes were hunted because their skin is kind of similar to a type of wood, and not, just arguing that maybe they evolved to closer resemble the modern Pokeballs because they're mimics, not to avoid getting killed and hunted, which is the darker option. Maybe they just evolved to closer resemble the thing they're mimicking as it changed over time. I mean, either of those are kind of ridiculous in under 200 years, but still. This is a conclusion you could come to after playing the game that I kind of get. So, it's just on the good tier. Number 195, episode 404, FNAF Goodbye Father. This prediction theory gets a lot of points for how funny it is. In this theory, Matthew comments on how accurate all of his security breach prediction theories have been based on the teasers. He goes on to theorize that Security Breach will feature a boss battle where you throw hands with Glitch Trap while piloting Glamrock Freddy, forcing him to turn into a fucking trash kaiju by absorbing all the other animatronics to continue the battle like this is Azura's fucking wrath, and then Circus Baby will turn out to be the real mastermind. Insane. He does also predict the Pizzaplex would be built on top of the Fredbear's Family Diner, which is painfully almost there. Number 194, episode 365, Logan Paul's Fixed Fight. I really have to just give points to this one for accuracy, like it predicts the Logan Mayweather fight in terms of how it'll go down very well. It also has some interesting analysis on the way the fight might go down. I think at its best, it falls behind the Logan KSI video, but then it doesn't have any major downhills, and it fully acknowledges they're both kind of assholes, so it comes around to, okay, it's overall better even if it doesn't hit the same highs. Number 193, episode 486, I'm uncomfortable and I love it. How the hell do I rank the episode where Matpat tells the story of how he spent hours preparing to humiliate himself in a golf tournament he accidentally signed up to? No idea, but it was fun. Number 192, episode 214, does Luigi measure up? Hold on. This one's funny. I don't care, man. Like, it's not good, really, but it's very funny, and you can really tell Matt was fully embracing how dumb this all was. He goes out of his way to belittle the video itself, and has a lot of amusing synonyms to avoid saying Luigi's big, fat, chunky, spunky, swing, schwong, supple cock. Also, mentioning the canon Mario dick is pretty funny too, I ain't gonna lie. Number 191, episode 400, The Disturbing Lore of Merge Mansion. The first Merge Mansion episode isn't quite as good as the predecessor episode of Cursed Mobile Game Lore. I'd say it's way less interesting, in fact, because there's so much less theorizing and things to piece together, but it was a lot of novelty and fun to it, so it gets a pass. Number 190, episode 75, How Rome Dominates Mobile Strategy Games. This one kinda tickles my mythology fancy, in the sense that mythology is closely tied to the culture and war of the people that believe them, so naturally I am also invested in the culture and warfare of those people. However, it's just it's interesting, this episode. I don't think it links to the game super well, and it's a bit poorly strung together. Like the title says it's about mobile games, but it's really just about this one mobile game, not multiple, but there's a bias, so it's like, it was a fun time. Number 189, episode 420, I made Markiplier's perfect Pokemon. This episode gets a lot of extra points for how Matt is clearly doing it in good fun. Mark's his friend, Mark played into the bit, so there's no shaming present. It's just a fun and stupid episode where Matt takes it way too seriously, and that's what I think this needed. Not much more to say. Number 188, episode 466, The Deadly Plants of Genshin Impact. There's not much to really say about this one beyond, it's cool. Nothing super new here, but I think this is a pretty good science episode. There's like 100 episode gap between this and the last one, and an even longer gap between this and the last calculation episode, so that also gave this a boost. I was starving for something that wasn't just, here's some boring ass mascot horror lore. Interesting premise, good times to the game in question, solid conclusions, fun time. Number 187, episode 374, Why Flying Pokemon Can't Fly. I'm not too shocked by how Matpat took this, analysing how things need to be to fly, and then if these flying type Pokemon can fly at all. Yeah, it's an episode that is good enough. It's a good enough calculation episode, and would be the last for a very long time. Number 186, episode 128, Minecraft's Ending Decoded. I really like the message Matt comes to at the end, and the meaning that he comes around to giving us. Overall, something about this didn't super engage me, which is odd, because I remember liking it way more, like, back in the past, like a decade ago. New intro to this one was sick, though, I will admit that. But it's really just carried by the fact that I think the message Matt gives at the end is, it's good. It's a good one. Number 185, episode 31, Zelda Potions and Power Bands. I know Matthew doesn't like this episode. I know a lot of people don't care about this episode. I think it's pretty fun. It goes over 3 Zelda items, and basically just exposes them as scams. But Matpat's sarcasm is high enough that it's really fun without delving into annoying territory. I also respect his willingness to directly test the grass theory. I think this is a fun episode. I get that people don't like it, but I think it's just fun to see Matt go, and here's the real thing. I wonder if this is a fucking scam. Number 184, episode 176, Super Mario Odyssey's Giant Problem. The episode about Mario being really small. I actually really like some stuff at first, going into how Pauline is consistently way taller, and the DK series tends to have some random giant animals. He also mentions all-time GOAT Andre the Giant, which is sick as hell. Top 10 actually good things made by France. However, once he goes into the banana thing, which I think starts off reasonable, it kind of fails to stick the landing. He talks about Bowser and Smash as if he hasn't learned his fucking lesson about canonicity issues, and then points out 2 signs that reference Tiny and Candy, and decides that these 2 signs have to be themed or places run by those exact Kongs. Which feels a bit like a stretch to someone who hasn't played the game. Those are just words. The theory is overall still good though. I like the whole idea of looking into the giant animals, the eating of bananas, and how that might be connected, okay? The ending's a tad weird, but doesn't drop this too much. Number 183, episode 8, Kirby's Epic Yarn Bombing. I think it's no exaggeration to say that the Kirby's Epic Yarn episode is an 8-minute long shitpost. Matt doesn't do too many of these. This is a hysterical nonsense episode where Matt blathers on about yarn bombing as if it's a deadly plague sweeping the nation and almost never addresses the actual game. Does that make it good? No. Does that make it entertaining? Yes, and that's worth something. It's a very funny episode. Number 182, episode 366, Did Reddit Just Solve FNAF? After a really boring and bad string of episodes with FNAF, this one actually got me interested. Why? Because it was about something in FNAF that actually mattered and didn't have an answer. And it felt like such an interesting question. I love how it was one of the ones where Matt explains the problem, the Reddit's solution, and then goes into the pros and cons and interesting tidbits of the existing theory. I found that quite neat, and I actually enjoyed the dive into the knolls for this, because it was a connection I considered worth thinking about. Cool! Number 181, episode 107, Jurassic World Hybrid Dinos Are Coming! I should like this more than I do, but I don't think Matt did anything really interesting here. The Robert Irwin cameo was cool, Aussie, but otherwise I was only really interested in the bit about animals hybridize with each other. Beyond that, it was kind of forgettable. So it's still good, it's good though, it's still a good episode, it's just, on the lower end of good. Number 180, episode 368, Minecraft, The Secret Desert Origins of Creepers. You know what, I think this is a fun episode. It actually has a fairly logical through line. Desert temples are the only structures with natural TNT, creepers have TNT in them, creepers are scared of cats, cats happen to be sacred to Egyptians whose symbol is kinda barely similar to what's used on the temples, but the desert temples obviously have some inspiration from Egypt anyway. Like, it's a good through line to make a good theory, you know? And I did indeed get that "oh" sort of response when he brought in the cats and led into their interactions with the creepers. Cats sacred to Egypt, you know? But he does kind of go off the deep end, connecting it to the Woodland Mansion, telling us exactly why this cat is here, and then going, that's random, why is it here? As if there's any other place in the game to put a giant statue of a cat than a populated mansion that illagers live in. That goes into the realm of Matt's barely supported Minecraft fanfiction, and I'm not a fan of that. I think the cat in the mansion is just a fun Easter egg. It doesn't need to be lore related. The main part of this is still good, but yeah. Number 179, episode 174, Why Mario Kart 8 is Mario's deadliest game. In many ways, this episode kinda stinky. Its basis is, did you know that driving at high speed with no protection is a bad idea? But the editing really saved this one to me. This is an extremely entertaining episode because it's just so much of just absurdly violent and blunt visualizations of injury and shit, like baby Daisy being fucking smeared along the ground. There's also plenty of different angles of calculation at times, so that part's still solid. It's just the brutality of the editing is really funny to me. Number 178, episode 427, Are Theories Killing Video Games? I wasn't really expecting this to be that good, but you know, it is actually quite neat. It had some interesting and thought-provoking data, and I liked how Matt took it in the end. Of the meta theories, maybe it's the one that piqued my interest the most. I really do feel like Matt had some influence, though I don't have any evidence for it, and I do feel bad for the guy at times. Yes, I have called out in this video how the way he goes about theories could have influenced people and how they consume media in negative ways, but it's also true that the way his theories are interpreted can cause responses that hurt him back. I like this episode, you know, I think it's a good episode, it just only ranks so high with its concept. Number 177, episode 135, The Truth Behind Nintendo's Amiibo Shortages. I don't necessarily feel the super pro Nintendo are inclusive and want to be accessible to everyone elements present because, Matt, have you met Nintendo? But I genuinely really like how Matt approached this. He discussed the relevant details, went over what other people were saying, then actually counter-argued in even better detail about the real issues that news articles were ignoring because they didn't make for as catchy headlines. Surprisingly well handled for a topic I don't care about. Number 176, episode 66, Is Mortal Kombat's Killer Scream Possible? This is what I wanted with the Mortal Kombat episodes. He only did 2. It's not the most interesting fatality to me personally, and as someone who suffers from paranoia, I didn't need to know of the danger in sound weaponry. But this was a super interesting episode, and I genuinely think if I cared more about it, and if Matt put a bit more energy, this could go into the great tier. I really would have loved if he did more episodes on fatalities and the logic behind them. Number 175, episodes 250 and 255, Gamers Will Never Solve This Two-Parter. Probably a better name for it, I'll write that down. This had all the makings for a top tier episode, investigating an intended mystery instead of feeling like it's making shit up. There's theory crafting, interesting things, and a journey and story being told. But the first part falls off without having a proper ending, and then part 2 feels very disconnected. Like, it almost feels like it doesn't feel like it's a part 2. I like the conclusion, but it's kind of just Matt going on about how he failed in the end, and it does leave this potentially great episode feeling a bit disappointing in the end. Number 174, episode 277, Are Humans Obsolete? I enjoyed this episode well enough. Matt covered how drones work adequately. I think it's just an interesting episode. That's all I have to say. Number 173, episode 104, Why Star Fox Has No Legs, The Real Reason. It's a pretty good one. The subject matter didn't interest me much, so I'm surprised at how much I enjoyed it. I think it was Matpat's approach of explaining the reasoning and why it exists, giving examples that may prove it, then going into the issues with the explanation and how it kind of fudges the facts a bit. It's decent enough, yeah. Number 172, episode 137, Theorists Are Killers. God, this one's so conflicting to me because I really tuned out at points, but it also contains discussion of philosophy and the trolley problem, and I really like Matthew constantly referring to the poll he did and how that works and cross-referencing with all the other stuff. It's just a bunch of like weird stuff I do like overall, but also stuff that not really interests me at the same time. How am I supposed to rank it? It's overall good, okay? Number 171, episode 233, Super Mario's Biggest Secret, literally. This is initially a decent bit higher, but the more I thought about it, yes, it's a really enjoyable episode, but it's just Matt listing some numbers he found without much of the process he took to get there. And I think that's just because of what the video is about. The character's heights, weights based on something from a previous video, and then a BMI bit that fails to account for muscle mass in its determination that the cast of Mario aren't healthy. I think this could have been way more interesting if he didn't just brush Bowser off. but rather went over his various sizes and how large he has been at his biggest, but also his smallest. I would have enjoyed that. Number 170, episode 180, Pokemon, the terrifying truth of fire Pokemon. Decent. I think it's pretty enjoyable. It taught me a few interesting things about how fire and like the way it's laid out in terms of like the Triforce thing, assuming it's accurate. Yeah, it's a good episode. It's a pretty good episode. Number 169, episode 275, The Tragic Mystery of Pokemon's Ghost Girl. Once you get past the disappointment of this not being about the Ghost Girl people actually talk about, it's really good. Not super gripping to me, but it gets the job done and explains itself well. Number 168, episode 36, Pokemon Racism Jinx Justified. Matpat might admit to most of this one being someone else's research, but I do like how he conveyed the elements here. It feels like a solid enough conclusion to the Jinx saga delivered in an entertaining way. Okay, I'm just gonna be honest, the theater segment, I just really entertained by it. That's really all it took. Number 167, episode 408, Humans Are Obsolete. The Warframe sponsor episode could be knocked for dropping like a huge spoiler immediately, but as someone who hasn't played the game, I can't say I'm terribly bothered. What gets me though is that I like the science stuff. I don't mind the Warframe stuff, but they barely even correlate in this video. It does feel like a completely unrelated set of videos stitched together because they could technically be made to relate, and that does knock it a bit, but the science stuff I really enjoyed. I like what's there, but due to the disconnection, there's a limit to how high it can go. Number 166, episode 209, Mario's Lunar Apocalypse. I didn't go in thinking much of this, but it's pretty good. The editing and good explanation of things helped Matt basically just say, yeah, if the moon was this close, we'd all die, and still be entertaining. You know, it's a very well explained video, and I think it's quite good. Number 165, episode 76, What Are Minecraft Creepers? I feel like this gets points for just being kind of correct. Like, this was the first I'd ever heard of the whole, like, plant mushroomy theory thing with the creepers, but I think it's a quite good episode that does a good job of answering the question. Surprisingly, I have little to say, I just think it's solid. Number 164, episode 487, Assassin's Creed Eagle Vision is real! This is definitely an inflated placement because I just successfully guessed the conclusion would be synesthesia, but I did like it. It was a fun look at how Eagle Vision works and brings us some of Assassin's Creed's hilarious lore that Matthew often ignores. But, you know, it's just the synesthesia bias, you know. Number 163, episode 171, Are You a Kid or Squid? Splatoon solved. Well, which one are you? Well, hey, here we have a pretty decent, enjoyable comparison of the Inklings with humanoids and cephalopods. I like cephalopods, so I like this. And the analysis was cool. Not anything amazing, but cool. Number 162, episode 484, There's No Place Like Home. Interesting episode. I think there's some kind of fun I had with Matt explaining this ARG, though I'm not sure exactly what I enjoyed about it. I just kind of did enjoy it. I can't really explain. I enjoyed this one a decent bit. I also appreciate how Matt was so respectful of the creator in a way that not all the people on the internet were. Good usage of his platform there. Number 161, episode 369, Beware Crow 64. Catastrophe Crow has some really neat puzzles and a simple yet engaging story, and I think that's what made Matt's admittedly kind of bare video on it a lot more enjoyable than it could have been. With his constant referencing to other people connected to it, it really felt like this was coming straight from a place of understanding and being part of the community who were a part of the theorizing. At this point, most of the game theory content was in three categories of the videos that get views, the meta theories, and the sponsored theories. So this one actually got a bit of an artificial boost up the ratings, just because it wasn't any of those. It was just something Matt was passionate about, and I appreciated that. It's also just good. Number 160, episode 281, Peach's Castle of Lies. This one is so close to greatness. I love a lot of the start that's Matthew explaining his process to get the value of the castle and how much it's worth in US dollars, as well as putting that into context so it's more understandable. However, he then goes on to say that Peach is a slave labor performer who abuses her toads, and now we're back to his favorite trope of making the good guy the bad guy, all without ever acknowledging the perspective of a non-American. Like, how much does this translate in other currencies? Where in the world would it be enough for a full-sized home? I don't fucking know. Matthew just goes, well, in America this isn't enough money for a home, so it must be slave labor. Matthew, this isn't an American game. This could have gone much lower, but the great start does save it. Number 159, episode 391, Minecraft do not kill the Ender Dragon. I think it's clear I usually don't care for the hoops that Matthew jumps in his headcanon Minecraft stuff. This one made a lot of sense to me. Not necessarily the whole, oh, the Endermen are the master builders bit, but the idea that the Ender Dragon is the last of a race of dragons that were hunted to near extinction, with something setting up this defense system to keep her alive. One so effective, it can even bring her back to life, though Matt I don't think mentions that. And though the methods differ, I do agree with the notion that it was the Endermen who were responsible for this situation. So I did genuinely like this, and I thought the anecdotes are general and relevant enough for me to say, yeah, the devs probably didn't intend it this way, but it's general enough that I think it's believable. So it does actually get a pretty good rating. Number 158, episode 92, the Pokemon Multiverse explains everything. This one should have been better than it was, to be honest. It tackles a subject I wanted to see Matthew tackle, but in a kind of blasé way to me. It has a generally great concept though, and a few moments of still greatness, which shows how good a topic this is. I just feel a bit let down. Still good though. Number 157, episode 187, Sonic is lying. Again! Shockingly enough, I like this. It's pretty simple in theory, but hey, just a theory, what are the Chaos Emeralds? Going beyond the colours and into the mechanics, while on one hand being a bit weird and making me think, but that's the magical part, it did come around to being the most interesting element of it. I did enjoy it a bit, and I learned something about quartz. Number 156, episode 348, the deadly physics of the Falcon Punch. A few cringy jokes notwithstanding, I enjoyed the Falcon Punch episode. Though it feels like it kind of bucked the trend of these calculation episodes getting progressively better. The funniest thing to me was Matthew power scaling Captain Falcon to being a galaxy buster by thinking due to what's in his belt, and then just moving on and that entire bit being irrelevant. That said, F-Zero lore is so untouched that I actually really enjoyed that bit about what's going on in the games. I also like the general calculation. I just think it's really strange that Matthew goes in the order of like, how fast it is in the game. It's not fast enough. Here's a lore explanation. It doesn't apply. How fast would it need to be? And not, how fast is it? It's not fast enough. How fast should it be? And then the lore explanation to cap it off. But he also never like addresses what happens in game where Falcon ignites his fist before he punches. Like, he clearly has pyrokinesis in Smash, and saying that he didn't have it in his home games doesn't matter. Like, Matthew should maybe consider that this Falcon Punch that predates all but 2 of the games may be one of the made up stuff in his moveset. Number 155, episode 172, FNAF We Were Wrong About the Bite. Not the most exciting FNAF episode, but I think it's neat. A basic but cool episode about FNAF's bite of 87 or 83 if you're not an idiot who can't read. The most interesting thing is how this actually impacted Matt's view of the lore. Something about that feels so interesting and weird to me. He comes to the conclusion that his theory on Afton being a sympathetic killer is wrong because this theory concludes that the animatronics must have been designed to kill, as in real life they don't have this power. You can kind of see the impact this has later on, especially as we kind of learn that yes, Afton did make, like, animatronics meant to kill. From 154, episode 461, You Are Being Lied To. Not sure what makes this stand out to me more than a lot of the other bendy theories, but I think I came to enjoy this a lot because, well, Matt goes against an existing explanation in a really compelling way. He goes into real history and trends, it's just a lot more interesting. Number 153, episode 481, They're Coming For You. I don't know if this game is just more interesting than some of the other generic internet horror Matt has been saturating his channel with at this point, but I did get a bit of a kick out of this. I was really compelled by how this game messed with the files and seeing Matt's live reactions to stuff. Honestly, I think some of his horror theories would be vastly improved by including more of these live clips relevant to the points being made. They're quite amusing, combined with a very interesting premise. It's good. Number 152, episode 517, Why Everyone Hates YouTube Shorts. Very interesting meta theory to me, kind of because it is so tied into today and I find that engaging. I really do like Matt's dissection of YouTube. He isn't being friendly, he isn't playing nice, he's going into the why behind the details more than usual, and I actually like that. The difference between addiction and fandom especially, and how YouTube's choice is terrible, and I agree with him a lot on his points, which helps as well. Number 151, episode 296, The Tragic Story of Minecraft's Zombie Pigmen. While the Zombie Pigmen entry has some of the same issues as a lot of this line of Minecraft episodes, feeling like Matthew came up with a fanfiction story and found evidence to support it kind of, it's actually a lot more fun. It has some fun links to real stuff, and I think it's interesting. Honestly, it's fairly reasonable with his established fanfiction. My only issue is that I don't get why the gold would be the only weapons used by them based on what he says. I think one could reasonably just say that maybe they like gold because they're pigs that don't recognize it's a shit material. Number 150, episode 485, Don't Listen to Her! The second and Man of the Adventure theory I unsurprisingly found much more compelling than the first. There's a lot more meat in it, a lot more going on. I think it's pretty compelling, if at times obvious. My only issue is that I don't see the sheep's actions as fatherly. That didn't scan, but otherwise it's a good theory. Number 149, episode 462, Minecraft the Frozen Nether. I like a lot about this one. The conclusion he makes and how he gets to it I think makes sense. At least I really like the process of coming to the conclusion that the Nether used to have water. The pieces are not just out of the game but also within the game itself, like the ice in the recipe. It's an interesting detail that I passed over, and hearing him elaborate on it I thought was quite good. I also didn't hate how he used the ancient builders here. Like, yeah, I'm normally frustrated, and my initial response was to roll my eyes. But I kind of feel the idea of things like this being introduced, warming the nether up, isn't the worst. Though I feel like the more likely intention, if there is one, is just that over time the place warmed up. Nothing suggests there was water recently, but salt lasts a very long time. But you know, I think this is actually still quite a good theory. Number 148, episode 199, What is Kirby? The scientific proof! This one's pretty good. It's a straightforward description of what an amoeba is, but it gets the job done explaining what Kirby might be. I kind of have to question the logic of assuming this objective alien creature is a species of Earth life form, but yeah, that Matthew's a funny guy. Number 147, episode 439, The Curse is a Lie. I enjoy the Edith Finch or whatever it's called one. I don't know the game well enough to say if he's wrong, but he does make a compelling case here, with good quotes that don't sound too different from what he says they say. I think it's pretty good. It's a compelling good guy as the villain theory. Surprising, I know. I guess because Matt shows plenty to demonstrate it's not a clear, no ambiguity situation like his usual theories, he's a lot more it could be and not it is for a fact. Number 146, episode 309, is Link the strongest video game character? This episode is obviously brought down by how wrong it is. Link is not even in the 1% the strongest video game characters because he lifted a big rock. Seriously, just only look at the characters Matthew has covered. We got Mario punt kicking a castle, Cloud walking off a supernova, DK punching a moon, Steve lifting billions of tons of gold, Bowser walking off a supernova, Kirby punching a planet in half, Kratos can... Okay, no, that's a joke. I'm not really bothered by that. In fact, I think this episode is good for a few reasons. He references some past episodes while giving just enough context to be understood without having to go into excruciating detail or so little that it's meaningless, which he doesn't always do, let me tell you. He goes over multiple calculations, he explains them well, that's all fair and good. The main issue of the episode is stuff like his claim that Link lifting a 200-pound shield is proof that he can fire the hookshot without tearing his arm off. Even though not only is the proof he can do that, the fact that he can do that, but he also brings up his own pedanticness about how force is applied later in the episode. But how pedantic can he be when he says lifting something is proof of being unaffected by intense torque? He also brings up the fact that Link lobs the pillar multiple times but never calculates that part, which obviously is the more impressive thing than Link lifting it. It would have been a far more interesting calculation, because frankly, the part that lets this down a lot as an episode beyond everything else is that while the calculation is well explained and interesting, it's all the same basic calc. What is its size? How heavy is it? In almost any other episode of how much force is applied in something, that would only be the first half of the fuller calculation. Then he would look at speed, how the force is applied, surface area, but in this episode he stops it there, which leaves it feeling a bit mediocre compared to some of the other ones. It's not bad, it's still a good episode, but it definitely feels a bit of a letdown. Number 145, episode 26, Skyrim on the subject of arrows and knees. I think what I like most about the Skyrim episode is that it feels like one of the earliest ones that has a question that's not inherently a theory as much as a hypothesis to study, which then turns into a theory at the end. It's one of the simple, shorter episodes of the time that I think is on a topic that only warrants a simple, short episode. Would an arrow to the knee fuck you up? End of story. I think where it falls flat is that its description of ancient Norse medicine doesn't really express much about what they knew, and it was more of a reductive take about how they believed weird things, so clearly they don't know. It's kind of like looking at a modern doctor who happens to be religious and saying, well, he believes in a magic skyman who made the entire universe in a week. Isn't he weird? He doesn't know anything about medicine. Otherwise, fine episode. Number 144, episode 262, all video games are connected. I normally love these videos where Matt connects series, but this is probably one of the lesser interesting ones to me. Part of it is how Matt goes out of his way to say, this is all fully canon, not using any non-canon stuff. And then after the interesting Doom-id connections, he jumps into Tony Hawk, okay. But then he goes the super uninteresting route of just like Disney Infinity and Fortnite. Generally, I find these routes towards interconnecting franchises really boring, as opposed to fun references or crossovers in otherwise not big crossover games. I know Kingdom Hearts is in the title, so you're always going to get that, but come on. I think this way of connecting Doom Guy to random stuff was kind of lame. More importantly, the way he says this is all completely canon, I think is fucking stupid. That said, it's a mostly fun video, it's enjoyable, just not up to the standards of his other crossover stuff. Number 143, episode 360, Spider-Man Destroyed New York. Despite the episode's name implying it would be a terrible the hero was the villain episode, it's actually pretty decent. I'm not big on the whole, lol, villain plan's so dumb bit, and the very played out, but how are your clothes invisible? And, wow, your power is called Venom and Venom exists? confusing moments. Like, thank you, Matt. Good job giving the most generic, played out possible things you could to this whole situation. If I had a nickel for every time someone made a comment on how does invisible characters' clothes go invisible? And isn't it so confusing that Miles has Venom powers and Venom is a character in Spider-Man? I would have enough nickels to buy YouTube. But the actual calculations are very interesting and I enjoyed it. Though I wish Matt didn't just do the low end calculation. He calculates the power of a single canister's energy and not all of the canisters in the reactor Miles absorbed. Number 142, episode 370, Mario's secret firepower is rocket fuel. The Fireflower episode has a weird moment where Matt seems to forget the mushroom as a power-up, but otherwise it's a really fun concept tackled pretty well. What are they made of based on their properties? That's all I needed and it delivered. That's all there is. Number 141, episode 393, the Bob mod solved. Surprisingly, I had a lot of fun with this. It's a fun ARG to follow, and for as simple and basic as it really is, with me unable to come up with more to say than this, I enjoyed it. I like this, yeah? Fun. Number 140, episode 42, How Fast is Sonic the Hedgehog? Hold on, okay. Just hold on a second. This is probably the Sonic episode I remember most from Matpat. My primary takeaway is that it's very fun. Just a few things hold it back to me. On one hand, the editing is definitely the best pre-Ronnie editing. The topic is interesting and fun, and I like how Matt goes about it, mostly. I have a few issues. The big crux of the matter involves Sonic's height, which he determines via pixel scaling to someone whose height he doesn't source. This is about as unsourced as the height he ganks off. It doesn't help that Matthew then uses his old and incorrect scaling for Peach's height, scales Mario's speed based on 90 odd meters instead of Sonic's 250, thus Mario got a huge advantage, which is also because Matt gauged his speed from a relatively obstacle-less run, compared to Sonic, whose speed was based on an entire stage of obstacles. It feels deceptively written to give Mario the edge, a problem I've had with the episode since it first dropped. However, there is a strong nostalgia for this episode I have. It is a very fun episode that is it's very entertaining to watch. What drops it down so much are all those little issues. They just kind of bring the episode down, even though this is not even going into the fact that it's not correct. It's just really hard to believe at points. I do understand the disdain, but come on, it's not that bad. Number 139, episode 402, You Killed the Planet. I expect this to be a you are the real villain one, but no, it was an interesting look into the impact both physically and radioactivity wise of the instigating events of the game. It's not about responsibility as much as how this incident would suck, and that's cool. Number 138, episode 469, Who Does Ash Marry? I wasn't feeling this entirely until the end. Most of this is relatively interesting science stuff. In fact, it's some of Matt's best explanations on eye and hair color genetics, though he'd done it so often by now that there wasn't much new. But the part that really interested me was the end, where he came to the realization that the theory itself was based on a faulty premise. There was no proof that Ash was going to be the new protagonist's father. That was neat and I liked it. That said, he also says that introducing a new protagonist who is related to one from the past defeats the purpose of adding a new protagonist. And yeah, Matt, really? You want to go on that hill, man? Now 137, episode 441, The Tortured Ghost of Minecraft. Another good case of a Minecraft theory where they did feel like enough good meat on the bones for the theory itself. I thought all the pieces slotted in quite well, and the illagers manipulating souls was definitely more believable here than any other point. The combination of quotes and sound details also helped this not just feel like Matthew points out some odd details. Overall, a pretty good Minecraft theory. Now 136, episode 483, Grandma is Lying to You. I don't remember all the details or what I liked about this oddly, but I know I enjoyed Matt talking about the experience he got on going on this trip, and then also he took that evidence and used it for his theories. I don't remember it well enough, I remember liking it. Number 135, episodes 424 and 426, The Cooking Companion Duology. The first part of the Cooking Companion two-parter I think is really compelling and interesting. Matt not only does a good job explaining things, but is also very pleasantly clear about how he has no intentions of making light of the then current events due to the coincidence of how things lined up, unfortunately. He goes into Slavic folklore, which is pretty fun, as maybe the most compelling hero as the villain theory he's ever done. However, the second part I think is still quite good, but it wasn't as compelling to me and I found it a bit droll in comparison. It all fits in together enough, I just feel like the first foot put forward was too strong. Number 134, episode 422, Play and Be Reborn. This would be a mediocre episode in theory, but hey, it's fine with just Matt explaining some fun ARG stuff. But what I love is the inclusions of clips from his GT live sessions. I really love the explanations from Matt combined with the clips of him figuring things out on the fly. That made this extremely engaging to me, and his ability to bring certain things from this game around and connect them to the show, I found this really fun. Really fun. Number 133, episode 493, Just Dance has lore? I can't really tell if this one was super enjoyable because it's fun, or because I was just relieved to get an episode that wasn't some horror lore game or Minecraft fanfiction. I did enjoy it a lot, even if it was just for the novelty. I found the lore mostly kind of interesting if unremarkable, but the fact that Just Dance has a lore master, and this is Matt's work trying to, cover it and tell a story, I thought was really funny. Even if Matt wasn't hosting this because his voice was shot, I do really like the ending about how the later entries tell the story about people being so focused on dancing perfectly that they miss out on the characters and stories being told. An allegory for the players who focus so much on getting the dances perfect that they don't really catch on to the stories being told by the game. I thought that was quite compelling actually. So yeah, it was a good episode. This is where we go to the great tier. These are episodes I think are pretty great overall. It's as it says, I like these ones a lot. Number 132, episodes 18, 19, and 22, the Pokemon Trilogy.
This 3-part monster Pokemon theory features such lovely things as Adolf Pikachu, Pikachu's dramatic battle against the Word of God, and Blackface. Probably a bit edgier than Matthew would go for today, something you'd be able to apply to basically all of his older work though. This 3-part series, despite its extended length relative to what's around it, tends to suffer a lot of the issues mentioned in earlier entries about the initial episodes. Unfunny jokes, unnecessarily raunchy images, and the, this time forgivable, scatterbrained format. The first part is a generally unremarkable look at the creationists' argument that can be summed up as Matpat going, nuh-uh. The second part is Matpat going, yeah, Pokemon are slaves to their trainers, because he trained them like animals and not like, what they actually are. Referring to Pokemon as creatures that can't defend themselves is hysterical, though. And the third part has Matpat introduce the video with Heil Internet. So, I think we can safely say it's basically perfect. All that to say, it's honestly a relatively fun trilogy, but mostly for how crazy Matpat's editing and content is relative to his later works. Also, subscribe to Nemesis Bloodreich, the epic creator of Hit vs. Show Not Death Battle, and the voice of the iconic Not Boomstick. This is definitely necessary to the game theory video.
Number 131, episode 428, The End of Markiplier. The end of Markiplier I wasn't super excited by, but I did enjoy it especially by the end. I'm not sure what it is, but there was this excitement from Matthew and this eagerness. It feels like Matt was just having a lot of fun talking about his friend's project, and this is another case where what was happening around the time was getting so tedious that just the joy in Matt's voice was enough to make me really get into this as he went on. I was compelled. Number 130, episode 512, The Complete History of Poppy Playtime, solved! When Matt actually explains all the Poppy Playtime lore in one concise video, instead of jumping from evidence to evidence along with wild speculations, I do like it. It's still nothing special as far as lore goes, and the mysteries just aren't as interesting to me, but I do like this video a decent bit. I consider it a fairly entertaining one. It also has this.
Orphans have no parents.
But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory.
Number 129, episode 100, Handsome Jack, Monster or Misunderstood. I feel like this one I'd either get more or less from if I had actually played Borderlands, and not just let the series sit on my shelf as one of the many things in my backlog I failed to get to, as instead I focus on games nobody's ever heard of like Solstice and Chris Tales. I think Matthew went into good enough detail for me to be invested and intrigued on the subject matter. While I can't say I get his conclusion of he is the morally correct hero of the story, I think it did a good job of convincing me that Jack was at least morally complex, had a sympathetic element to his character, and that the debate as to if he's any more evil than the player was something there. When I do eventually play Borderlands, we'll see how I feel about this. Number 128, episode 504, Minecraft's Buried History. Finally, some decent Minecraft content. This is a pretty good one for two reasons. One is that Minecraft actually has intentional stuff for Matthew to dig into here with the pottery sherds and the hidden meaning. The other is that Matthew actually recognizes that multiple cultures could actually be at play instead of one master race of ancient builders. This is very important because it feels like Matthew is mapping out a larger world instead of confining everything into his neat little ancient builder box. So it feels as big in scale as a game like Minecraft should in this context. And it is a fun theory, I enjoyed this. I liked him giving his interpretation on the various pieces of pottery and what they could mean, so that just made this for a very fun video. Number 127, episode 93, Snake is a Stoner. This is a pretty good one. I like Matpat talking about his interest in the series and how dumb he thinks it is, but I also genuinely like the progress of ruling out the various potential drugs it could have been, because I'm sure an OG classic version of this would have just been 6 minutes and immediately deduced it was marijuana, so I'm glad that this one came much later in the pipeline. I mean, much later, still in the first 100, but you know. I'm glad he addresses how obvious that one was as a choice and purposely avoided it to make the video better. It was a good video. Number 126, episodes 68, 70, and 71, the Wii U Virtual Boy Trilogy thing. I'll come up with the name when I edit it. While the Wii U can be seen as a degree of failure, I think the way in which this episode decides it is a failure on par with the Virtual Boy is a bit absurd, as are a lot of the comparisons made. Assuming you can only play with the tablet and that everyone needs over 3 hours of game time, the claim that it had no games that were good, which even then seemed a bit off, and the general assumption that the technology was rushed. It felt like a lot of stretching to connect the two, with only a few points I can kinda see, like the lack of third-party support early on. Still, the Wii U is a decent selling console and the Virtual Boy was in the ballpark of the CDI. At least the Virtual Boy part was a decent analysis of its failings. But while I wasn't too into the first video, I realized after writing all this was actually part of a series of 3 episodes, and the other 2 were actually really good. Matpat's analysis of how gamers don't actually want innovation is pretty decent, though it is alarming that he sees the rising sales of games overall, and doesn't seem to consider that maybe in general video games as a medium are selling better, and things like console quality and marketing may also be having a big effect. That said, I don't think the trilogy gets brought down by that. The third part is fantastic and makes up for all of it. He answers the questions of what innovation people really want with a fantastic set of examples, similar situations, and evidence to back up his claim. Thanks to those 2 videos that I think are great at covering what they're about, I can safely say this trilogy gets a good few bumps up from where it was before. This was in the bottom 5 episodes up to this time until then, though with up to this time being episode 68, it definitely would not have been bottom 5, even if it stayed where it was by the time I was done. Number 125, episode 459, The Secret Family of Waluigi. I like this episode a decent bit. Normally Matt comes to weird and wild conclusions, especially during this era, but Foreman Spike being the father of Wario and Waluigi is actually a really fun idea. I think he does a good job pointing out the many similarities between Wario and Waluigi, and the ways in which the different takes from Nintendo conflict one another. And honestly, his explanation for Wario just not knowing his familial bonds, and thus why there are conflicting pieces of evidence across the series, is pretty decent too. I think the only thing that bothers me is the implication that Kamek passed on taking Waluigi, and not the simple explanation that maybe Waluigi being younger means he wasn't born yet when Kamek kidnapped Wario. Number 124, episode 61, is Link's quest in Majora's Mask pointless. This one I think starts really good, going over the process needed to figure out the science question, getting a height for Hero of Time Link in a sensible way with actual sources shown, basically just overall showing Matpat's work and getting us to our amusing result at the end. It is a classic kind of theory done very well, though I do have an issue with after he gets to the conclusion. Matpat goes on a tangent about the ways in which the moon would have already destroyed Termina due to gravitational forces, but he ignores how such a small moon as calculated by him would have massively less gravitational pull than our own. So what was a fantastic episode, in the final third, ends up being about Matpat calculating gravity and its effects, but in a way that's disconnected to what comes beforehand. It does tank the episode a bit. Number 123, episode 14, Bioshock Andrew Ryan's Underwater City. The episode that introduced the classic game theory theme, and I think it's pretty good. There's definitely a bias here. Is this technically as good as anything in this tier or anything in the last? Not really, but this was probably one of the earliest episodes I watched and really enjoyed. It does a good job balancing game and real life in a way that not all episodes of this era did, while also being structured well because they all base themselves around the same question. I also particularly like that Matpat's question of if it's possible is more so, does the technology theoretically enabling it to exist have any basis in reality, and not, could we literally make this right now? I like that angle. The ending's kinda weird and the Elon Musk cameo has aged a particular kind of way, but that's not Matthew's fault. This is a fairly fun one that I think tackles this subject well and has a good subject in the first place. Number 122, episodes 312, 313, and 314, the Boneworks Duck Season 3-parter. This 3-parter ends up strangely devolving from believable but boring to interesting but nonsense. It's impossible to truly put into words, but I went from nodding along and nodding off to being very intrigued but constantly going, why does that mean that though? The theory on just Boneworks' main story makes sense but isn't crazy. The ones where he tries to craft this overarching narrative are such absurdly silly headcanon, even admittedly so, but I enjoy it a lot. It's a weirdly disjointed multi-parter, and that does mean I can't rank it super high. I mean, it is in the top, like, 200, but This could have been higher just on fun factor if it wasn't for the fact that it feels so completely unattached to itself. Number 121, episodes 388 and 389, the DDLC Plus 2-parter. The Doki Doki Plus 2-parter is pretty good. It's nice in this era to see a passionate work from Matt that isn't FNAF and Minecraft. The story's interesting enough despite going on a bit long. I liked it. I just really enjoyed it. I have nothing more to say. Number 120, episode 436, The Forgotten War of Minecraft. I think I can actually completely overlook the fanfic stuff on this one, because there was some real, genuine, tangible fucking meat for Matt to dig into. And seeing him actually lay out some of the interesting and fully intentional Minecraft clues and coming to fully believable conclusions did a lot to make it so that when he adds his fanfic civilization in, I genuinely felt like he did enough legwork beforehand for me to be okay with it. The Warden in Ancient City really asked for this kind of deep dive, and I think Matthew delivered. Number 119, episode 188, the Pokedex is full of lies! I would have liked the start of a new sub-series to have actually spawned a sub-series, because I think Matpat by far has given the most interesting discussion on the Gardevoir black hole I've seen. I was expecting a lot of the usual, that's unlikely and would kill the trainer too, but Matt actually goes into good detail on how black holes work, how we can make them, how this could be a usable ability of Gardevoir's, and then the caveat later that hits and kind of drops the ability like a rock. He goes into good detail on why it would be so dangerous to Earth, with really good editing and visualization throughout the whole episode, making it surprisingly digestible and more than just black hole bad. Great stuff. Number 118, episode 220, Can Sonic Survive His Own Speed? This episode is generally aided by the story it tells. Matthew getting this question, recalculating Sonic's speed and gameplay, finding it's really not that stressful to his legs, the dropping of, actually this has been bogus science all along, his attempts to find that the stopping could destroy Sonic, and then his reaction when the mathematics don't work out in his favor. That's neat, it has a narrative in there. And Matpat is also really thorough in how he gets his numbers, and as always, good at giving them a degree of reference so they're easy to comprehend. While all that is cool and all, and Sonic's variable heights being taken into account is good, there are some annoying things here. Like Matthew never looks into the 3D games where Sonic is blatantly faster, and while that could be because it'd be harder to measure, one can't help but wonder if it's because they would have given speeds that went against the story he wanted to tell. Also, Matthew doesn't seem to address the many times Sonic just stops on a dime colliding with a wall as one does, which you can see in the gameplay a few times. The jokes are also really unfunny. What do you have to say about this, Gumball?
What's up, Chucklefucks? Who's mad at their pat right now? Sonic After Not Surviving is a video where Sonic's own speed is his worst enemy, according to Matty Cake Patty Cake right there. And there's a lot of fun things about it. The way that he goes and analyzes their height, their weight. By the way, he uses the same weight, but there's different heights. That's fun thing number one. Fun thing number two is the games that he chooses to measure the speeds in. So for context, he uses Modern Sonic for this analysis, but the only games he chooses to measure the speed in are in classic Sonic games. Because, have you ever... Look at this. Does this look like it makes sense to you? If the answer is yes, congratulations, you are Matpat and literally nobody else. So anyway, Maurice is being measured by a multitude of factors. You know, his starting speed, then his stopping speed, and then the distance between him starting to stop to a full stop. He explains all the variables. All this stuff is nice, fine, and dandy. He accounts for two different heights for the same character instead of actually focusing on the character that matches the height description. What are we doing here, Matt? And throughout the entire thing, he's so distraught at the fact that he can't kill this guy. You think Dr. Eggman hates this guy? You think Dr. Eggman hates Julia White? You think that he wakes up every morning, looks at his calendar, realizes that this bastard is still alive, and he contemplates ending it all? Well, he doesn't have an iota of hate that Matpat seems to have for him. Considering his last videos were about his speed and how, actually, he's really slow. Something that he goes out of his way to reinforce because he just insists on having the world's most punchable face, specifically for this thing. Matpat is the world's first rage baiter, or at the very least, he's the world's best rage baiter, because it's working. I can see my veins. Anyway, he shows the calcs. He says, oh, actually, because of how light Sonic is and the distance he takes to stop everything, he'd be perfectly fine. And you know what? That is one of the funniest conclusions I have seen by him using his own logic. Only for him to say, actually, if he was the speed of sound, then he would die. So either he's fast, and he dies, or he's slow and he survives. You have to pick one of them. If the character is inspired by Looney Tunes, he has to follow real world logic. Tune in next time on Film Theory. Would Elmer Fudd's fucking gun kill Daffy Duck? Who's to say? Who's to say? I'm here for one slot, and I'm already a broken man. Fuck!
Number 117, episodes 216 and 218, the Fortnite Psychology 2-parter. Surprisingly, for a psychology-based 2-parter that has no connection to the game directly, I enjoyed this one. Part of it is that I did find the data in part 1 very compelling, and Matt's discussion on the numbers and how they aren't correlated inherently, as well as his steps to work around it. It was very interesting. I was entertained and interested throughout. Part 2 didn't strike me as much, it brought the collective whole down because it's not as interesting, and it felt more flat to me. But I don't socialize, so that might be it. Number 116, episode 10, Viewer's Choice, Cyborgs, Fatalities, and the Riddler. I get the feeling this is one of those love it or hate it entries, but honestly, for how scattershot and random the old episodes can be, I think this one had a surprising amount of cohesion due to its format. It's also entertaining, it tackles many topics while staying coherent and structured, and goes back to address old theories, which isn't the most common outside of the FNAF megatology. It's quite amusing, I very much like the ending gag, really wish he got to do more of these. Number 115, episode 265, FNAF 7 The Untold Story of Sister Location. Normally, these speculative ones don't work for me, and this one even fails entirely at the speculation part, picking up all the pieces and then coming to the wrong conclusions. A FNAF fan game taking place in a prison starring the man convicted for the MCI that can't be William sounds fire though. Someone get on that. No, what I think is great about it is just what's on screen. It's so different and also really fun. It feels like Matt talking to me without being as serious as the Chat Pat Couch Adventures. He's just so funny with how much of a shit he seems to have lost here. It's very enjoyable, and if all the speculation episodes were like this, it'd make up for how wrong they almost always are. Number 114, episode 23, Star Fox Do a Barrel Roll. This is the first place I'd heard of the barrel roll aileron roll thing, but I'm not confident enough in my internet memory to say this is where the whole thing began. Ergo, I'm not going to blame it for the amount of people saying that exact thing ad nauseum to try and prove their intelligence. And even then, this one is actually kind of cool as it goes into multiple maneuvers, discusses their real names, how they work, and ends on using those topics to conclude that the Star Fox team are idiots who don't know how to fly. It's amusing, it's pretty fun, it's on a topic I didn't know much about, so it sparked my curiosity and taught me a few things. Not bad. Number 113, episode 285, The Secret Life of Markiplier. I enjoyed this. I like YouTuber lore, good or bad. It often feels more creatively rich than some official franchises that tend to be, because, you know, those the vision of multiple people fighting it out. This one's just one guy. And Mark's content's inherently interesting, so I think it just limits itself to really good. I liked it. Number 112, episode 327, How a Knife Can Win a Gunfight. This one did veer a bit too close to the territory where I was like, yeah, I already know all this, Matt, but I enjoyed it enough to compensate. For one thing, I think it's really cool you can see Matt's experience from that one Halo body armor episode coming in, which is nice to see, and Matt does a good job explaining things and dispelling some myths, so I found it quite fun. Number 111, episode 260, Resident Evil Zombie Outbreak is closer than you think. So the video about how viruses work is very interesting. I kind of already knew about viruses and stuff, but hearing Matpat talk about things I already knew, like how they don't qualify as life, and the ways in which governments warp the truth to legally keep bioweapon adjacent things tickled a little, hey, I know about that neuron in my brain. It's so weird, like sometimes he says things I know and it's like entertaining, and sometimes he says things I know and it's boring. What is there like an explanation for that, like in psychology? I just think it's an interesting topic and Matt covered it well. It's one of those classic science episodes that I think generally works for me, so yeah. Number 110, episode 67, Humans are Pokemon.
Hey, it's my part of the game theory video. What did Nem think of this episode? He thought the J-Witz crossover was pretty good. The subject matter and their multiple approaches that supported each other were pretty neat, and the psychic trainer thing was a pretty cool, yeah, here's a little bit of evidence you probably didn't pick up on. But Nem has the issue that saying humans branch off from Pokemon isn't really saying anything, because in a world where both are life forms, yeah, statistically probably. That's like saying that people and animals evolve from the same things. That's just correct. He says he thinks that these two could have hit with something a lot crazier, like solving the entire cosmology of Pokemon 11 odd years ago would have been really cool. My personal thoughts, I mean, it's nice to see. I like Matpat. I like the J-Witz, some of my earliest favorite YouTubers. And it's very nice to see them both talk about Pokemon. They play off of each other seamlessly, and the little bit at the end of them just fucking pissing about on the couch and just recording whatever for the last, like, minute of the video is pretty fun. That said, this really isn't a theory, it's just a stated thing in Pokemon multiple times that Pokemon and people used to be the same thing. They even say as much in the episode. And things like there being human-type Pokemon or people just being able to teach Pokemon moves, like how Chuck is able to use Strength, or how the Cut Master is able to teach your Pikachu Cut in Let's Go. It is just a consistent thing over and over again that people in Pokemon can have the same power as Pokemon, just have them more naturally. So, as far as this goes as a theory, it's really just not one. But it is a fun episode. Also, it's a fun two-parter on Jaywitz's channel as well, so that's pretty neat.
Number 109, episode 325, Yoshi's Identity Crisis. What is a Yoshi? I'm a little big into phylogeny and phylogeny, so I was pretty into the general process of figuring out what Yoshi was. It's fun, and I like Matt's process of getting to the conclusion that Yoshi is a Monolophosaurus. Not much more to it than that. I had a lot of fun even if it was mostly stuff I already knew about. This might have ranked higher if Matt didn't end it with the differences are a result of evolution. Because I think once you consider evolution, you could also just argue that Yoshi is a trout that evolved into this, the same way fish eventually evolved into dinosaurs. It would have been so easy to either ignore the differences or just admit Yoshi is probably just the Mushroom Kingdom equivalent, with the differences being for the same reasons things in Mario tend to be different to things in real life. Number 108, episode 442, FNAF The Final Security Breach Mystery Solved. I can't believe it, but this security breach theory is actually really solid. Matt did a genuinely really good job of making the blob not feel like just a big piece of shit, but actually an interesting concept. I don't agree with everything he says, and I wish he wasn't kind of like daft with some of it, but it's very good. I enjoyed him finding all of what the animatronics are, and I'm glad his tangent on Golden Freddy's soul nonsense was just him thinking aloud and not warping a conclusion for evidence that's not real. And honestly, I want to hate him bringing agony into this, but I actually really like the idea here. Henry set the souls free to move on. All that was left was the negative emotions. The consequences of Afton's actions still haunting the area, even though Afton himself is dead. It works for me. It lets the happy ending stay happy while leaving some consequences at hand. Good theory. Number 107, episode 282, The Lost History of Minecraft Enderman. I think this is a pretty good start to his long series on trying to solve Minecraft lore. I do enjoy it, and I think he spins a good tale. It doesn't feel the most substantiated to me. While in concept the ancient builders being the Enderman is a cool story, it doesn't feel like an intentional element that Matt is bringing to light, so that does bring the theory down. But I do appreciate his transparency at the end as to like all the major holes, and his open call to help deliberate and especially peer review his theory. That's cool. Number 106, episodes 305 and 306, the Game of the Year two-parter. Ignoring the obvious issue with the best game of the decade video, that being it's about most influential, not best, this is a pretty good video. I enjoyed Matt just going over some major games of the 2010s and the huge impact they had, and aside from Mario Maker, I felt like I was nodding along a lot as I watched it. It was a great trip down memory lane that covered a lot of good bases. There are some egregious games that somehow failed to get mentioned. I think along with Amnesia, Slender the 8 Pages had every right to be brought up, being as it is the only other horror indie game that could potentially overtake FNAF and how big it got at the time. In fact, it exploded the character of Slender Man to new heights, and along with Marble Hornets, redefined the internet's most iconic fictional villain into something entirely unlike his original story. Speaking of indie games, the lack of Undertale is crazy to me, even if Matt wasn't talking about it for a long time due to the responses he got. And no Flappy Bird or Geometry Dash is kinda nuts. I think maybe the even more egregious miss is no Skylanders. I mean, Toys to Life was a huge craze of the entire 2010s, with large juggernauts of the world like Disney, Lego, and Nintendo getting in on it, and Nintendo's even still going strong today because of the unique direction they took. I think Danganronpa might have deserved a mention. It's probably the most well-known visual novel aside from Ace Attorney, and unlike Ace Attorney, which is mostly known for the objection shout, Danganronpa's actual content is very well known as the Teenagers Die in a Killing Game series. I think Xenoblade even deserved a mention. It was the frontrunner of an entire mass movement dedicated to it and multiple other games' localizations. Not to say that these should have been his choices for the top, and plenty of these are probably only big in the gaming scene, but I think they all deserved at least a brief mention. And after writing this, I realized it's a two-parter. Which, you know, it's fairly fun, but I think his argument for Skyrim not making the list is kinda silly. He says that Skyrim doesn't make the list because there were open world games before it, and people are tired of it now. But he had Amnesia, not the first survival horror, and at this point people have gotten tired of the genre again. Skyrim absolutely deserved it the same way Amnesia did. Also, acting as if games like Breath of the Wild, Red Dead Redemption 2, Monster Hunter Worlds, and more weren't released in the last years of the 2010s, got insane critical acclaim and sold super well. I know Monster Hunter Worlds isn't really open world in that way, but like, it has the same kind of vibe. Hell, as if fellow open world game Minecraft isn't his tied #1. I think it's weird that he didn't really settle on the bigger game between Minecraft and LoL either. He set it up as if it'd be a big debate for the episode, but it really wasn't. Weird overall. And where was LEGO Star Wars? Number 105, episode 522, The Complete Lore of Minecraft. I don't care for Matthew's Ancient Builder storyline. Making all these really neat and unique structures that have their own identities all fall under a single master race of ancient builders feels really limiting. I'm not a fan, and only sometimes does it feels like his connections make any sense. That said, the format Matthew tells it here is a lot more engaging than it otherwise could have been. While it loses a lot of his actual quote-unquote theory crafting, the ways that Matthew reaches some of his conclusions often tend to be more annoying than the conclusions themselves, so I don't mind the overarching story here, and he does try to fit a nice moral in. I guess my biggest issue is him opening the video with something akin to, "They say the piglins invaded the overworld at Agreed." No, they didn't. Just because the piglins might not use diamond equipment in the game, doesn't mean they never do ever. And also, even if they didn't, it doesn't mean they didn't want it for the sake of just having it. But the actual way he goes about expressing the story makes this episode a lot more entertaining than it should be. Number 104, episode 270, Hard Mode is a Lie. Don't know if the title of this one fits. Matthew mostly just uses normal mode examples to prove his point, so I actually think the people who think only hard mode should exist would not be swayed by this at all. What I think this does do well though is that both of the subjects are quite interesting to me. Dynamic difficulty and how it has changed with time, and the vitriolic view that games have on easy modes. Now while I do enjoy this a lot, I think either topic could be more interesting fully delved into on its own. That said, I don't think a video just on either really fits game theory. The dynamic difficulty feels like a digressing and sidequesting topic, rest in peace Ronnie, and the easy mode one feels like a video a YouTuber with like 20,000 subs would make that gets 3 million views and somehow only 10,000 more subs. Because of that though, I think the way Matthew bounces back and forth, it does help this stay a very good episode. Number 103, episode 407, Please Come Home. Maybe it's just because Andy's Apple Farm genuinely has such interesting methods to get its lore that anyone could be entertaining explaining it, but I really enjoyed this one. The story wasn't crazy, and surprisingly I found the FNAF references from Matt actually halfway amusing, but I was always interested in what random methods and variants there were for each very little intricate piece of lore, so I was fairly entertained here. Number 102, episodes 152 and 153, the Sister Locations 2-parter. The primary Sister Location 2-parter is a bit hard for me to get along with, because I can't and never could get behind William as the protagonist of the game, nor do I think this actually does a good job of most of what it sets out to do. I don't think it satisfyingly explains much of the mysteries, but I can't help but enjoy it for how much Matthew cooks Sister Location and Silver Eyes. He cooks the animatronics plan, he cooks the book's writing, he cooks the book's lack of buyers who actually read the whole thing, he cooks the story being dumb, the fact it has Easter eggs that make the FNAF timeline even more of a messy amalgam of garbage. He fucking destroys it, which is hilarious. And that's so funny that I have a really good time watching this. Number 101, episode 119, Exposing Destiny's Lost Plot. If I cared about Destiny, this might be higher or maybe lower, but as is, I really enjoyed this exploration into the lore of Destiny. I think Matpat covered the lore in an entertaining way, and I think this theory makes a lot of sense as someone who has no stake in it. It's pretty damn decent. That's all I have to say. Number 100, episode 210, How Deadly is Super Mario's Ba-Bomb? I feel bad putting this a bit low, given its main issue isn't something I want to bash on, but the Bomb Zombie video is pretty good. That sequence sounds weird like that. So the thing is that this is a great video. I love seeing all the math and the great representations and examples of how deadly these little fuckers would really be. Where I don't really get along with it though is the voice of the internet. Now I won't bash the character too much. His presence is here due to the Make-A-Wish Foundation, and I could tell it was very fun to record. It clearly wasn't meant to be annoying or anything. Sometimes it just came across as a bit too quirky and intrusive to me personally. This is still a very worthy success in one of my favorite classic-ish game theory episodes though, and I had a great time with it. Number 99, episode 471, Sonic broke his own lore.
Surprisingly, this did not go the expected way. The episode is more about clearing up one particular issue the fanbase has had over claiming something ridiculous, like that Sonic doing a backflip somehow makes him the villain. It's a Matpat deep dive into the history of chaos and the old lore and how that matches up with the Ancients and Frontiers, and that just makes for a relatively interesting and enjoyable game theory. This is also one of the first non-sponsored game theories in a while, as of its upload to not be Mario, Minecraft, or some kind of mascot or visual horror. absolutely crazy. Matpat can make stuff that doesn't suck when it's not the same things over and over and over and over, or a game he wouldn't have covered without a fat paycheck.
Number 98, episode 382, The Disturbing Law of Lily's Garden. The Lily's Garden episode is hysterical to me. Matt pieces together a timeline of insanity from various bits and bobs, and I think it's fucking great. Matt does a great job telling the story too, and it makes it super entertaining. I especially love how he glosses over Lily being dragged to the underworld. In fact, the entire ending is very much glossed over, and I do find that quite amusing. No notes, funny concept, and that he took it so serious makes it so much funnier. Number 97, episode 509, Why YouTube Feels Boring? Holy shit, is this a meta theory in the top 100? What the hell? Matt doesn't just talk about what is working on YouTube, but he actually gives very interesting insights into why it's working. Why they work on people, who YouTubers are really competing with, what tactics are used and why, and to a degree even the history of these tactics. Then going into the kind of predatory ways in which these work by making people sad about their own state in life so they go back for more of a dopamine hit. This was a surprisingly not just really interesting, but it felt like a really large-scale meta theory. It was more than just about how the algorithm works. I was very engaged, and it did kind of hit me. Number 96, episode 311, The Secret Mastermind of Marvel Strike Force. I really enjoyed the Marvel Strike Force episode, maybe because Matpat is so clear on how this isn't just unlikely, but that Marvel themselves told him to be clear it wasn't a surefire true theory. Like, he's super open about how this is just his headcanon and some crackpot theory he wants to share. Already, that gives us a completely different vibe to the other episodes. It's opening with, let me share something silly but cool I thought of, and not, let me solve all the secrets for you that I'm objectively correct about. Yeah, he's always sharing what he thinks is fun, but like, rarely does he convey it this way. And then he just talks about Marvel characters that aren't super well known and how they relate to the possible nature of the game. It's really fun, honestly, and I do acknowledge that his ending makes sense, but seems entirely coincidental. This is kind of like the Lego Batman episode, but if it was actually good. This is what I would like. The real problem I have, though, is this extremely long intro. Well, not even that, it's only a single minute long, but it just feels like it goes on forever because it's such an unfunny joke that doesn't need to continue. Number 95, episode 372, 3 new FNAF security breach theories. The debut of the 10th anniversary series of episodes begins with a crazy bang. The theories themselves are ho-hum and the topics aren't as interesting, but the progression of each theory segment is edited in the way of a different game theory era. That's so fucking fun and so cool. I don't care if the theories are bad. I love this episode because it's just fun to watch this little trip through history. Now we're on the amazing tier. Episodes I think are spectacular. They may not be immediate rewatch choices to me, but they are some of the ones I'd be most likely to rewatch. Then again, after making this video, I'll probably never watch a game theory again. I have other theory channels to watch now. Number 94, episode 150, the Lost Star Fox episode. I'm not sure if the Lost game theory counts, but in the Star Fox Legs episode, Matpat does refer to the series as Game Theory Reality Check, so while I don't think Game Labs count, Reality Check I would say does, and this one is pretty enjoyable. If a bit let down to me by how it was really just Matpat having fun flying a jet, that is cool and all, sure, I do enjoy it, but it does drop a few spots just due to simplicity. Number 93, episode 514, the Cool Math Games ARG goes to some dark places. What a fun idea for a video and a fun ARG to cover. I found this thing super entertaining, which might just be because it's Cool Maths Games bias. That thing is a staple in Australia. Anyway, there were fun puzzles, interesting codes. I like how Matt went about it. Even has my favorite FNAF reference, maybe in all the game theory, where instead of joking about it or getting haha angry, grr, it's ripping off FNAF about how it's similar, he just points out this kid called Balloon Boy, and then laments that everything he touches crumbles to dust and becomes FNAF. I just like the distress in his voice. That said, he also seems to think there are only 2 beasts in the Book of Revelation, so that is annoying. Number 92, episode 392, The Dirty Secrets of Power Wash Simulator. It was genuinely just really funny how Mark challenged Matthew as a joke and he accepted. It's very obvious how little he has to work with here, but I think that him playing into that instead of stretching like he sometimes does makes it way more fun. This isn't him really stretching to get you a theory that's gonna get a lot of reaction, it's just him going, He does a great job conveying the idea of him struggling to find any lore beyond just what the game says, ending on a hilariously self-aware good guy was the villain theory that is one of the most reasonable of them all, which just makes it better. It's a very funny episode. Number 91, episode 88, Beware Link's Hookshot in Legend of Zelda. The hookshot video combines the quality science and interesting observations of classic game theory with actually reasonable measurements and no crossover height usage to make a very solid, enjoyable episode. It's really just that. Like, I like it a lot. Number 90, episode 182, Super Mario Maker Bigger Than the Universe! This one is pretty fun. I really like going through the process of getting this number. It was just solid overall. The number is insane and well worth all the shit that went through. I don't know what that actually means, I just wrote that in the script. I appreciate his explanation of how he got the secondary number of playable levels too. That was really cool. My only issue is that there are some slow and unfunny jokes at points, but hey, it was just a fun question. I liked seeing him go through it. Number 89, episode 38, Polybius, MK Ultra, and the CIA's brainwashing arcade game. This one's a bit weird, but I found myself really enjoying it. It's just like Matpat talks about governmental conspiracies in MK Ultra, but I like the script and the pacing. My only issue would be like, it doesn't really go much into Polybius itself and how real it is, just if it's possible. But I am very charmed by this era of spooky YouTube content, where it wasn't trying too hard. It's not a guy talking like this the whole time, telling you about some horrific tragedy. It's just people talking about things that are kind of spooky. I enjoyed this. Number 88, episode 497, You Are Being Corrupted. A very fun lesson in Sesame Street's inception and genuine importance for its time, but also a very interesting mascot horror where I appreciate how Matt focuses on how it's different. It's not about dead kids and corrupted innocence, but in the end just about the importance of being positive and accepting the good in the world instead of succumbing to cynicism and letting the bad events around us beat us down. There's not really much more to say. I thought the message was good. It was actually really interesting. I genuinely quite like this one. I mean, of course I genuinely did. It's up here. Number 87, episode 49, Portal's companion cube has a dark secret. I don't play Portal, so maybe it doesn't mean much, but I felt like this was one of the more convincing episodes. Maybe I'm just crazy, but Matpat put a lot more sources for stuff than several episodes in the early parts of this era, or even the last era of game theory, and that made this one surprisingly engaging. I also like the quote-unquote narrative here. The story of Matpat being intrigued by an achievement and then trying to work from that point to figure out why it would be named that. It's pretty neat, and I think even he considers this one of his favorite episodes, which I would agree. Number 86, episode 63, What's Wrong with the AVGN? This one is hysterical because Matpat acts as if the nerd is a real person. That makes the video for me. Like, he doesn't address James Rolfe. He is literally talking as if the fucking nerd is a real guy. As if he's giving some helpful psychiatric knowledge who could genuinely do good for the manic insane man he's analyzing. Like, it's so stupid. It's so stupid. It clearly knows it. In playing itself so straight with such a silly idea, it ends up being really fun. And for as dumb as it is to end on Mr. fucking nerd, I'm concerned about your bowel movements. It's really funny. There is weirdly enough no mention of his alcoholism though. Odd. Number 85, episode 20, Castlevania Dracula Spectacular. This one is pretty fun. Kinda like James Rolfe's Dracula adaptation accuracy review though, not nearly as good. Not a knock on this video though. I think Matt did a great job, especially for the time, jumping subjects smoothly and adequately citing sources for claims towards the novel for the time. I keep having to say for the time with these early episodes, but they're good. I like this one's format, subject, and pacing, and I actually quite like the turn at the end with Dracula not being Dracula, and the appreciation of underappreciated games for an underappreciated reason. My only real issues would be that it mentions Gilles de Rez without actually addressing who that is, like historically, kind of an important figure, and it propagates the Dracula Vlad Tepes inspiration myth. Otherwise, fun video, and I also quite like the intro talking about Batman's Broadway history. I believe that's still like the earliest upload is Dracula related, or at least Broadway related. Number 84, episode 141, Why I Gave the Pope Undertale. You can hear me out. I'm gonna get some flack for this. Kinda like the episode. Now, it's not super entertaining, which is why I docked a lot of points off for it, and it didn't get into like the top 50. I come to game theory to have a good time after all. But what it is Matpat trying to do something with meaning. He acknowledges how ridiculous this is. He acknowledges how maybe it won't mean anything. But what I see in this video is just a man trying to do something a bit absurd for the sake of a community that he genuinely was a very big voice for. I think if you blink too much, you can miss the transition between, man, people judge gamers too hard, and, you know, like how we have a major societal issue of assuming Muslim equals terrorist. It's very easy to mistakenly believe he is genuinely saying those are the same level of problem, but he does genuinely convey a lot of his ideas fine. He comes off very genuine about his disdain for the, notion of, oh, Muslim has to equal terrorist. I can tell it's from a good place. He didn't mean anything harmful. He is literally saying that assuming Muslim equals terrorist is a bad thing, which, no shit. Here's the thing though, maybe it's also because I'm a guy who makes videos and I also have had moments where I just aired out my issues, especially about the community I'm in and how it's perceived. But whereas many see Matpat being a pretentious tool sticking his nose into politics and not doing the funny haha saying word stuff like he's Minecraft Steve, I see a real person behind the content creator who wanted to talk about things that had piled on for ages and ages, a prominent long-time stigma towards the group he's a part of that has existed since its inception. Yes, he's a bit preachy, but this is the sort of topic you can't avoid coming off as a bit preachy over. I definitely think that overall on the internet there is an issue with people seeing someone air out their grievances and talk about why we shouldn't be an asshole, and then say, oh, it's preachy, ergo it's bad, ergo I won't listen, only supporting what the person's saying instead of counter-arguing against it by just going, it's preachy. And with Matpat's massive audience, these are the problems that people who have a huge audience should be able to address. But because this episode got in the way of people's haha enjoyment, it wasn't a convenient episode. And released around Game Labs, which not everyone could watch, it really was just an inconvenience for people who wanted the funny game theory guy to be funny. And I know it's kind of weird to say that this video about spreading a good message was inconvenient to others because it wasn't entertaining, but that I think is the reason that a lot of people hated on it so much. Keep in mind, this, like I said, this came out during Game Lab. Not everyone could, and still, not everyone can watch those episodes for free. So in the rare free episode drop, they got something that wasn't entertaining, they weren't as open to listen. They approached this episode thinking it would be dumb and silly when it tried to have a meaningful message. So yeah, it wasn't fun or entertaining, but it's an episode that I genuinely want to believe, and do believe, came with the best of intentions from the best of places. And I hope I don't have to tell you that saying an episode is bad or one of the worst videos Matpat ever made because it tries to tell you judging people by stigmas and stereotypes is bad, maybe Matpat's not the problem. Then again, maybe I'm the issue. Maybe I'm just being a pretentious tool because I say you shouldn't judge people by the fact that they're trying to say something good. Number 83, episode 57, How Pidgey Proves Darwinian Evolution. This is an annoying one because it actually has some great stuff in it. I think the examples and explanations given of various Pokemon's evolutionary adaptations is great, and actually 100% proven literally the next generation after he made this video with Alolan Pokemon's existence. There are just a few jokes and pace-breaking moments that I didn't enjoy and made me actively physically cringe. It's a mixture of great theory stuff with especially bad comedy, but the theory stuff is very solid, doesn't drop too far because the comedy's bad. Number 82, episode 52, Mario is communist. People love to shit on this episode, but they didn't finish it, I'm assuming, or they didn't even watch it, they just looked at the fucking thumbnail. This is hilarious. It outright debunks itself. It is a shitpost that makes fun of what game theory does. It's crazy that in episode 52, he was making fun of his own show for doing ridiculously outlandish theories that are completely in line with what he would be doing 500 episodes later. 500 episodes, there is no episode 550 of Game Theory. 400 episodes later. It's very amusing for that. I appreciate how intentionally it stretches itself out. The connections made are just the most insane stretches that make no sense. And there are still some interesting tidbits in it, but it's just the way in which he ends up going, anyway, that was fucking stupid, here's why I'm wrong. That's funny. Number 81, episode 247, Why Eevee is the missing link to Pokemon evolution. Yeah, I quite liked it. I think my pre-existing knowledge of epigenetics kind of made this a little less interesting, maybe, but it also had the other effect that I was talking about with the Resident Evil Virus episode, where I also enjoyed it more. It's really confusing. I thought it was quite good and a very solid explanation of evolution and how evolved Pokemon produced pre-evolved Pokemon when mating. That's great. Number 80, episode 525, Oops, Lethal Company accidentally ended the world. A really fun theory about a game that I do not give a shit about. But the connections to real life and development of weapons over time I thought was super neat. I really liked how Matt went about explaining this one, but more so I just like how easily he made this digestible to someone who never played the game. A nice balance between tons of lore and details, but not getting so bogged down in it that it reaches a point of making no sense if you haven't experienced it. It's not just buzzwords the video. Also, this metal visual gag includes some all-time classic bands like Rhapsody, Accept, and Manowar that aren't exactly mainstream. Even one of my all-time favorites, Hammerfall's in there, but most importantly, Queensryche. If you didn't know, that's where the Bloodreich my name comes from, named after a band I really liked who made one of my favorite albums of all time, Operation Mindcrime, and seeing that pop up right there on screen, one of the last theories I'd ever watched for this video, that made me so happy, you got no idea. Number 79, episode 222, How Rich is a Pokemon Master? I like this one, but I think the big chunk taken up on discussing the anime without even an attempt to try and justify the canonicity issues does bring it down. I'm gonna sneeze now. Fuck! But like the later half of the video with the actual calculation of the question is really cool. I thought it was just a really fun idea and it was really interesting. It was one of those topics that maybe unfairly I immediately knew would be in the top 100 because it's such a good idea. Great question. That said, Matt, what do you mean like if you were a Pokemon trainer you would hit on Misty? Matthew, she's a child. Number 78, episode 186, How Zelda Breath of the Wild solves the Zelda timeline. I believe this episode aged really poorly in terms of correctness, but in terms of entertainment value, fantastic in my opinion. Zelda theories have had a wide range of styles, but Matthew rarely talked about the franchise lore as much as individual game stuff before this, which this more than makes up for the shit-ass original Zelda timeline episode. Seeing Matt bring up elements across the series to cross-reference and link pun back to Breath of the Wild was genuinely super fun. It's all pieces of the lore of the franchise I either didn't know or didn't remember, so I was very engaged in seeing him put together which of the 3 timelines he thought the game belonged to. I just thought that was really fun. Number 77, episodes 77 and 84, The Watch Dogs 2-parter. The Watch_Dogs hacking 2-parter is a very well-made theory. Not even a theory, I guess. It's just Matpat talking about the realism of every element in the game. And that could have easily gone wrong, but he makes sure to constantly refer back to the game, meaning it never has that one issue that game theories can have where they fall too far from the topic of the video. This makes for a fun experience that gets progressively darker, and ends on a pretty sad-ass note. Oh well, I like it though. It's a good episode. Number 76, episode 41, Walking Dead Killing Zombies. I love this one, and I'm not apologizing. It's literally just Matthew smashing watermelons with various tools, but that's funny. It suffers a bit from barely connecting to any games and not really having a proper script, but there's a simple fun to this. Matpat is an entertaining guy, so him just being himself and whacking melons until they develop unhappy faces is really funny. It's fun, it's entertaining. Matthew does have some good analysis in there with his weapons. I think it's just entertaining. Number 75, episode 196, The Firestorm of Star Wars Battlefront 2. Not only do I have to respect Matthew so much for turning down money due to being against the actions of EA, I also have to respect him shedding some light on the process to try and make people show more lenience towards his fellow YouTubers that wouldn't have the opportunity to pull out of a deal. That and the theory is actually surprisingly fun. I didn't care much for the concept, but Matt made it very entertaining and very well explained, with the bonus of some great editing that was really good at visualizing what he was talking about. I was pleasantly surprised by how much fun I had. This was a really entertaining one, and the constant jabs at EA only made it better. Number 74, episode 201, Duck Season's Killer Dog Unmasked. Aside from Nugget still being kind of obnoxious, but not nearly as bad as last time because he's not there as much, and the seeming belief from Matthew that a fictional demon made up for this game has to be immune to bullets under the logic of literally nothing, the Duck Season theory is very good. I think Matt is probably at his best when he's delving into the lore of random horror games that ask you to give a bunch of answers, which I say as if a bunch of fucking horror games of that kind aren't making up the entire first half of this list. But shut up. He is at his best when he's doing this, in that some of his best is this. This was really good, and I enjoyed it. Still though, why would a fictional demon have to be immune to bullets? You know the Bible was written before bullets existed, and demons existed before the Bible in many cultures. Number 73, episode 56, Video Games Predict Your Future. This is a decently fun crossover of franchises theory that lays out a hypothetical possible timeline of a bunch of games that emerge into one universe. It's enjoyable, though I have to admit this would rank even higher if Matpat actually went more in depth and gave proper explanations for why certain things were said. Like, one of the most fascinating ideas he thought of was Halo technology being derived from Mass Effect's protean artifacts and remains. Why would he make that connection? What similarities do they have? I want to know, is it just a convenient way to explain things? Like, those are the details I love in hypothetical theories. What if X resulted in Y in a different series if they were one continuity? But sadly, this one misses it. If it had those details, it was like an extra 10 minutes longer, this could have been to the top 10. Genuinely, this is my kind of thing. I love it. Number 72, episode 336, Ellie is not immune. This video I fully expected to be full of huge leaps in logic and absolute bullshit. But shockingly enough, while I don't know how much I bought it, I'm not super sure how accurate it is, as I didn't bother with the second Last of Us game, I actually really liked this episode. It was a genuinely believable theory that I did think about for a moment and was invested in learning more about. The idea that Ellie isn't immune but has a different infection of a similar fungus that fights off the main prominent one. It's genuinely a really interesting idea, and I also really like this little break in the video to talk about Ellie's terrible health. Like, that's so unnecessary, but it was very fun. I really like this one, and I would love to see this actually, like, be explored in canon, because as an idea, it's brilliant. Number 71, episode 138, The Hunt for Super Smash Bros. Lost Stage. This episode doesn't really have a theory, which is its major downfall, but I enjoyed this rabbit hole that Matthew went down. It genuinely feels like Matthew fell into a hole one day and decided to make that into a video because he wanted to share his findings with his audience and didn't have a different show that'd work. I appreciate this, if only because it's so enjoyable. I love this kind of searching for something that's lost, and it's always good when they can actually find the answer in the end. Number 70, episode 161, Cheat the Water Bottle Flip Challenge with Science. This episode should suck and be dated, but actually this is by far the most interested I've ever been in the water bottle challenge, or the flippy, well, you fucking know. Or you might be too young to remember. Matt does a great job with great examples explaining the mechanics of the flip and simplifying what would be super complicated details in an easily digestible way, and that makes this super entertaining. This is by far, as I said, way beyond anything else, the most interested I've ever been in the water bottle flip. Like, it's just, you know, cool, you flip the bottle, that is a bit impressive, but like, I don't care, I don't give a shit. And the way he talks about it, explains how it works, explains how those big jugs are kind of cheating and not as impressive as they really look like. It's actually really interesting. Obviously, I'm never going to use this knowledge, but it's stuff that I like knowing. Number 69, episode 122, Zelda rupees are real? This is quite a fun one. A simple concept, but Matthew handles it well. I like his explanation of gemstones and their value, and what would be an otherwise just kind of entertaining but nothing special video is heavily aided by Peanut Butter Gamer being quite entertaining. Number 68, episode 332, Joel's Choice Meant Nothing. A name like Joel's Choice Meant Nothing had me worried about the video's topic, but turns out it's not, well, everything's fucked so it doesn't matter and this scene means nothing, blah blah blah. Actually, it's the choice meant everything, but there was no moral dilemma the way you'd think. The thumbnail having a big Joel's empty choice slapped on it feels like blatant clickbait, but instead of being bait, it just turns you off. And annoyingly so, because this episode's really good. Matt does a fantastic job simply and concisely explaining fungi, viruses, and vaccines, how they work and relate and interact with one another. It's just kind of well handled and explained. This is the kind of content I like, and the way it connects to the game, and not just the semantics of what words they use, but how vaccines actively work, is good. And it's not just the obvious they said vaccine but you can't vaccinate against fungi, but also the bigger issue of no vaccine or even cure, if that's what they meant, would require killing the person who has the antibodies needed. It's genuinely really good, because again, it's not just the semantics of, oh, they use vaccine, but actually they meant cure, but rather, no matter what they meant, what they were doing was still wrong, not just morally, but also, like, practically. It doesn't make any sense, ergo the moral dilemma you're faced with doesn't really apply. And I thought that was a really interesting way to deconstruct the whole ending of the game. Number 67, episode 258, Could Tails Fly? It's pretty good. I like the mathematics, I think the conclusion's very interesting. I actually also really like how Matt weaves a little story of being beaten and then noticing the back rotor, because I totally believe that's kind of how it went, that Matthew was just doing this whole thing as it is, and then he was like, oh right, the tail rotor, what does that actually do? And then he looked it up and realized the problem. I wouldn't have immediately noticed the tail rotor either, and I'm just going to assume that Matthew's as stupid as I am, so that's really interesting. My only issue is the point where Matt kind of just doesn't bother showing his work and instead goes, hey, read what's going on down there. Number 66, episode 69, Are Smite's Goddesses Too Sexy? Yes, this is episode 69. As a mythology lover, this video is right up my alley. In particular, I appreciate the bluntness in Matpat's answer. No, it is in fact not pornification to add clothes to naked characters. And I really appreciate how he goes out of his way to discuss how the figures' stories and even evolution over time affected their movesets and inspired more of their portrayals. The ending as well, where he discusses how what we today would see as problematic, with females showing their skin and their breasts, was just not problematic back in those days with those figures. How it was, if anything, an intentional representation of how every part of a woman is great, including their bodies. Nowadays, people associate naked women with promiscuity or sexist male gaze, while in these days, the days of these goddesses, women were allowed to show their bodies however they wanted, and their features are one of the many things that made them special. I like this video, though some of Matpat's jokes in it I found a bit eye-rolling. In general, I kind of wish the topic could have been a bit broader and gone into the origins of some of the male deities as well, though I understand Matthew was responding to a particular hot-button topic at the time. He just never made a sequel where he talked about the male gods. I think this would have been cool. Number 65, episode 446, Friend or Food. I really like this one, oddly. Never played Cooking Companions, but I think Matt did a fantastic job summarizing his older theory and applying the new information from the DLC to it, and then retelling a compelling story that updates his previous thoughts. It's really solid, it told a great narrative. I may or may not be biased because Baba Yaga is a figure of folklore. I also will say that with the original two-parter, the first half would have actually ranked above this. It's just that because the two-parter, I have to consider the second half, and it really let it down. Number 64, episodes 81 and 82, the Rosalina two-parter.
The two-parter on Rosalina is a very interesting and well-done theory. Matthew spends a good amount of time going over all the details in a fairly entertaining way. Some of the genetic elements can feel like a stretch given Mario's art style definitely isn't one that's going to be beholden to real-life genetics. I mean, just look at Lemmy Koopa's natural LGBT hair. But when he focuses more on the actual lore of the games and the circumstantial stuff that feels more intentional, the theory gains a lot more weight. He even gets to traverse into his favorite realm. I hate that I laugh at the word realm now. He even gets to traverse into his favorite realm of physics when discussing Einstein's theory of relativity, breaking up the potential monotony of lore with something different. The biggest issue with this set of episodes is the ending, where Matpat suddenly goes on a random tangent about how Luigi is definitely Rosalina's dad because he's taller, left-handed, and owns a telescope. He assumes this because Luigi matches his arbitrary theory parameters better, overshadowing the very lore he's been leaning on for the entire second half. He also claims that Peach is oddly indifferent to Mario. Not showing public affection and being generally more reserved is entirely reasonable, Matthew. It doesn't tank the ranking of this one too much, however. It's pretty good, and I'd definitely shake Matthew's hand if he knew how to pronounce Rosalina's name correctly. Okay, so this is the part where I finished reading Nem's thoughts, and now he wants me to give mine. So I rewatched the episode this morning, and I don't really know if game theory's much of my thing anymore. Some of the science stuff was cool, and obviously I like hearing people talk about one of my favorite games, but I didn't feel at any point like this needed to be a half-hour-long two-parter, and the sense of humor wasn't really my thing. With that said, I did like the visual edit of the basketball going into the football goal. That was pretty funny. Yeah, I don't think it was bad at all, but I'm also not the person to be asking about that.
Number 63, episode 143, FNAF Sis Location Decoded! You should know by now I don't care for these trailer-based theories, but this one's good for one reason. Matthew was just correct. The whole sister location pun and this being with a crying child's sister thing is literally true. I also appreciate this wasn't just looking at the trailer, he also looked into the source code, the wider lore in the novels, so it ends up being a trailer deconstruction that looks into a lot of other evidence and ends up being correct. This is the first one. This is the first time he did it, and he was just right. Number 62, episode 99, Rainbow Six Siege gets a reality check. I've already mentioned how Matthew does refer to reality check as game theory episodes at one point, but I should reiterate that Game Lab, most of those episodes don't have the game theory label, and so I'm not certain in putting those in, but this prototype form of it does. There's only two of them, they both are game theories, so unlike Game Lab, it's not picking and choosing, it's just all two of them are in there. I really enjoyed this. It's a lot more practical than most of his episodes, but that made it more engaging. It's a very standout episode that has a lot of interesting traits to it. To a degree, the lack of proper theory elements does bring it down a bit, but I still really enjoyed it and thought it was quite fun. Number 61, episode 111, How to Survive the Mad Max Carmageddon. I think this one was pretty fucking good. Matpat goes into interesting and well-shown detail on the specifics of each topic and how they play into surviving the situation. I really liked not just how he went over the topic, but actually put each build into practice. So, while the final conclusion of choose the best middle ground is really fucking obvious, it doesn't in the end make the episode too much worse, because I still got a real kick out of just seeing him try out and show, not just through obvious logic of obviously choose the best middle ground, but actually demonstrating with visuals why going to an extreme is bad and the downsides of them. This became a run-on sentence that's not even on script. I just really liked that. I thought it was quite good. I was not expecting it. Number 60, episode 149, The Truth About Minecraft's World. A pretty simple one at first that answers its question well, and actually veers off in a cool way. I actually really like how it explains the ways gravity works to get to its conclusion, but also how it goes on to discuss the geocentric model the Minecraft world exists on. He goes on to connect this to the themes of the ending, which is a cool bonus too. It's just good. Number 59, episode 310, How Much is a Minecraft Emerald Worth? I don't think the Minecraft Emerald video is quite up to par with the Diamond episode of the same type. I just prefer the more solid answer and how Matthew went about is more engaging, but I still think this is an amazing episode for its own reasons. Primarily the multiple ways he goes about it, but also the way he goes into how value is determined. Sure, it's kind of meaningless and obvious to anyone with half a brain. It's pretty clear that people want to know how much it's worth in real world money based on how we value emeralds more than anything, so him coming up with all these other ways to look at it that most people probably don't give a shit about is just But he does give us the values, and these all can satisfy whoever wants a particular method, so I'm not complaining. He does please everyone here. And it's an interesting path to take to explain the discrepancies. I really liked it. It did a good job in differentiating itself from the Diamond episode with a green coat of paint, the Larry Winwood of Minecraft Diamond episodes. Number 58, episode 236, How to Break Mario. Yeah, the Mario Tennis Aces episode is just a really fun calculation-based one. I have very little to say, but I just really enjoyed this. It's so funny to me how this episode, and not the one about BMI, addresses that BMI fails to take into account muscle mass. Number 57, episode 341, Portal 2, Does Chell Die? Matthew has a real problem in that he can't make a bad Portal episode. The Chell dying one isn't the most interesting, but it feels like a classic, original, old school game theory in the modern day. And by that I mean where Matthew would bring up the events of a game and then use primarily real-life examples of related experiments and similar situations to extrapolate the realism of something he saw. It's a great approach that he doesn't do a lot within the 300 onward episodes, and it's really entertaining, especially because he has the higher production values, better writing, and more experience to make it way better than it could have been back in the day. It feels more believable and like he has better sources than some of his other stuff. Really fun. Number 56, episode 43, How Much is Minecraft Diamond Armor Worth? And so with this episode I entered the era of Ronnie Oni Edwards editing. Rest in peace. I'm pretty sure I've said that before, but can't be said enough. Absolute legend. So the Minecraft Diamond Armor episode I just think is really fun. I don't have many issues with it, and I think it's very well handled. It answers the question posed in the title in both ways. How much is it worth in money, but also how much is it worth to actually make it? The editing is of course great. This feels like part of the beginning of when Matpat started to make genuinely great content. Number 55, episode 148, Would Super Mario win the Olympics? A great question answered fantastically. Matpat does a great job of addressing this, going across multiple games to see how good Mario is at jumping, and I think it's a really neat topic. The extra mile with going into potential differences in gravity, as well as how good Luigi and Peach would do, is just brilliant. It's really cool. I wish he went into more characters though. Like, this is such a good episode. If he went into like fucking Bowser or Wario, just really went into all the characters, this could have been top 10. It's so fun. Number 54, episode 125, FNAF, the clue that solves Five Nights at Freddy's.
I'm gonna sound crazy, but Dream Theory isn't that bad. Okay, to be extremely clear, the theory itself isn't the best. It seems likely that it was intended at the time of FNAF 4, sure, but it still has major issues. The episode of Game Theory itself, however, is generally decent. Matpat goes over a lot of the details with a surprising amount of interest for what this could have been, and it's clear he put a lot of thought into it. What truly elevates this though, and what saves it in its entirety, is the ending. Matt being so transparent about how he came to this and how he feels about it, makes it feel much less like an intentional cheating theory than most of its kind can. And it makes it clear that Matpat isn't doing this purely for clicks, and he isn't doing this for laziness or whatever the fuck. He himself is openly dissatisfied with the answer. It makes sense, but it isn't a theory he's a fan of, which overall makes the video much easier to swallow. So, sensible but boring theory made into a well done video.
Number 53, episode 261, Mario Odyssey's Big Lie! Power Moons have no power? The power of the moons in Mario is probably the how strong is X theory that I never would have thought of prior, but it's a very interesting topic, and I like how it's handled here. When Matt is very clear and open about the flaws and attempted balances in his research, it makes me like episodes more. It's him opening that little crack in his armor and admitting he's not perfect, which I think just helps with the persona he puts on. I think it's also just really interesting, and I'm totally okay with where he, like, randomly goes, but what about X? And it's a completely different route to what he's talking about, because, like, I was interested in every topic in this video. It was really entertaining. Number 52, episode 297, Why Pikachu is Shockingly Terrible. This likely would have been in the top tier if it wasn't on a subject I had already looked into, and thus gave me no new information. Because this is a genuinely really cool examination into how electricity works, the meaning of voltage, giving examples of how the electric Pokemon statements like work, explaining how it would likely backfire and how lightning bolts actually travel. It's genuinely extremely good. It doesn't hit me with the learning I enjoy, but that's not the episode's fault, because it's very good at explaining what it's explaining. Number 51, episode 264, the Frozen level you will never play. With no strong connection to Kingdom Hearts or Frozen, this being so high should say a lot. Aside from the kind of played out complaints about Kingdom Hearts complexity and its story, this is a really fun speculative episode, basing itself on elements featured in the game to predict what was taken out. It's a genuinely engaging episode, it answers a lot of the questions. It's also really unusual for Matpat to, like, say, this is something that was taken out, let's try to figure out what it was based on the elements involved. It's just, it's good, it's got a surprisingly neat bow on it. Number 50, episode 60, is Link dead in Majora's Mask? This one is here because I think it's really well presented. Matpat is willing to bring his voice nice and low, really selling the emotion of some of what goes on in Termina. I appreciate him covering a wider theory about Legend of Zelda and trying to put his own spin on it. And PBG has a dynamic I really like with Matthew. He's someone Matt is trying to convince in the narrative of the video, and as it goes on he starts putting pieces together too. It makes it feel less like a standard Matpat explains to you or Matpat looks for answers, and it's sort of middle ground where Mr. Butter Gamer is the one putting them together as it happens. The ending is nice as well, basically getting the idea across that Link's death isn't a bad ending because what he did after allowed him to rest in peace. This is a dark theory, but not one that exists for the sake of being dark. The final note is on Link having been able to accept his passing and help the next generation through the Valley of Death. My biggest issue is how they transition to the Link is dead theory and how odd some of the justifications are. Like, the first half of the video is about the process of grief, you know, the stages of it, and they ask, what is Link grieving? But without even having played Majora's Mask, the idea I got from their explanation was that Link wasn't grieving, he was present for the grieving of others, and Termina is going through the cycles of grief, and it's Link as an outsider who stops that cycle and helps everyone move on, symbolically representing how a helpful person can aid in getting grieving people out of a harmful cycle. And some of the evidence is almost self-contradictory. For instance, the Elegy of Emptiness is weird. Matpat says it creates a copy of you in your current form, but because he has presupposed that the forms Link takes are of dead people, this means the Elegy only creates clones of the dead. That's not how causality works. The song doesn't make clones of the dead, it makes clones of your current form. Your current form happens to be determined by the dead. That doesn't mean that if you use it while you're not in a form determined by the dead, that means you're dead. It's like, imagine you have a device that destroys whatever ice cream you're holding. You have an ice cream that is vanilla coated in chocolate and the device destroys it. You then decide that must mean that the device actually destroys anything made of chocolate. Then you use it on an ice cream that has no chocolate coating, it's just vanilla and it works, and you say that means vanilla must be chocolate then. It's a very entertaining and well-made video that just has a few holes. Number 49, episode 219, Would You Stay Blind? And now we move on to the sub 50 category. Most of this episode I think is super engaging, despite never having played this game. I genuinely got invested in what was being expressed to me, and I found it a fascinatingly interesting theory. The reason it doesn't quite hit the peak of peak tier to me is it kind of blows its load early. I often think Matthew leaving the decisive evidence until the end that would have solved the problem is kind of cheap. It sometimes makes all the theory work feel like an after-the-fact crapshoot that was there to pad out the runtime. With here, however, it feels like the stuff with the witch was kind of an afterthought, as it comes after Matthew shows the final answer with the state of the world, so I kind of lost interest there. But in the end, the episode is saved by its ending. I really enjoyed that conclusion, and how Matthew covers the potentially extremely dark topic of the best ending being death for everyone, in a way that's not too bad. I think it wraps up quite nicely. Number 48, episode 189, Metal Gear Solid's Hidden Virtual Mission. I just think Matthew presents this one greatly. He starts with some really shaky evidence, but by the end, it's very believable. I think the evidence as presented is quite strong, blending real-life elements that flow really well into Metal Gear 5, and coming around in just a very, very strong episode in my opinion. I had no interest going in and little to say, but it was just very good, and I really liked how it flowed between the games. The thing with the virtual mission flowing into the reveal of Metal Gear Solid 5 is just so smooth. And now we're on to the final tier, the peak episodes, my favorites upon favorites. What I consider to be the best of the best. Number 47, episode 431, Matpat, I Stole Your Channel. This is the gatekeeper to these episodes, because in many ways it shouldn't be here. It's not a game theory, it's barely a nuanced discussion, it doesn't even have Matpat. But I feel awkward ranking this in general. This video is Stephanie, Matthew's wife, having made a game theory episode without his knowledge to celebrate their 10-year anniversary. It's very sweet. The topic is supposed to be how starting a successful channel and getting a relationship require the same skills, which I just disagree with, because a huge difference in those things is not having to be physically present for a channel. Like, I can put myself out here because you don't know me, you don't have to look at me, all you need to do is hear my voice and my opinions. Talking to someone in public is anxiety inducing, and I get panic attacks thinking about upcoming job interviews. Like, I will collapse in a heap. I am a shell of a human being. And no, I don't use dating apps, I don't want my ogre mug out on the internet. But see, none of this is really a criticism, because this video is really sweet and cozy. It's an enjoyable video where Steph goes over her history with her husband, the ups and the downs, the joys and the pain, the good and the bad. It's very real, and I really applaud her for being able to do this without the guy who does all the YouTube talking stuff there helping out. As a game theory, maybe it's not great, but as a video, it made me smile. Number 46, episode 94, a tank's biggest weakness is itself. I surprisingly enjoyed this a lot. The realistic nature of the game probably made it easier to work with, but I found the way he approached and talked about the tanks quite engaging. I was proper invested in seeing if Matpat could find a flaw in the game's realism claim, and to see how accurately it represented them in general. And I enjoyed him finding that one flaw and then explaining why it was absent. It was really fun. And Ronnie's editing style went super hard in this one. Number 45, episode 508, the Lost episode. There's a lot of novelty to this episode, but honestly, Matthew does a fantastic job recapturing the energy of his older days. It's not always easy to do this, which is why it can often be a bit off-putting whenever YouTubers try to recapture their earlier content, but Matthew manages to get his old editing, writing, and voice down. He actually captures his deeper voice he would put on for those days. There's some tongue-in-cheek references that definitely feel out of place and would give away this wasn't from the era, but I don't mind it because it's just a handful of winks and nods. The concept is perfectly stupid and I love that. I also really appreciate that instead of berating his old content for being shit, he instead says he's just come a long way and can do things now that he couldn't prior to coming to his conclusion. Matthew loves to shit on his older content, and sometimes it can be a bit obnoxious because it almost feels like he's unintentionally attacking people who enjoy his older content, but this time he doesn't do that. He actually just says that, yeah, I can do better now, which is fine to say. And then despite coming back to the present, he does his classic thing of ending it by bringing up some unrelated character who fits the thing he just disproved. If it had a super amazing end card tournament callback, this would have been total peak. Number 44, episode 89, FNAF 2 Gaming's Scariest Story Sold. This is where the real FNAF theories began. A wonderful video, beginning Matthew's true lore descent analysis style of the later years in my opinion, without falling into his coming up with a contrarian theory for the sake of it elements that he'd end up with later. I love this one. This just is what I consider peak game theory era, with him going into great detail, sussing out story beats from lines of dialogue, and putting together a reasonable sounding timeline for the era. I will never let go of the idea that Phone Guy is someone who matters too. Number 43, episode 505, I solved the oldest Pokemon debate. A ridiculous name when no trucks or Mews are present, but a really fun episode. The calculation's really silly and also not very prominent. Rather, this is more just the fun of Matpat discussing the thesis of if Whale Lord is denser than air, examining two studies on it that exist for some reason, and pointing out the flaws and assumptions while also explaining them really well. He then goes and does his own version using a 3D model, which admittedly makes it a little bit weird that he uses only this one and not like the other 3D Whale Lord models that exist officially. And he comes to a satisfying conclusion, which makes for a fun time. And this is also the first true calculation episode since Why Flying Pokemon Can't Fly. That was episode 374, this is episode 505. Yikes. Number 42, episode 450, The Unsolved Lore of the Sims. Man, I wish Matthew did more theories like this in his later years, instead of just recycling the same series and making 14-minute long episodes every time a random mascot horror released a 2-microsecond teaser. Stuff like this actually gets my attention. Matt seeing a mystery intentionally laid out in a game theory, presenting all the evidence nice and well, and then giving us his conclusion that makes sense in context and is also very well paced and tells a good story. It's a great path from the obvious suspect, to anyone who knows murder mysteries, to the obvious suspect in general, which allowed him to introduce naturally 2 characters who he then sussed out as being the villains, and ramping up into all the extra juicy details. It was very engaging. Number 41, episode 267, How Does Kirby Fly? A combination of this style of game theory being relatively fresh at the time, the fun topic, the practical experiment bit, and the moments when Matthew breaks character to just be the fun chill guy he normally is, and the really natural way he talks about the subject matter, makes for a very fun time. It might not seem like much, but I do think he weaves the words real good in this episode. From pixel measurements to relevant examples to covering his bases, it all comes together to a really fun episode. Matthew just seems to be a fun guy, and these kind of episodes I think get to show that beyond his arrogant know-it-all persona that most of the episodes capture. Number 40, episode 73, How Deadly is Super Mario's Bullet Bill?
It's hard to explain, but I really enjoy this one. It's a good old-fashioned science episode, but I really enjoy how it was done, the explanations for the measurements are potentially better than the previous similar episodes, and the animations are great at showing it off. Even going as far as understanding the difference between 3D and 2D Mario with Super Mario RPG as a reference was a nice touch, and using the Shaquille O'Neal game as a reference for his height in real life. It's a weird cut, but a deep cut that's kinda novel. I like it. Covers all the bases. And not only using kinematics to explain why surface area means these things wouldn't kill you even if they did hit you, as well as going to the larger bullet bill variants, even the golden ones in New Super Mario Bros. 2, is a nice touch. I like it. My biggest problem is that I think this would have been a great episode to expand on by having Matpat try to figure out how these bullets even fly at those slow speeds, but oh well, it's cool enough. Thanks, Dad!
Number 39, episode 105, The Mario Timeline's Shocking Reveal. Most of this video is pretty fucking good. Actually seeing Matthew and his 2 guests go through the various bits and bobs of evidence and deduce in their opinion what the Mario timeline should look like is really fun. It's definitely what I came to see. Dive into the Mario games infamous for their lack of stories for better and also for worse, to find what small nuggets they can that would hint at the chronology of the series. This is all good, sure, in fact it's so good, this could probably crack top 20. But where it fell a bit flat was some of the stuff at the end. Instead of letting the theory sit in a vacuum, Matpat drudges up the part I like the least about his otherwise solid Rosalina 2-parter to haphazardly throw it in. Then, instead of actually trying to fit in the Jumpman stuff, he just calls him Mario's dad by applying real-life gorilla biology to the family of gorillas who can punch moons out of the night sky. It almost feels like a bit of a cop-out and like it exists just to get that thumbnail. It doesn't tank the whole thing, obviously, it's just a bit of an irksome conclusion to this otherwise amazing theory. Number 38, episode 39, Video Game Crossovers, Super Mario RPG to God of War to real life. Should be clear that I love these kinds of theories by now. They're rarely believable, but I love seeing pieces put together to try and make a single solid timeline. It leads to so much creative thought and ideas. I really enjoy a lot of Pixar theories too for the same reason. And so that natural bias for really enjoying all these one universe theories, even when they're more scattershot like this one, gave this a big bump. It's just Matthew going over a bunch of random cameos, and I appreciate that it doesn't go to any huge crossover games for it. It's just fun. This is fun stuff. From an objective standpoint, it's not nearly as good as anything within like 30 entries of it on this list, but I live for random tidbits like X from Y, cameos in Z, and guest stars in Omega. It vibes with me a lot. Number 37, episode 160, Luigi, the richest man in the Mario Kingdom? The Luigi richness video is pretty great. Matt goes into detail well on the work that went into calculating the size, makes frequent references to the realities and similar things, and brings them back to the game. He comes to a pretty good conclusion. What usually may be sometimes annoying pauses for Matt to bring up new random details out of nowhere tend to actually be welcomed here, for me at least, because saving the stigmatism for the end makes a lot of sense, and I also think the riches, like the secret riches, make sense too. First, if he does the value of the mansion, then how the value will be dropped by the scenario, but then finding how much value is actually within the mansion that is hidden and not known about. It makes sense to order it that way, and it's conveniently entertaining to the video story. Number 36, episode 132, Chun-Li's Deadly Helicopter Kick. Just a generally very solid calculation video that I have minimal issues with. Matpat increased his level of detail from previous calculation episodes even further this time, really making it feel like a thorough examination of how these elements work, while also being openly transparent about what concessions had to be made. I think it's quite interesting how he comes to Chun-Li's hypothesized weight, and his jokes at the expense of Street Fighter feel fairly reasonable all things considered. I think it's a very well presented video about an interesting question that feels like classic game theory brought into the modern era of just under a decade old game theory. Number 35, episode 217, will the Fortnite meteor destroy everything? Easily among the most thorough calculation episodes. And honestly, kinda just the Majora Moon one, but way better. The sheer amount of work and explanation that Matthew put into going over his calculations, how he found out what and how the results came together, the covering of every basis and putting all the numbers, it's genuinely just a very well put together video. I was surprised to enjoy this as much as I did because I figured it'd be a very standard retread of the same stuff we'd seen before. But no, we got angular size calculating and scaling to previous calcs on the general size of the area, all leading to a very amusing conclusion that is even funnier than the unimpressive bullet bills to me. Good shit. Number 34, episode 271, why Ridley is Smash's deadliest fighter. Yeah, okay, I love the calculations in this, and yes, I know as a person who made the mistake of getting knee-deep in the power scaling community, I should have an immoral obligation to go, Matpat, if you look at their durability feats, this wouldn't actually harm them. But like, whatever, I really like this. It has fun lore tidbits with his vehicle's lack of presence in F-Zero, it has fun calculations and well-explained numbers and how he got them. There's pointless but entertaining little bits like exactly how much bigger Ridley got between Metroid and Metroid Zero mission. And of course, the actual final calculation and examples is really fun, and is what I wish I got from the Mario Kart racing theory. Like, yeah, it's just as obvious that this and a car crash would be deadly, but I don't know, maybe as someone who has survived a car crash, I just find more entertainment from the silly skeletal space dragon bragging about Dragon Ganon across the canyon. Super fun, and as I said before, this style of game theory is just great. Number 33, episode 506, Sonic's rings are a scam? He did it. 2 peak episodes in a row during this era. I love this one. He does a great job explaining his thought process and doing the measurements, but importantly, something he doesn't do for a lot of calculation episodes, he actually considers differences in games and also differences in portrayal with things like how they alter their size. It makes for multiple equally satisfying answers with their own caveats, but importantly, it also means he can hilariously keep putting down Sonic, which I just think is really funny. Number 32, episode 95, does Isaac die? Binding of Isaac, Rebirth's endings explained. Just a banger game theory. Matthew really goes into this one. I think he weaves a great story with this game. He sets the scene well and then explains his reasonings and thoughts solidly. It's a very entertaining voyage into a game that I haven't played even back when it first dropped, which nearly made me check it out because I was just that invested in the idea of this dark, religiously themed fantasy world that represents Isaac's desires to find who he is and his faith. But hey, that's just a theory and all, it's also a fun video. Number 31, episode 274, could a banana save your life? I love this one. I love this basic idea of just analyzing the survivability of a fictional scenario, and a situation that's food-based like this with as many possibilities as this one gives Matthew a lot to talk about, and I was constantly entertained. From going above and beyond at the start to the amount of options he gives to try and make it survivable, I was kinda rooting for him to find a way for Jonesy to survive. It didn't come, sure, but it didn't stop me from being very entertained, and I thought it was quite good. Number 30, episode 295, Minecraft, stop punching trees. I think the best part of the Minecraft tree punching episode is that instead of the usual X would mean Y, thus that character must be dead or they wouldn't be able to do it, Matthew follows the interesting calculations the mathematics put in to represent the realism or lack thereof, and he follows it with a look into how superhuman Steve is. It feels like something he would have done prior to episode fucking 295, but he just never does this in a lot of his other videos. He'll see Mario survive something a normal human can, and he won't go, maybe Mario is just a little bit more durable than your average human being. He instead goes, that wouldn't work. Silly Nintendo. Don't you know anything? I'm so much smarter than you, bro. But here, he not only goes into how strong this would make Steve, but gives some pretty good and also visually very funny references to get across what it means. It might seem small, but it is a big thing and I appreciate it a lot. And yeah, like before that, it's still a very interesting concept. How possible is punching a live-action tree, really? He goes into the names of the trees, the real-life tree genuses, he brings the trees to reality, he goes into how much power is needed, he makes some concessions, it's also just overall really well done. It just feels good to have one that doesn't go, stupid game and dumb creators, or I am superior because I pointed out your lack of realism, but instead It's unrealistic, but let's have some fun with that. Number 29, episode 437, Your Memories Are Corrupted. Matpat takes a 28-second video and makes a really compelling 16-minute theory from it. He explains his journey and digging up and putting the pieces together. I just think he conveyed a really potentially interesting story that I thought was really damn fun. I don't really have much to say because, like, it's just... I think it's one that's just, like, I watched it and I liked it, but I have nothing to pull from it. Also, like, with the, like, revisionist history and hidden details theming, it reminded me oddly of the Assassin's Creed 2 glyphs that always kind of creep me out for some reason, so it definitely got a reaction from me. Number 28, episode 337, Can You Solve Portal's Impossible Puzzle? It's wild that a video that begins with the most played out gag possible, and then a 2-minute long advertisement for the then new food theory ended up this high. Because it's fantastic. Honestly, this is what I'd imagine an original era game theory would be like if it was done with the modern day writing and editing quality. Like, damn, it's just fun. Matthew goes over a simple, singular problem, explains the concept extremely well with great visuals that make it digestible, and then explains how everything would work super well. And I think it says a lot that I pretty much accurately guessed everything that would happen and why, but I was still thoroughly entertained. The way Matt explained it just made it feel rewarding to know in advance. Like, yeah, I guessed right, my reasoning was right, and because of how he explains it, it makes me feel smarter than I actually am. With the added interesting surprise of the wormhole physics that I didn't know. That was cool, it was new information to me, wrapping the episode up nicely in a really fun way. A fucking great video, one of the best within 50 episodes of itself. Number 27, episode 97, Are GTA 5 cops racist? This is one of the few game theories that's like actually a theory, like an experimental hypothesis. He has a control and multiple tests with predictions based on the theory. It's hard to explain, but I thought this was just really interesting as Matpat walked us through his experiment, openly discussing the amount of variables they attempted to control for, and being open about whether or not they even had that control. He even makes it clear with his conclusions that there are possible variables he may have forgotten or just failed to take account for. He doesn't inherently make a yes or no conclusion as much as the data may suggest, which is exactly what I was taught when I was learning about this kind of stuff. He handled this sensitive topic with a lot of tact as well. And there is something to be said about his point at the end about the immediate assumption of racism from people on this topic, and how it said a lot about the issues of police actions and how them being this way was just part of that culture, and it wasn't a good thing because of what it said about the police force. I think my main issue is just that he doesn't really justify to me why his point system works that way, nor do I think only 5 tests per area was enough. I understand that he has like a limited schedule, he can't just drop everything for this video, but you know, I still think this is a very interesting and unique episode. Number 26, episode 51, Why Living on Bioshock Infinite's Floating City Would Suck. Matpat's return to Bioshock was always one of my favorites, going over the same topics as the original but in a new setting and then addressing exactly how it would function logistically. He gets to cover physics, a topic he clearly loves, and also the more interesting element to me of how the altitude would affect someone, which I don't recall being something majorly addressed for Rapture. I just always found this video very engaging. I thought it always flowed well, it has a cool topic, it calls back to one of my favorite early episodes, it's solid. Number 25, episodes 378 and 414, Mario and Sonic Olympic Games 2-parter. It's just so much fun, it's not very serious, and Matt's flagrant ignorance in the field of Mario and Sonic feats can be forgiven because talking this, it's just like, he just goes into the most random Olympic sports. I think it's a really great, I can't even explain it. Just go watch it, just go watch them yourselves. It's a hilarious 2-parter that has like 36 episodes between the 2 parts for some reason. Number 24, episode 140, Solving Raticate's Death. This one I think is just really cool. Matthew applies his normal game theory approach, but against a different theory, and uses that to discuss the evidence and why this theory exists, but also to rationalize and explain other elements, which is very entertaining. I like his going into Occam's razor and how much it goes against his normal theorizing, and genuinely, it's just a very solid approach in my opinion. My only issue is that he never addresses that this theory entirely ignores the possibility that someone else could have killed Raticate. Like logically, if his Raticate was dead, it could have been literally anyone he encountered between those 2 points. Feels like a major possibility that could have thrown a wrench into his theory. Number 23, episode 126, FNAF 4 Games 1 Story. The Forgotten Theory video. This one, which was followed by a stream and thus not actually on the main video page, we don't usually talk about, but it's a surprise hit. Among the FNAF timelines, it is probably one of the less truly thorough in terms of addressing everything, but still really good at making a surprising amount of sense. It's also fantastic that it begins addressing why the video was made, but ends with Matthew being genuine and addressing the general flaws with the video overall. How it is a difficult to follow story and not that fun a narrative. The journey truly mattered more than the end. It's a really good FNAF theory. Number 22, episode 121, Halo Armor's Fatal Flaw. Among the episodes where Matthew talks to an expert, this one is fairly unique in that we actually get Matpat having something to add to the conversation. It's genuinely really entertaining seeing Matthew talk about what he is an expert on, video games, and in this case, the lore of Halo, and having that bounce off someone who can talk about, okay, that's what they say in Halo, here is the realism of that. There's no sense of our man here looking down on Matpat for being a gamer, which sometimes can come across intended or not. This is free of that, and it's very entertaining. I'm always engaged and entertained, and it's very engaging as well as entertaining and informational on the nature of bullet-resistant protection and armor, as well as how it relates to Master Chief and his armor. Where I would have to draw the line in terms of what I enjoy would be the little part about ODST. Matpat talks about melee moves and how they were heavily nerfed, and nowhere during this whole segment does he ever seem to consider that maybe a normal Marine might just be weaker than a Spartan. He says that for the Spartans to go down so easily against other Spartans, but that not to be the case when the ODST Marines go for melee, must be something unique to the Spartans. But he never considers that what might be unique to the Spartans is that they're strong enough to flip tanks and shit with their bare hands. But he does use Fall of Reach as a reference, so as far as I'm concerned, this is the greatest video on the internet. Number 21, episodes 197 and 198, the Doki Doki Literature Club 2-parter. DDLC is a game I have less than no interest in. ARGs, however, can be really interesting. So Matthew going over the game and the contained ARG was quite awesome. I honestly really enjoyed the journey here. It was one of the most interesting and engaging ones, even if a lot of it was Matthew explaining what other people have already pulled off. It's always on topic and always interesting, and from my non-existent knowledge, it seems reasonable with everything laid out. The only thing that made me question what Matpat was saying at any point was the idea of Monica having gone through these events before being evidence of her originating from a different game, instead of her just being aware of every version of Doki that's been played across every player. Otherwise, I thought it was fantastic. Well, part 2 was. Part 1 is a ho-hum go-over of the game, and it's hard not to notice that the theory involves Matthew predicting a game will come out in 2018 that didn't come out. It's generally just kind of a really nonsensical non-element of the theory that, along with the part 1 issue, did drop it out of the top 20. Speaking of, number 20, episode 113, Fallout bottle caps are worth how much? I really like this. It's such an interesting, if simple, question. Despite me not having played Fallout yet, I really enjoyed just how well done it was. Matthew goes into excruciating detail and makes sure to cover almost all of his bases, between finding the likely date of the game's separation from reality and the value of gold during those years, as well as covering the value of the bottle caps then, today, and then even going over how valuable they would realistically be, which scratches the old game theory itch of bringing games to reality, and that makes for an interesting tale. Matpat also goes into a lot of detail into how he came to his conclusions, which I very much like. His research is well laid out, and I think the only thing dropping this for me is a combination of minimal interest in the games and also how he doesn't cover the final base of how much the gold bars in Fallout are worth in real life by checking how much the amount of caps they're worth would equate to. It's not a big deal. This video feels like a bigger deal than it really is just because of how much thoroughness he goes through with it. It's a great one. Number 19, episodes 162, 164, and 165, the WD Gaster 3-parter. I don't necessarily buy this theory, but I think Matthew put his all into this one. You can feel the love that he has for Undertale throughout his 3-parter, and he really goes all out to cover his ground with the theory. He goes over the lore, the real-life psychology, game mechanics, theoretical physics, and somehow blends them all really well into a very interesting 3-parter with tons of intrigue and entertainment value within. I don't have any issues with it personally, maybe lack of investment in what's going on, but it's such a labor of love that I enjoy it a lot. Number 18, episodes 378 and 380, the Pikachu's Level 2-parter. If Matpat's 2-parter on Pikachu's level actually went beyond Unova and looked into everything that was available at the time, I likely would have placed it even higher. Even as it is, it's a fantastic duology. There's really interesting table setting for the calculations, a fun concept and journey following the battles Pikachu has had, with a reasonable amount of skipping over the boring parts and interesting tidbits throughout. The number at the end is actually really interesting to see, and I also like Matthew actually going into the level resetting theory and giving a concise explanation for how dumb that fucking Snivy fight is, even when giving the best chances possible. I just wish he included everything for what would be a definitive number the way Matpat is acting like it is. He's saying he's got Pikachu's level while showing like 5 seasons he hasn't covered yet. I wanna know what level he is after those 2, come on Matt. Come back and do a 3rd part to this now that the story's over, come on! man! Number 17, episodes 204, 206, 224, and 225, the FNAF 6 4-parter. The Pizzeria Simulator videos are technically two 2-parters, but they form one single 4-parter. This is probably like the first big step down in terms of quality for the FNAF theories, but that's because they started on such a high level. The first and second part on their own are great, going over the basic stuff, the in-depth stuff, and finally the box in a great way. I really enjoyed particularly how Matthew covers the box, not just in terms of what it represents now, but also what he believed it may have been at this time, and how it evolved. From Gene Theory to FNAF World, and finally to the overall narrative of Pizza Sim. It remains my favourite take on the box to date. I do think the next two parts end up falling a little bit flat relatively. They're still really good. Matthew covers the rest of the game really well and then goes into the logbook, and while this part does work and makes sense, I think it does lack a bit in terms of the satisfaction and finality I enjoyed about some of the predecessor FNAF theories. Overall though, it's a really good 4-parter that's genuinely very fun. It's only falling behind in comparison to a few others from the past, and I say the fact that it's up here shows how good some of these FNAF theories have been. Number 16, episode 64, Why Do You Play Video Games? This is a hard one to go back to, but it's also really good. A wonderful episode that features the 3 pillars of the channel from back in the day, discussing why people game, where they fit in, why those things matter, and how they lead to their respective shows. Ronnie enjoyed choice, doing all he can, and in particular, making choices that had meaning to them. And while his whole bit about how he carried the channel, not Matpat, is meant as a joke in the video, I think it's fair to say that it's no joke at all how important he was to the channel. I'd say second only to Matthew himself, but how important his editing, the sudden burst in speed of production, and layout for future stylization of game theory has been. Goomba enjoyed interacting with others and sharing an understanding of culture through the medium of gaming. And what is culture if not the ways in which a certain people of a place choose to interact and present themselves? And of course, Matthew enjoying competence made his show and his identity that he would stick with for the rest of his life. His place in culture as the guy who overanalyzes things in entertaining and informative ways. The only place this fantastic episode fails is that when watching it today, you can't stop thinking about how all 3 of them aren't there anymore. Matthew's retired, Goomba's left, and Ronnie, saddest of all, took his own life in 2018. Not helped by how the latter two's uploads on the channel are now unlisted, making them less convenient to find and watch. But the episode itself is great, and I think it's genuinely, no joke, one that really hits you in the feels. Number 15, episodes 228 and 229, the Ash Ketchum Age 2-parter. I think it speaks for itself. It's extremely well researched and painfully thorough, being also maybe the best addressed video in terms of that one black and white 10-year-old Ash thing. I genuinely love when Matpat shows his work like this. These huge works of research and detail that show why Matpat deserved to take off, no matter how often people have criticized him, including myself in this very video. It might get a bit repetitive at times, sure, and I think it's odd how he seems to use the English dub the entire time without showing the Japanese quotes, and I do wish the Kanto segment wasn't just referring to a past video, even if it makes sense, and is technically a good idea. These issues are there, but overall the journey that Matthew paints here is really enjoyable, and while I do enjoy a lot of different videos that have this topic, this 2-parter is my favourite. Not just referring to narration or just using quotes, but using the growth of plants, real-life celebrations, the rise and setting of the sun in episodes, the movies, all coming together to a great 2-parter. Number 14, episodes 383 and 384, the Kanye Quest 2-parter. What? I wasn't expecting anything from the fucking Kanye West RPG 2-parter, but it was a banger video, or set of videos. The first half covers the game and the journey of the Ascension stuff as well as the cult evidence. I've rarely ever heard anything about what happened in the Kanye Quest Ascension thing beyond the fact that you can say it. So Matthew breaking down all the details was genuinely really interesting, as well as the discussion of the actual Ascensionism thing, tracing the quote-unquote cult back to its origins and so on. The second half then is actually discussing the creator of the Ascensionism thing, getting answers from them directly, all while having an actual investigation, not into random bullshit in some games, but stuff that's more tangible. This online internet sleuthing is super interesting to me, and Matthew tackles it fantastically. Number 13, episode 524, I analyzed Hello Neighbor frame by frame. This video is really good. The meat of it is solid, Matthew literally going through frame by frame and pausing at relevant moments. The lore isn't particularly notable, and the story isn't interesting, but it's how Matthew goes about it that I think makes it so great. In particular, that ending. It seems I'm not the only one who isn't into the inundation of book lore in game theory, because Matthew actually echoes my sentiments. He goes into his frustrations over things like the stories in the games not telling all the details, how the books are becoming blatantly mandatory to the story, like Gregory being the overarching villain of the saga and the Mimic existing at all in FNAF being things exclusive to the books for a while. Multiple mediums giving hints and story in such a way that the main core parts of the series are left unfinished. And so while he enjoyed making the video now, if he had done it during the meme's inception, it would have sucked, as none of his predictions or ideas could have been made, as he would not have had the books to fall on to figure out what is what. Only the games where the lore isn't present. I understand his frustration, it's a sentiment I agree with, and it makes this video it's a really good video. I really appreciate that ending. Number 12, episode 340, Sonic is too powerful. I was not expecting anything from the Sonic power scaling episode with this fucking Sonic EXE ass thumbnail. But then it turns out to be the most interesting and concise explanation of time dilation and spatial relativity I've ever heard. Not the most in-depth or well explained, but the most concise and easily digestible one that actually makes a lot of sense and uses fantastic examples that initially are a bit confusing but come around in the end. Matt also explains real-world theoretical physics in relation to time travel and faster than light travel, and the negative mass thing was genuinely really interesting. I was fully invested. Yeah, I think it's weird for Matt to go, I don't think Game Sonic is this fast, even though this is a direct feat that is the entire point of the game that requires him to go this fast. And then immediately start glazing Archie Sonic, who, yeah, does have insane feats, but like, come on, put some credit on Game Sonic's name, man. You see him do a feat, and then you go, well, it doesn't count, because I said so. But it's not a big deal, because those explanations of time travel and real-world theoretical physics were some of the most engaging parts of any game theory episode that really caught me by surprise. It just barely missed the top 10. Just like number 11. Episode 523, you are the final boss at Deltarune. Don't know how accurate this one is, haven't played Deltarune, but this is a really interesting theory that I find very fun. I really enjoyed the overall concept, as well as Matt leading us on a bit to really hit with the idea that the player is the villain. It's a really neat take on that, going into the way the characters talk to determine the gap between player and character. That's really thought-provoking and interesting, and I think Matthew does a good job of explaining his thought process in a concise and engaging way. I like it a lot, yeah? Just barely out of the top 10. Speaking of which, number 10, episode 55, Surviving the Assassin's Creed Leap of Faith. This used to be my all-time favorite episode. It's such a well-structured overall video that has what I'd say is one of the most natural and smooth-flowing transitions from primary topic to ludicrous nonsense. The fake-out credits gag is a bit tired today, but I liked it then, and how it wraps around to the final lesson of the video just being, yeah, if you jump off a building, you'll die. The analysis of how people should fall and what people have done is interesting, but I really like how it transitions to the higher gravity. Assassin's Creed having higher gravity sounds like complete nonsensical bullshit that would exist only for the sake of a dumb theory. But Matthew manages to make it fit in really well with the topic and give proper receipts of the mathematics going on, while addressing the potential flaws and why they can be excused more or less. My only issue is that at a certain point, he begins talking as if the gravity suddenly changes one day. Like, he doesn't look at this as if it's Assassin's Creed world always had this higher gravity. He's treating it as if the Assassin's Creed world is normal Earth that just one day developed higher gravity, instead of analyzing how Earth would actually look like if it had this gravity from the start. Still, very fun. Number 9, episode 83, Which Link Rules Them All? My bias and unfortunate presence in the Versus community might be showing a bit much here, but I do genuinely love this one. It crosses over and compares all sorts of versions of Link, and has Matthew talk about a ton of different games. I like the categories and the way Matthew transitions between them. I really enjoy how the pieces come together. Instead of limiting his pickings arbitrarily or just mostly comparing a handful, he does actively address every Link in his opinion that has a standing in the discussion. I think that's quite neat. It's honestly a kind of video I'd have liked to see more from him, because he takes it in an interesting way. I would have liked maybe a calculation or two here, because it just go into Matthew's physics nerd elements, and something he does a lot, but I think my main issue is how he does the winner. Majora Link is never mentioned the entire video past the introduction, just so he can surprise you at the end. Which, yes, I get it, but it almost feels like it actively takes away from the value of the rest of the video, because you don't get rewarded for keeping up. There's no moment where we get to see Matthew compare the two frontrunners and actually talk about who he considers to be better between them, based on which advantages matter more, which I would have liked to see. His choice of winner isn't even that far from what the Versus community would have propped up as the winner at the time too. So like, it's just weird that he doesn't explain things. If he had explained things properly at the end, I think this would have ranked to the top 5. Number 8, episode 114, the Assassin's Creed Shared Universe Conspiracy. Crossover theory crafting, reasonable evidence that makes sense, active recognition of the piece of evidence that may be dubious as being dubious, instead of treating the dubious evidence as equally good as the proper evidence, and it's all from a game series I actually care about. Well, this one has it all. I really enjoyed this. I think Matthew has a great coverage of the facts and gives evidence really well, making for an engaging episode that comes across as genuinely believable and intentional. This tickles the itchels in my brain that I want game theory that tickles, and gets it way higher than I expected. Number 7, episodes 101, 102, and 103, FNAF Mystery Solved. I love this 3-parter when it dropped, and I still think it's one of the best FNAF videos in general. It's not accurate in every regard, especially not today, but this feels like arguably the most truly in-depth FNAF theory. It covers everything, and you can really tell that more than maybe any other. This was one of Matthew's biggest projects, split over 3 videos, though mostly because of a copyright strike that forced him to cut the second part in half, and with so many small details explained and addressed. It also is a direct continuation from his FNAF 2 theory, which I appreciate, and I think it comes up with some of the most acceptable answers Matthew has ever brought up for the series, even the ones that are wrong. It felt like an event when this video dropped. Yes, FNAF 4 had already been announced when it actually came out, but this was a big moment. The FNAF community hadn't quite devolved into what it is now. It was more like a bunch of people genuinely here for a combination of the gameplay and lore, instead of the meme the series has ended up becoming in modern times. I really love Matthew's explanation for the shadow animatronics. He brings the Endo 1 Easter egg in as evidence for something. He includes multiple details about the events and gives a complete timeline that makes a far more structured video than you'd expect given the many bits of here and there stuff he had to work with. To build such a compelling and interesting story from, at the time, relatively minimal to work with, truly makes this one of my favorite game theories of all time. Number 6, episode 283, Dear Nintendo, I Fixed Your Timeline. Yeah, I really like the Hyrule Warriors timeline episode. It was a fantastic continuation of his previous Breath of the Wild theory. It actually goes back and addresses the flaws with that one and brings new evidence to light. He also properly explains all the timelines beyond just what makes them unique and complaining about them, expressing how they differ by the nature of how they came to be, and he does a good job expressing how Breath of the Wild doesn't really work, but how Hyrule Warriors can make it work. And as a Hyrule Warriors lover, there's a humongous bias pushing this episode up. But from analysing the wider series, Breath of the Wild and Hyrule Warriors itself, Matthew gives himself a lot of ammunition to create an incredibly entertaining episode that, regardless of overall accuracy, is very enjoyable and spins a great tale that would be really cool if it was true. Number 5, episode 191 and 192, FNAF The Final Theory. This is an almost perfect game theory. It of course has Matthew's sense of self-aware smarmy humour, but not to the point of being obnoxious. It has a ton of details and goes to painstaking lengths to explain everything. It knows exactly what to address and how to address it. It tells a shockingly engaging narrative that I personally consider not just really well told, but more interesting than the actual games that inspired it. No joke, I genuinely think the crying child being Golden Freddy is a more interesting concept than it just being some kid he killed one time. The potential of this plot point leading into Ultimate Custom Night with the child being so broken from his experiences as Golden Freddy due to his father's remnant experiments that he becomes unable to move on is equal parts horrifying, heartbreaking, and engaging to me narratively. It's super dark, but FNAF's entire concept is built on child murder, so. I also like the moments where Matthew speed talks some of the less important details. It's really funny, but also shows his thoroughness better than if he just skipped it all. The 2-part is also full of personality. You can see the equal parts passion, but also frustration and exasperation with the series. This was Matt trying to put the nails in the coffin and say goodbye for a while. Because for as passionate as he obviously was towards these games, he is also obviously very tired of them by this point. This, in my mind, is where I kinda wish it ended. Maybe I could accept Pizzeria Simulator for the true ending, but I kinda think this is one of, if not Matt's best work. In less than an hour, this video alone had convinced me at the time that maybe FNAF's story wasn't actually as bad as I thought it was. Today I think otherwise. I consider it a ho-hum story with great unused potential, told in a confusing and frustrating way that fails to incorporate its literal mascot characters into things, but this video genuinely makes it engaging and entertaining. Number 4, episodes 472, 473, 476, and 478, FNAF The Alternate Timeline. What I think is Matthew's biggest project ever in terms of game theory. Part 1 was very solid, a very compelling narrative that I wasn't sure on, but Matthew's explanations were all very satisfying to me, including details and evidence not present in some of his other videos, which makes me a lot more receptive. It's also brief, but I appreciate the interpretation of Withered Chica's I was the first, as meaning she was the first planned murder, thus the first animatronic William hit a child's body in, not that she was the first victim overall. It makes Afton killing Charlie feel like more of a sudden choice and fits in, plus it matches what we saw in Pizza Sim. A very strong first part. Part 2 then is also very strong. I think I wanted more elaboration on the Funtime Freddy explanation, but otherwise it was very enthralling and followed by the main interesting thing, how Matthew covers Circus Baby and the placement of Sis's location. Especially, I want to appreciate how Matthew uses quotes from the games to work into the overall thing, and damn do I appreciate how much Matthew gets into this. Part 3 was also very good, and I don't have much to say on it, but I appreciate Matt's honesty and not being sure how to fit FNAF 2's official dates in the timeline, and FNAF 4 is likely the most controversial as even he's aware, but I really like some of his conclusions, as even if not fully supported, I think Mrs. Afton's involvement and Charlie following Afton back from Ultimate Custom Night when he survived to possess the Pizzaplex are both great ideas. He's a lot more open about not having all the answers compared to usual, and I'm definitely more open to this overall. This 4-part is one of the best works Matthew's ever done, carried by just beautiful presentation. Look how nice this looks, they put so much time into this! It's a fantastic large-scale project that managed to be, at the time, another amazing FNAF timeline project that was told in a very unique and compelling way. But it's not quite my favorite FNAF episode, because number 3, episodes 230, 231, and 232, the FNAF Ultimate Custom Night 3-parter. It's only fitting for the Ultimate Custom Night 3-parter to be here, I think. What it lacks in the fun, speculative feel of the older FNAF theories, it more than makes up for in other ways. It's very transparent, with Matthew being honest about all the difficulties and why. It covers everything, and manages to be mostly coherent even with its jumping between games and events. It comes together to be a very satisfying theory at the end that, just like a few other episodes yet, I kind of wish was the ending. The first part was just about Ultimate Custom Night, and it's great. It feels basic today because none of it is new, but at the time it was a truly big video. This is where I and a lot of people first heard of most of these details, and it had to be one of the most objectively true-feeling theories that Matt had ever done on a lore subject. But the second 2 parts of the timeline that cross-reference the game's books, errors, and logbook is fantastic. In particular, I think I really like the character given by his theory that the missing kids died first, then Charlotte was killed and possessed the puppet, and all she did was give the main 4 the ability to possess the main 4, but Golden Freddy was already active. It implies that Cassidy was active the whole time, but so consumed with wanting William dead that she never considered helping the others, while Charlotte's first thought was trying to help them. It adds extra tragedy when the other 4 were set free and happy as day, but couldn't give peace to their friend. They tried giving her peace, but couldn't. So perfectly put together, and I could feel Matthew's genuine enjoyment and how fun it was overall across these years. A passion project among passion projects, something truly special. Number 2, episode 526, Shooting Tanks with the Boys. I can't describe how fun this was. It's hard to explain why, but this was the peak of the entire watch through. As a long-time viewer, like early-ass viewer of game theory who's been around for a long time, seeing all these names come back, Drake, Austin, Foot of a Ferret, Gaijin, Goomba, seeing their great rapport and how much fun they were having, it made every single individual moment a complete blast. And not only was the tank stuff fun and exciting and engaging and all that, but anytime it was about the theory of both how they prepared, how they were comparing, and importantly, how the conclusion was made, with each former host of a theorist show having a turn to talk with their editing styles and their focus on what they're good at, it was always so cool. I love throwbacks like this, and oh my god, it was perfect. A perfect episode to me. I have no notes. It was so great to see an episode at the end like this. But of course, as obvious a choice as it might seem, number 1, episode 528, Matpat's final theory. I don't know how cliche this is. Honestly, I was hoping there'd be a different one up here, just because this might be the most obvious of choices. But this really is just the theory that hit the most. This was it. It was the ending. The beginning of a new era that, admittedly, is struggling to maintain its footing, but hopefully will pick itself back up like Matpat himself did. It's not just the emotions though, there's a great theory here. A theory on game theory of the concept itself, on its history, what it means, and how it applies to YouTube and Matpat's story. I have just watched Matpat's tale, and through the ups and downs, the amount of times I've wanted to strangle this know-it-all PNG, and the amount of times he's taught me something new and helped me improve, this is the capper on a legacy, and not to sound too grandiose, but a real icon of pop culture in this era. with a perfect ending, and also multiple other endings for fans to discover that are also fun. Obviously, I love the analog horror ending, revealing that the villain of the main story was the stock image of a man he uses, but the other endings are also great. The thank yous to everyone, the wishes that Ronnie could be there, the finale with all the fans, the new host, and Matpat himself coming together for the big goodbye, and the funny all your theories are wrong gif. This isn't the best game theory. This isn't the one that entertains me the most, the one that's the most technically impressive or feels like it has the most effort and time spent into making it. It's not the one I'll rewatch most often, but my favorite video, if not game theory, but just video on the channel, is this one, because it made me feel something. It was the culmination of 13 years of videos. Many tout Scott Cawthon as an inspirational story of a man down on his luck that made one last attempt and exploded into stardom. But I would say Matthew is the bigger inspiration here. Scott Cawthon was a game developer. He had all these skills that could have still helped him get a job. Matthew Patrick was just some theatre kid with no job and one really stupid idea. A horrible idea if we're being honest. Just making videos about games and hoping it worked out. Just some stupid thing to put on a resume. And now, he's come so far from that. Someone businesses go to when they need help. One of the most known faces on the internet, and arguably the Western world at large. And as a YouTuber, that's the inspirational part. Yeah, I'm never going to be Matthew. I'll probably never hit a fraction of his success with what I do, and the landscape era of YouTube that I'm in. But that there's someone to point to and say, it's possible. That may be the best part of doing this video in general. I have watched the story of Matpat. Yeah, there's other channels, there's other shows and other appearances. If we're being honest though, game theory is his story. I'd let this ranking never take away from that. Matpat and many others use the phrase, it's just a theory. And for Matt, I think it actually is true. In science, there is nothing higher than a theory. There's no scientific thing called a fact. It doesn't go higher than theory. A theory isn't the colloquially accepted meaning of uncertain speculations. Theories in science are borderline indisputable, proven elements of reality. And I think that fits Matthew so well. Because while his ideas, his episodes, his wacky antics may be colloquial theories, he is a scientific theory of YouTube. A fact of the platform. He will always have a presence in one way or another. Someone who did rare things like admit he was wrong, laugh at himself before it was the cool thing to do, make himself the fool because it was fun to do, and always apologize and acknowledge when he said or did something wrong. And that's why I don't hold the theories at the bottom against Matthew. Everyone should have a chance to learn from and improve from their mistakes, and a lot of people don't take those chances. But Matthew did. This is just in the end how I feel. I have my preferences and what I enjoy, what I'm interested in, what catches my attention. There's no possible way across the entire history of this universe, even if every person in history and forevermore from now on made this exact ranking, that there would be a one-to-one match with my ranking. Hell, I could redo this whole ranking and it would probably have many differences. But I'm glad I went on this journey. And maybe, just maybe, one day, Matthew might watch this. I won't bet on it, and I won't wait for it. But that day may exist out there in some timeline. So the last thing I'll say for this video is, thank you, Matthew. You've made more lives better than I think you could ever really know. But, hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching.
Nim? You okay? Nim? Was it worth it?
It might be. Only negative 150% of my viewers are subscribed, as shown by this obviously not edited analytic. If everyone liked and subscribed, then maybe it would be worth it in the end. They say you either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself rank every episode of Game Theory. I think I've done both.
No, Nem, you can't go yet. Someone else is here to see you.
Hello, Nem, it's me, the real Biff Weed. I'm afraid you can't go yet. You've got a responsibility now to rank every film theory.
And that was that. This is actually the second time I'm recording this, which is very frustrating. So yes, that is my ranking of 500 plus episodes of Game Theory. Tell me what you thought below. Tell me what your favorites are, what your least favorites are. I'm not expecting everyone to agree or disagree. That's fine. As I said, no one would possibly have the exact same ranking. Are you upset that I called your favorite episode kind of boring and mid and it was featured in the video for a whole 10 seconds of me going, yep, this episode happened, I don't remember anything about it, I like this fart noise he added. Yeah. Let me know. Obviously, all opinions are okay here, as long as you're not being harmful. And we welcome any different takes on your favorite or least favorite Game Theory episodes. There will be, indeed, a film theory, ranking. Now, Film Theory, I do not believe has full 500 episodes, but it's still in the at least 300 range. When I'm done with Film Theory, depending on how many views this and Film Theory get, I might go on and do Food Theory. And if I do Food Theory, I may as well do the other 45 episodes of Style Theory that Matthew did. Style Theory would be super easy to do, literally barely an inconvenience. And yeah. So thank you to everyone who cameoed in this video. You were all wonderful, and I'm really thankful to know all of you. I'm going to try to remember everyone, and I'm going to forget someone. We have Bivid, my good pal Donovan, who does all my reactions with me. Rina, who helps do calculations for me for some of my other shows. Liam Swan of Death Battle fame. I'm not explaining how that happened. Gumball Viking, my belligerent friend. Yep. Hyper Starman, my far more sensible and not Gumball friend. Eve / Sunmellows, the iconic girlfriend of the Morinator Gem and a wonderful artist who you should support. Who else was here? My son, of course. Deckhead, another wonderful artist who you should support. I'll link down below. This is the time where I would forget someone, and I'm really scared of forgetting someone who I'm gonna oh, of course, Soul Dude. That's the guy I'm forgetting. Soul. My good friend, over there in England land. I know, sacrilege, an Australian and an Englishman friends. Not the only one I'm friends with. Thank you for being there to talk about Five Nights at FNAFs with me. Thank you everyone who joined in and did some scheming. And thank you to Kitty-Kalamari, who drew my avatar in the Matpat Thinky pose, the classic pose, for the thumbnail. She will also have her links in the description for you to go check out. Support these people. They're all my friends, and they all matter a lot to me. And thank you, of course, to everyone scrolling by right now, the Patreons, for supporting me and helping just add that little extra bit of income a month that helps me feel more comfortable making big projects like this that take the whole year to get done. This was a humongous project, as you could probably tell. I believe it is my longest fully scripted video, among my longest videos generally, and I do not anticipate for scripted videos it will be beaten out until I do my supercut of all my iceberg parts together for the Unsolved Mysteries and Weird Things iceberg, but that you could arguably say doesn't count because that will be a compilation of ones. I guess if I compiled all of my Death Battle reviews into one, that would be significantly longer than a mere 5 hours, but I'm not doing that because that would be stupid, and I would want to redo all my reviews anyway, up to a certain point. So, yeah. You guys have been wonderful, and you have also given me things to say. So if you want to support me on Patreon, you'll get access to videos like this early. This is up for, I want to say, a week, depending on when I finish this version and upload it to YouTube. Early for people to watch on my Patreon, as well as other videos, such as my upcoming massive ranking that will be announced on my community tab the same day this goes out. Will be another 4.5 hour long ranking coming out this month, and yeah. You will also get access to my Patreon Discord, where you can talk to me and, you know, hang out. And you may also give me stupid things to say at the end of videos. So we're going to go redo those again, seeing as I've already done them, but it didn't record the damn audio. I am the human condom! I just simultaneously whipped a nade! Don't you talk to me about my calories, bitch! This sounds like the same incantation and intro voice. Incantation. Like a magic spell. So many hungry middle-aged women. All your theories are wrong. Goodbye. I just love that one. I love the way Matpat smile like dips, because it gets reversed, right? The original footage he like smiles. Yeah. Seriously, form ceiling fan blades. See, of course it'd be Bevid coming in with the Death Battle reference, you know, coming in clutch with that Death Battle representation. Music Man! Okay, that was what they had for me. Partially because some of the other stuff was stuff that I had stuff to say on the spot, but a second time around, I just don't have anything to say about them now. It's also really, really hot in here, and I don't want to be recording as much as I can avoid it. So thank you again to everyone watching. Thank you for those who sat down for 5 hours watching, or for nearly 6 hours watching this in full. Thank you for those who just watched it in segments. Thank you for Biffweed. Thank you to Biffweed for helping Proof watch this massive video to make sure it was all good. I see you, buddy. Thank you to those who are just watching in the background, listening to it while they do their laundry or do their fucking homework, getting distracted by me talking about stuff, and he's gonna be really confused. Why did you write bum wipe here? So we're like, oh, that was because Nemesis Bloodreich said it. Those just listening to it while they do something else in the other side of the room. Those who are listening to it while they sleep. Thank you to those who just need something really long in the background while they're at work. I love all you guys. Thank you for just, you know, just being there. For now, I'm going to take a nice, lengthy break. And by that I mean I'm going to immediately get to working on the next video. See you guys.